Commissioner Kushni, can I get a mic and camera check?
Yeah, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Let me check your camera. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Nope, it's 10 o'clock. We'll call the meeting to order. I'd like to introduce the new commissioners, James Apana, completing the term of Jeffrey Kawada, and John Sabas, completing the term of Peter Young. Has Mr. Apana been sworn in yet?
No, we're still waiting on his camera to be working. I think he's gonna be with us soon, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Chair, I'd like to be recognized, please.
After we have a quorum, sir.
I'd like to make a motion on this agenda item.
What, introduction of the new commissioners?
Yes, Chair. I'd
Let's-
like them to take their oath in public.
Mr. Sabas has already taken his oath. Mr. Apana will be available in a minute to take his in public.
This has always been done in public, and we both signed and everybody else has taken their oath in public in the introduction section of this. This has changed just recently, and I would like the commissioners to take their oath in public and is an important part of the role.
That they've taken the oath is enough for a quorum. Mr. Apana, are you here yet?
No, Chair.
What, he's having video problems?
Yes, I believe so.
Could you take a roll call with the exception of Mr. Apana, please?
Yes. Commissioner Andrian,
Present.
Commissioner Kushney,
Present.
Commissioner Cam,
Here.
Commissioner McAdam, Commissioner Osterkamp,
Here.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Here.
Commissioner Sabas,
Here.
Chair Curtis.
Here.
Okay, Chair, we have a quorum.
Is Mr. Apana with us?
No, Chair, still no.
Let me know when Mr. Apana arrives and we can swear him in. We have a quorum. Approval of the written minutes of the previous meeting.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion on the previous agenda item.
Go ahead, Ralph.
I move that all election commissioners be sworn in publicly at the start of their term in an open meeting with the oath.
Is there a second?
I'll second for a discussion.
Is there a discussion?
Yes, Chair.
Go ahead.
So the oath of office is not a private formality. It is a public pledge to uphold the law and serve the people. By moving swearing in behind closed doors, it looks like we are hiding something. This commission oversees elections, the very foundation of public trust. If we can't even take our oath in front of the public we serve, what message does this send? The public deserves to see us make that commitment openly. Thank you.
Other discussion?
Chair, can we hear from Corp Counsel, or like, was there a change in the formalities of how we do this? I think if the commissioners who are new don't have no objection, I would love to see them do it in public so that the public can see that taken in office the same way that we've all done ours.
Mr. AG, is swearing in required to be public?
I don't know of any legal requirement to swear in public on other boards, and there's nothing in Chapter 11 that requires the oath of office to be taken in public.
Other discussion?
But it is permissible if these new commissioners wanted to, for formality reasons, do it in public on record in front of the public.
Yeah.
They could do that again here with us, correct?
Mr. Apana, good morning.
Good morning.
Do you have a picture?
I have my camera on, but I'm not sure if it's working.
Doesn't look like it's working.
But Chair, there's a motion on the floor. We need
Yeah.
to
I know
discuss
there's a
it and vote
motion
on
on
it.
it. I know, we'll get to that.
Yeah, I tried to sign in, but I can't.
Okay. So the motion on the floor is to require public swearing in of oath of office. Is there any more discussion?
Mr. Chairman, John Sabas, I have no problem with it.
Anybody else?
Chair, I just want to say I think it'd be great to continue that tradition as a commission and set precedents for the way this commission carries itself moving forward. So I'll be in favor of the motion.
Any other discussion? I would. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Maybe we better, let's have a roll call as in everything. Can we have a roll call on this, please?
Yes. Commissioner Andrian,
Aye.
Commissioner Apana,
Here? I don't know. Can you hear
There you
me?
go. I can see you too. I can
You can
Bart.
see me too? Oh, I get my camera upside down. You know, my camera is someplace it shouldn't be, but hey, we'll go with it.
Okay, the motion we're discussing is to require public swearing in of the oath of office. Again, the roll call, please. All in favor? Go ahead, roll call, please.
Okay, I mean, start from the top.
Please.
Commissioner Andrian,
Aye.
Commissioner Apana,
Can you state the question? I was fooling around with something.
He's not a member yet, so he doesn't get to vote. But go,
Okay,
please pass Mr. Apana on.
all right. Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Cam,
Aye.
Commissioner McAdam,
No.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
Aye.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Aye.
Commissioner Sabas.
Not a member yet, so I shouldn't be
No,
voting.
You are a member. You've already been sworn in. You've agreed to add to our quorum.
Aye.
Chair Curtis.
No. So could we ask the AG to swear Mr. Apana in as a commissioner?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Mr. Apana, could you raise your right hand and just repeat
Uh,
after me?
Did that motion pass?
Yes, it did.
Oh, the motion passed.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Hi, Mr. Apana.
morning.
Morning. My name is Jordan Ching. I'm the Deputy Attorney General assigned to this commission. I'm just going to administer the oath of office to you. If you can raise your right hand and just repeat after me. So I do solemnly swear or affirm
I do solemnly swear and affirm
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I'll defend and support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Hawaii,
and the Constitution of the State of Hawaii,
and that I will faithfully discharge my duties
and I will faithfully discharge my duties
as an elections commissioner to the best of my ability.
as an election commissioner to the best of my abilities.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So at this point, I'll open public comment for the approval of the written minutes.
Chair, I would check. We have to
July
swear in
30th,
Mr. Sabas,
August
please.
27th. Beg pardon?
We need to swear in Mr. Sabas in public. We just passed the motion.
He's already been sworn in prior to the motion being passed. Mr. Sabas is a commissioner. We'll move on to
Chair,
public testimony for
I've got a
approval
point of
written
order,
minutes.
Chair.
What's your point? What rule am I not following?
We just made a motion to have the commissioners take their oath in public. Mr. Sabas has not taken his oath in public. He has
No.
agreed to do so. Please give him the oath.
He's grandfathered in. He's a commissioner before this motion was passed. We're moving on to public comments for the approval of the written minutes of the previous meetings. July 16th, July
I
30th.
appeal the
and August
ruling of the
27th.
chair.
Your point of order is overruled.
I appeal the
on to
ruling
public
of the
testimony.
chair. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Second.
Your point of order is overruled.
Well, I just appealed the
We're moving on
ruling and
to
we
the
have a
approval.
second, Chair.
Can we get a
You don't
opinion
get to
from the AG?
overrule
Like,
this.
wouldn't this be cleaner?
We're
Because we
moving
passed the
on
motion
to
and
public
he's agreeing to
testimony.
do it in public.
Then we all have to do that, but we're not going to do that. We're talking about
We
public
already did
testimony
it.
for approval of the written minutes. I know you've already sworn your oath and I've already sworn mine. We're moving on in the agenda.
Chair, I appeal the ruling of the chair. We
You don't
got a
get to-
second
At-
and we need to
The
debate
point
it
of
and
order-
we need to vote on it.
The point of order is not appealable. You're
Yes, it is,
overruled.
Chair.
You're out of order now. We're moving on to
I don't
public
get this
testimony
at
for
all.
approval of written minutes. Could you go ahead and list the testifiers for the written minutes of July 16th, July 30th, and August 27th?
I think we should ask Mr. Saba if he'd like to take his oath over again
It's
in
not-
public.
We're on to public testimony for the minutes.
Well, we can't be because you did not answer the ruling of the chair.
The ruling of the chair is not appealable. We're moving on. If you want to be out of order, fine, but we're going on to public testimony, the approval of the written minutes.
Okay. If you would like to testify, please click raise hand under reactions on Zoom. If you are joining us by phone, dial *9 to raise your hand. When your name is called, you will receive a notification requesting you to unmute your microphone. Please promptly accept the request. If you are experiencing technical difficulties and are unable to unmute your microphone, we will move on to the next testifier and return to you at a later time. We ask that you clearly state your first and last name at the start of the testimony so that your name is properly recorded. Lastly, to ensure that we will have sufficient time to hear all the testimony, each testifier will have 3 minutes to testify. Once your time has expired, you'll be asked to conclude your remarks. The first testifier is Jennifer Hunt, followed by Janet Mason.
And we'll limit the discussion to the minutes. That's part 4 of the agenda. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
I apologize. I didn't realize that this testimony would be on the minutes only. Will we be doing testimony on other agenda items further along in the meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I will defer to the next speaker. Thank you.
And this testimony is on the approval of the minutes of the 3 meetings on the agenda.
Okay. The next testifier is Janet Mason, followed by Wendell Alento.
Ms. Mason? You have to click your audio on. Janet Mason going once.
Chair, I also defer my testimony to further in the meeting.
Thank you.
Okay. The next testifier is Wendell Alento, followed by Jamie Detweiler.
Thank you. My name is Wendell Ilento. And we begin this story on December 5th, 2022.
We're talking about the minutes of July 16th, 30th, and August 27th.
This pertains to pretty much the historical point to how we got here.
No, we're talking about the minutes.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll put it in later then.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Nolan Chang, followed by Beth DeLong.
Mr. Chang.
Good morning, Chair. I'm going to defer my testimony till another agenda item comes up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Beth DeLong, followed by Doug.
Morning, Ms. DeLong. Ms. Beth DeLong going once, twice. We can't hear you.
The next testifier is Doug, followed by Chris Neff.
Morning, Doug. You need to unmute. Can't hear you, Doug.
Can you hear
There
me
you go.
now? Okay.
Yep, gotcha.
Your process is very controlled. It takes some time to get the unmute to work. I just want to be clear. This testimony is on agenda item number 2, and according to your minutes, testifiers can testify on any item. I would like to testify on agenda item number 2. Will you allow me to proceed?
No, we're talking about item 4.
How do I then testify on agenda item number 2 when you've already passed through that agenda item in this Elections Commission meeting?
We introduced the new testifiers. What would you like to say about item 2?
I would like to appeal to the new commissioners with the following. Are you going to allow me to proceed?
Yep, go ahead.
Can you please reset my clock?
Okay.
Thank you. Aloha, Chair and Commissioners. We begin this story on December 5th of 2022. That was the day the governor and lieutenant governor were presented as lawfully elected and inaugurated. The ceremony went forward, the oath was taken, the office was assumed, but the election had not yet been certified.
This doesn't apply to item 2 or item 4.
Yes, it does, Chair. Please allow me to continue.
No.
Okay, then you're
Talk about the two
suppressing,
new commissioners
you're
or
suppressing
the
the
minutes.
public.
You're
You're
welcome to talk.
suppressing the public in their ability to testify in accordance with your own agenda. May I
So
proceed?
what part of item 2 are you talking about?
Would you allow me to proceed? This
Not-
involves,
Not with 2020 items. We're talking about today, item 2, the 2 new commissioners or the written minutes.
Chair, the new commissioners need to know the story of what's happened in this commission over the last 2 to 3 years, and specifically with you as chair. They will
You
not
don't
hear
need-
this
You don't
story.
need to educate them. They're new members. They'll learn on their own. Do you have items regarding the written minutes?
I have a testimony relevant to agenda item number 2, if you would allow me to proceed. Otherwise, you're suppressing the public.
I disagree. I'll suppress that, and you can bring something up later if you want to talk about history.
So just for the record, let the record show the chair is suppressing the public in an open meeting, attempting to provide public testimony on the swearing in of new commissioners.
I'm limiting testimony to item 2 and item 4. The new commissioners have been sworn in.
And I would like to
The next
proceed.
testifier, please.
Chair, point of order, Chair.
What rule am I not following?
You're violating HRS 92-3 of the Sunshine Law. Every board meeting must be open to the public, and all persons, including members of this commission, must be allowed to present views on all agenda items.
Okay? He's talking about neither of these agenda items. I'll ask for the next testifier.
All right. The next testifier is Chris Neff, followed by Paul Laurier.
Thank you. Chris Neff. Chris Neff going once. You need to turn your mic on. Chris, there you go.
You finally unhooked me. I was trying to do that.
Thank
Again,
you.
as Doug pointed out earlier, there seems to be a problem with your process. I likewise would like to address the new commissioners and to bring them up to speed on the actions that I have observed since 2024. So based on your conversation and your rulings, Chair, it appears that you're not allowing me to do that.
Yeah, we have introduced the new speakers. If you want to educate them, you can do it privately. Do you have anything on the new commissioners or the approval of the written minutes?
You're violating HRS 92-3. They're telling us that their testimony
Your point of
pertains
order
to the
is
introduction.
overruled. I would ask for the next testifier on item 4.
The next testifier is Paul Laurier, followed by Kalina Campbell.
Mr. Laurier.
Being able to be in, there we go. Chair, am I allowed to speak around the pig that occurred for the Big Island?
That'll be coming up later on.
Okay, so
Not
I
at this-
defer,
not at this point.
I defer my testimony for later.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Kalina Campbell, followed by Austin Martin.
Ms. Campbell.
There you go. You finally unlocked me. Hi.
There you go.
Okay, I too stand with Doug, and I would like to bring some information forward to the new commissioners.
This is regarding the written minutes?
It's regarding agenda item 2.
No, they've been introduced. They're members of the club. Now we're on item 4. If you have any testimony on the written minutes, we welcome that.
My testimony is on item number 2, and will you allow me to speak? I feel this is very important.
No, you can educate them privately.
Really?
Really. The next testifier, please.
All right. The next testifier is Austin Martin, followed by Tara Rojas.
Morning, Mr.
Good morning,
Martin.
Chair. Thank you so much for your gracious allowance for me to testify narrowly on the agenda item of the approval of the written minutes from the previous meetings. There are concerns about this, mainly that this agenda item receiving public testimony is dilatory and intentionally designed to obfuscate public investigation into actual criminal activity that you yourself are implicated in. And sir, I really have a problem as somebody who does parliamentary work for a living. I'll tell you what, I've never seen a chair who refuses to take an appeal to the ruling of the chair, and any member can actually take your gavel at that point, take the vote from the committee over your objections, removing you if you want to interrupt them, because you are not a dictator, you are a servant of the body.
Are
And
you
so
talking about the written minutes?
I've done about this agenda item on these minutes, the fact that the attorney generals are sitting in complicity, enabling this outrageous criminal behavior is criminal. They are accessories.
You're not discussing the minutes. If you can discuss the minutes, you can continue.
To an intentionally dilatory
I would
agenda
ask for the next speaker,
to
please.
stifle to public debate.
The
That is the.
next,
It is clear. I'm.
Next speaker, please.
the next testifier is Tara Rojas, followed by Andrew Aker.
Ms. Rojas. Ms. Rojas, you're still muted. Ms. Rojas. You have to unmute. Going 1, 2. Tara Rojas. Can come back again. Next.
The next testifier is Andrew Aker, followed by Wendell Alento.
Aloha Kako, Andrew Aker here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So this underpins agenda item number 4 and all of the rest. The will of the people is the law. You can expect us. You're going to start seeing us in person. Remember when all the airports got shut down? You're creating this, Mr. Curtis. You're creating a whole lot of crap, man.
Are you talking about
I yield
the
my
written
time.
minutes?
Yes, I am. And if
What-
you do not
what part
obey
of
the
the
will
minutes
of
are
the
you talking
people,
about?
you are
July
going to start
16th,
seeing us in
the
person
30th,
and we will take
or
your
August
gavel.
27th?
I will grab your gavel, bro. Come at me, man. I will grab your gavel peacefully and lawfully. I love you very much, but obey our will, or you will see the boss show up in person.
Thank
Aloha.
you. Next speaker, please.
The next testifier is Wendell Alento, followed by Jasmine Blair.
Mr. Alento.
Yes, this in regards to agenda item 2 and the votes against oversight, the commission constantly suppresses complaints that was hidden, and when the voting record shows what was chosen in plain sight, the record speaks. January 24, motion to investigate chain of custody failed. February 24,
We're
another
talking
motion to
about
investigate
July
chain of custody.
16th, 30th, and August 27th minutes. Sir.
This leads to it. Just a pattern of lack of oversight by just like 14 motions to seek investigation were ignored or rescinded. You know,
Which
so
minutes are you talking about?
oh, okay. So December 24, motion to seek a DAG
Well, this is
opinion on
July
CEO.
16th, July
Yeah.
30th, and August
And
27th.
December 24, motion to define what constitutes a valid image. Rescinded.
Mr. Alento,
December
if you talk
24.
about the minutes that are on the agenda, you're
Oh, I just
welcome
want to let
to.
you know that.
Otherwise, you're off.
Yeah, it just continues on. Just want to let you know. I yield.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
The next testifier is Jasmine Blair, followed by Nolan Chang.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for having me today. I would like to speak about 6A.
We're talking about item 4 right now. You'll have
Item 4 is fine as well.
Opportunity
I-
later.
Okay, great. Mike Curtis.
Thank you, Ms. Blair.
No, I'd like to speak on 4,
So which minutes are you addressing?
the previous ones.
The July 16th?
Yes,
What item on that are you want to discuss?
item 4.
Okay, and the July 16th minutes?
Correct.
What about the minutes?
I'd like to say that your condescending tone to both Ralph Kushney and all of the constituents at large it's unbelievable, to be quite frank. We're all professional adults,
Can
correct?
we talk about the minutes, please?
And the fact that you don't want to allow an accurate reading of the votes is really just shows your guilt, is what it shows.
You're off
And it's
topic.
very
I would
clear
ask
to
for the next
everyone
speaker.
that you're hiding something. And we all see it, and you're going to be held accountable. You will
Thank
be
you.
held accountable.
The next speaker, please.
The next testifier is Nolan Chang, followed by Doug.
Mr. Chang.
Hello, Chair. I'm going to defer to the next agenda item.
Thank you. Next speaker.
The next testifier is Doug, followed by Junia Nakoa.
Doug, please state your whole name, and you have to unmute yourself. Doug, you were there for a minute. There you go.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for your patience. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
All right. I am again attempting to testify on agenda item number 2. Per public rights to testify, HRS 92-3, every meeting of all boards shall
We're
be
on
open to the
item
public.
4.
The
If you
board
wanna
shall
talk
afford
about
all
the
interested
written minutes,
persons an
you're
opportunity to
continue
submit
talking.
data, views, or arguments in writing on any agenda item. That's what it says. You've passed agenda item number 2. You have not allowed the public to speak on agenda item number 2, and the public has an opinion on new commissioners. We would like to provide that information. The board shall also afford all interested persons an opportunity to present oral testimony on any agenda item. This is the law. If you will not allow the people to provide this testimony on agenda item number 2, let the record show you're in violation of HRS 92-3.
Thank you.
Your
Now we have to
discretion
talk
is
about the minutes.
Your discretion is limited. You may not set those rules for you can set administrative rules for time, but you cannot restrict the agenda. Why won't you allow us to begin at the beginning, which is where we need to start with this new commission, with these new commissioners, with all of that's at stake for Hawaii elections. If you do not allow testimony, you're violating HRS 92-3, denying oral testimony on an agenda item. You're violating HRS 92-7, which is the agenda listed item number 2, so it must be open for deliberation and testimony. It's only voidable under HRS 92-11, and that is not what we're talking about here. We are bringing you this testimony as the people. We would like the opportunity to testify on agenda item number 2.
We're on item 4.
So you are disregarding the law. You are bypassing agenda.
No, I'm allowing you to take our time listening to you when we're supposed to be talking about the written minutes.
I'm requesting to testify on agenda item number 2,
And
which
I've
you've
denied
already
that
passed.
previously because the testimony is not regarding the appointments of the new commissioners, or is talking about the new commissioners. You're trying to educate them on agenda items that aren't on today's agenda. Today's agenda item number 4 is approval of the minutes. You can talk about the minutes or not.
So you are suppressing the public and telling them what they can and cannot say relevant to an
I'm
agenda.
limiting you to the agenda. Thank you very much.
Your
Next
pattern
testifier,
is misfeasance.
The next testifier is Junia Nakoa.
Yeah, you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Relax, Mr. Curtis. Let me talk. This is
Go.
my right. This is my
Go for
right
it.
as a Hawaiian. This is my right. Okay, brother? You don't tell
Sure.
me what to do, what to say, whatever. I'm gonna
Shoot.
talk. Okay, let me talk. I get 3 minutes, bro. I am from Maui. Yeah. Your newest appointed commissioner is the old mayor from Maui. Okay? Mr. Apana, pay attention. Okay? The chair can now go talk about the minutes, brother. So just relax, okay? No freaking cut me off. Okay, let me go. Okay, brother. Tell you right freaking now. We'll talk about the agenda minutes right now. A lot of the minutes and all the things I've been talking in all the 3 minutes, bro. is you, Mr. Curtis, not letting the people of Hawaii speak how they want to speak, okay, and what they want to speak on, okay? So that's all your 3 minutes, yeah? Your 3 agenda items, so relax, brother, yeah? I'm gonna educate you on some stuff, buddy, yeah? You gotta get educated. You gotta learn how to shut up and listen to the people. You don't cut us off, buddy, yeah? This is my right. Remember now, you guys just did the whole swearing in of the commissioners following the Constitution of America. I'm not American. Of Hawaii, I Hawaiian. So, brother, relax, okay, buddy? You get educated. You listen to the people. You don't stop us from talking. I will keep talking more and more throughout this day. You do not have the right to stop me from talking. Okay, brother? Your power is your power is zero. Okay? You do not tell us what we can talk about and what not. As long as we say we're gonna talk about item 4, which is the agenda. Look at the minutes, brother. On those minutes, get a lot of your screw up. A lot of you taking away the voice of the people and your commissioners. You make it like you a damn dictator. You make it like you get full control, which you don't, buddy. Under the Constitution, you don't, on both of them. So relax, dummy. You gotta remember, this is the voice of the people. Voice of the people of Hawaii. Okay, brother, get educated. Okay, I'm gonna come on top with you some more. Cause I'm gonna get choke items where I can talk 3 minutes at everyone. Cause that is the law. That is the rule. Yeah, brother, get ready.
Thank you.
can get
Thank you,
Junior
Mr.
talking.
Nakoa.
Okay. Chair, there are no further testifiers.
Thank you. The approval of the written minutes of the previous meeting. Are there any additions, corrections, or deletions of the July 16th minutes? Hearing none, they'll stand as circulated. Are there any additions, corrections, or deletions from the July 30th minutes that were circulated? Hearing none, they'll be accepted as circulated. Are there any additions, corrections, or deletions to the August 27th minutes as circulated?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, Ralph, go ahead.
So on the other items, we should have voted. I have not had time to look at the other 2 meetings. Again, you bombard us the Friday before the meeting's going to start with hundreds of pages of documents to look over.
Do you have
Most
any
of the meeting
additions,
minutes have
corrections,
not
or
been accurate.
deletions of the August 27th minutes?
I'm talking about the other minutes. You just said they were automatically approved.
Well, there were no additions, corrections, or deletions.
We should be taking a vote because I have not had the time to look at them. So my vote would be no on those items. So I'm going to say the August 27th meeting, I have some additions to it.
Please.
And I'll read them out. On item 3, which was decision and discussion, making decision and discussion making related to Commissioner Young's permitted interaction group. Add to the item, say Chair Curtis did not allow Commissioner Cushney to be recognized to continue discussions and decision making. This item had many complex issues and the chair would not allow further discussion. Then further, the chair, Curtis, declared that Commissioner Cushney was ejected from the meeting for allegedly obstructing the agenda, even though the agenda item was to discuss and make decisions on item 3. Commissioner Cushney wanted to be recognized to continue discussion and decision-making on item 3. Immediately following this declaration, Commissioner Cushney's microphone was muted, preventing further participation and including item number 4. Now, in addition to that, so please note that for the record, that I was removed from the meeting for asking to be recognized to discuss agenda item 3. And the reason for my removal was I was interfering with item 3, which was to discuss it. So get the irony there. So in addition to that, on agenda item number 4, the county specific issues from the key findings. Number 1, please add to Hawaii County reported 19,042 more ballots counted than envelopes collected, and that they had no records transferring ballots from the county to the state. So that was not included. That needs to be included. Number 2, please add to County of Kauai discrepancies in reported ballot totals, unexplained changes to records, and mismatches with USPS receipts. Add falsified records. Observers were not allowed to verify the number of envelopes transferred. Number 3, Maui County, missing documentation for ballot. You need to add collections. They did not have any documentation for ballot collections, and they did not have any documentation of ballot transfers. So please note that for the record. And the last item is Honolulu County, no records of ballot counts per Dropbox officials. Officials cited lack of time and manpower. And then please add, observers were not allowed to verify the number of envelopes that were transferred.
Wasn't all that included in that report?
It was on the meeting minutes, and you made the meeting minutes summarize the report, and that needs to go on the record.
So what was your motion?
I just said it. You want me to repeat the whole thing again?
Yes, please, in detail. Or let's have the secretary reread the motion as she collected it.
Sorry, Commissioner Kushni, could you repeat your motion for me?
Yes. So on agenda item number 3, Chair Curtis did not allow Commissioner Kushni to be recognized.
You're talking about the August 27th minutes, yeah. So
Yes.
you're modifying, your motion is to amend the August 27th minutes to include.
Correct.
Okay.
Chair Curtis did not allow Commissioner Kushni to be recognized to continue discussion and decision-making on item 3. This item had many complex issues, and the chair would not allow further discussion. Chair Curtis declared that Commissioner Kushni was ejected from the meeting for allegedly obstructing the agenda, even though the agenda item was to discuss and make decisions on item 3. Commissioner Kushni wanted to be recognized to continue discussing and making decisions. Immediately following this declaration, Commissioner Kushni's microphone was muted, preventing further participation in item 3 and item 4. That's the first part. The other part are the key findings in the county-specific issues. Those are not complete. So on the Hawaii County, you need to add that no records of ballot transfers were submitted. On item 2, you need to write in the falsified records. Observers were not allowed to verify number of envelopes transferred. Number 3, Maui County was missing documentation for ballot collections and transfers. Number 4, observers were not allowed to verify the number of envelopes transferred.
Is there a second?
Second, this is Commissioner Andrew.
Discussion.
Yes, Chair.
Go ahead.
The statute says that we're to have an accurate meetings reflecting what happened in the meeting. I was clearly removed and you muted my microphone. And these other items that you put down are not complete. And further, that the minutes shall be amended as to whatever a commissioner requests to be on the meeting minutes. So this should be a no-brainer. Everybody should vote yes. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, I have a question. Are these, I don't have the minutes in front of me. Are they verbatim or just highlighted synopsis of what happened in the meeting?
I believe it's a synopsis. It's not verbatim.
Okay, I just curious because County of Maui, we verbatim. And the second thing is I will not be voting on these motion because I was not an attendee at that time.
Thank you.
Okay.
Other discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir, Mr. Sabas.
yes, I too will not be voting at Kanalua. I'll abstain from voting on accepting the minutes.
Thank you. Other discussion?
Yeah,
Chair.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to speak.
Yes, Jeffrey.
So we're going to be discussing the permitted interaction group according to the agenda a little bit later.
Later on, right now, we're talking about this
This meeting.
amendment to the minutes.
Correct. Right, but much of what Commissioner Kushney is trying to insert into the minutes appears to be conclusions that validate the permitted interaction group statements in the report. I don't think it's appropriate to try to find those findings as being accepted by the commission at this point. If the agenda wants to cite back to the report as having been presented, then that's fine, but we have not accepted those conclusions yet.
Thank you.
Chair,
Yes, Dylan.
I'm in favor of the amendments. Everything that Commissioner Kushney has listed is a part of the record. And also for the new commissioners, you can go on YouTube and view the whole meeting and hear it verbatim. I've always been an advocate proponent that our meeting minutes should be verbatim and not a highlighted synopsis for this very reason. So there's not these ambiguities and different misunderstandings. But I thank Commissioner Kushney for the amendment. I have an amendment of my own to take up after this, but I'll be in support of the motion. Thank you, Chair.
Other discussion on the amendments to the minutes of August 27th?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, sir.
So the minutes, it says the board shall keep written or record minutes of all meetings unless otherwise required by law. And in there, item number 3 is substance of all matters proposed, discussed, or decided, and a record by individual members of any votes taken. And number 5, any other information that any member of the board requests to be included or reflected in the minutes. So if you vote against this, you're voting against upholding HRS Chapter 92-9 meeting minutes.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Would take a roll call on the amendment to the August 27th minutes.
Okay. Commissioner Andrion,
Aye.
Commissioner Apana abstain, Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Kam, Commissioner Kam, can you
Sorry,
unmute?
I did, and it muted again. Yes, I'm in favor.
Okay. Commissioner McAdam,
No.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas abstained, Chair Curtis.
No. So the amendment.
The motion does not pass.
Not pass. Dylan, you had another amendment for this?
Yes, Chair, I'd like to
August
amend our
27th.
minutes to read that no public testimony was taken for that final item.
In violation of Chapter 92.
Is there a second?
Yes, Chair.
Discussion.
Yes, Chair.
Chair.
Go ahead, Dylan.
Yeah, I feel like this is important because, of course, we should have done public testimony. I know we can possibly do something to rectify that, but the public deserves to see that we did not take any public testimony for that item. And in fact, unfortunately, I recorded the whole meeting and screen recorded it in its full. And at the very moment where I interject that, Chair, we have not received public testimony, that was previously on the YouTube, and it has since been edited out and trimmed to not show that we did not receive public testimony. So even more so, I feel like our written minutes need to show that so the public can see that public testimony is not received for that final item. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Other discussion?
Yes, Chair.
Discussion.
Ms. Papalimu.
Yes, thank you. Who is allowed to alter the YouTube minutes,
But
the recording of the meeting.
motion,
It's a
the
lot of-
motion on the floor is to amend the minutes. Ms. Papalimo, can you turn your camera on, please?
Is that required by the rules?
Yes,
Can you
yes,
ask
it
the
is.
AG? Where is that in the where is that in the rules?
It asks that you're on camera.
Is that a rule?
Yes, it is.
Can I get a
We have to see you.
of where that is?
I believe it's in the procedures for the Zoom. If we have a meeting, you have to be visible as a commissioner.
Hi, Chair. Do you want me to speak to this?
Please,
Yes.
please, Jordan.
So technically, under the law, only a quorum of members need to be present. So if we have a quorum visible right now, so if Ms. Papalimu opts to, she does not need to be visible, as so long as a quorum is visible to the public.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, Ms. Papalimo, you can
Thank you
stay.
very much. I appreciate it. It's just that I'm taking care of my grandchildren. I'm in my daughter's home. I prefer that not to be on camera. For her privacy. I'd like to know who has the ability to alter the video, the YouTube video of our election commission meetings.
That's an aside to the motion on the floor that is to include in the minutes that the chair didn't allow testimony on the last item on the last agenda.
Correct. And what was discussed,
That's what we're talking about.
right. And what was discussed is that looking back at the video, they noticed that the video had been altered not to have it on there. And so my question is directly to what we're discussing and directly to what the person who made the motion discussed. And so my question is, who has authority to alter the minutes, the videotape of the election commission meetings?
That's not relevant to the motion on the floor.
It's extremely relevant. It might help some people vote yes or no.
It's extraneous information.
If they understand.
Did I refuse to allow testimony on the last item on the last agenda? That's
Right.
the motion on the floor.
Well, but the
It
motion.
doesn't matter who can change stuff.
What we're
The
doing.
matter on the floor is that I
Nothing.
didn't allow testimony.
No. We're having a discussion about the motion.
Yep.
Yep.
Regarding my disallowance of testimony on.
No,
the
it
last
has nothing
item,
to do
the
with
last
that. It
thing.
has to do with the motion.
That's the motion.
No, the motion is being
irrelevant
made.
to the motion.
The motion is being made because he noticed that the minutes, the video minutes of the commission had been altered.
We'll accept that as fact. That's another issue. The issue right now is the agenda amendment for August 27th.
Did you alter the videotape?
I don't know who did that, or if it was even done. It's not part of our minutes. The
Well, it
motion on
was
the
done.
floor-
That's
The
the reason.
motion on the floor was that I didn't allow testimony on the item that Dylan's talking about.
Which was recorded and then disappeared.
Fine. That it happened or not. is
Fine.
The motion on the
Seriously,
floor.
it's not fine. Seriously, it's not fine.
I'll
I hope
call the
everybody's
vote.
listening to
I would ask for a roll call on the motion.
Chair, I'd like to discuss this, please.
The motion on the floor is that I didn't allow testimony. That's what.
Chair, I'd like to discuss this.
Go ahead.
So chapter 92 says that any information, so this is what's supposed to go on the minutes. Any other information that any member of the board requests be included or reflected in the minutes. So any no votes is directly contradictory to the law. And we just voted no against the law in the last motion. And so I will be filing an OIP report complaint on sunshine violation. Commission is voting against the law. And the same thing, it's very simple. Dylan has requested this to be on, and that's all it takes.
Okay, it's on. I would ask for a roll call vote for the motion to amend August 27th minutes.
Okay, Commissioner Andrian,
Yes.
Commissioner Apana abstain, Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Kam,
Yes.
Commissioner McAdam,
I can't remember the incident where Chair Curtis refused to let public testimony, so I'm going to abstain from voting on this one because I don't know whether that happened or not. I'm sorry.
okay, abstain. Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas abstained. Chair Curtis,
I'll abstain too.
and the motion does not pass.
Now back to the minutes of August 27th, 2025. Are there any other amendments to the additions, corrections, or deletions? I would entertain a motion to accept the August 27th, 25 minutes as circulated.
I'd like to discuss that, Chair.
Go ahead.
Well, as we can see, the commission just voted not to amend the minutes as commissioners requested. It is very clear, 92.9, number 5, any information that any member of the board would request be included or reflected in the minutes. So by not approving those additions, I will be voting no on accepting these minutes because they are not complete. You clearly kicked me out and muted my microphone, and you guys are voting to not include that in the minutes, and that clearly happened. So you're trying to change the record, and this is a clear violation of the Sunshine Law. So I will be voting no against accepting these minutes.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
I don't think there's a motion on the floor yet to even approve that.
There's none.
I want to know why it didn't pass. There were 3 yes votes, 1 no vote, and everybody else abstained.
There were 4 yes votes. It takes 5. I would entertain a motion to accept the August 27th minutes. You can vote against it once the motion's on the floor.
Okay, so moved.
No one wants to make.
It's
I
been
just
moved
did.
to approve the August 27th, 2025 minutes. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there a second? Any discussion besides what we've already had? I would ask for a roll call vote to approve the minutes of August 27th, 2025.
Okay, Commissioner Andrian,
A.
Commissioner Apana abstain. Commissioner Kushney,
No.
Commissioner Cam,
No.
Commissioner McAdam,
Aye.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
Yes.
Commissioner Papalimu,
No.
Commissioner Sabas still abstained. Chair Curtis,
I'll say yes. So the motion fails.
the motion does not pass.
Okay.
Chair,
Report-
can I make a motion relative, please?
Relative to the
I'd like
August
to-
27th minutes?
Yes, to the minutes. I'd like to make a motion that our minutes are verbatim, that they're dictated verbatim, same as Maui County does with all of their boards and commissions. I'd like to make that motion.
There a second?
Again,
Discussion.
Chair.
Dylan made the motion and Ms. Papalimo seconded it. Yes, Mr. Apana.
Yeah, I just want to be clear. Our verbatim is for our council meetings. I believe our commissions are synopsis, unless it's a really tenuous meeting that might go to court, that we do put in verbatim. Now we have video. I'm not sure if the staff can handle such a request. I think you need to ask the staff because we have about 6 secretaries just doing verbatim daily. I'm not sure if that's practical.
I think we got AI now too.
We do have.
Well,
it.
I mean,
Chair, can I
Other,
make
dis-
a comment?
other discussion. Yes, Dylan.
Yeah, I think this would solve a lot of the issues of, what's being left out on the synopsis or what. I mean, I feel like it's been a routine where we cannot approve the minutes because there's always something missing. And I feel like it's a disservice to the public to not have that. But if we were to make things verbatim, then that's a great service to the public. I also attend a lot of the accessibility commission meetings. And something that I've heard them say even is when it comes to like video, sometimes people don't have access to video, but they can have access to reading the minutes. And those written minutes become that much more important. And so I'd like for the commission to vote for this. I'm open to also hearing staff comment on this. And I feel like this is a change that we can make to for the public meeting minutes that we can all agree on.
Yeah, I have no problem with this. Other discussion?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, sir.
So if you look at the meeting items, there's two sections there. One says written summary and the other one says meeting minutes. And what we're discussing here is the meeting minutes and it's not a written summary. So the expectation there would be to be verbatim.
Thank you. Other discussion?
Oh, I just wanted to make a comment too. I should have said most boards and commissions, and that's true too. There's some commissions that I've been a part of where it's not verbatim, but the ones that I've been a part of, like the Fire and Public Safety Commission, those are completely verbatim. And the Elections Commission is one of these, highly attended meetings, highly visible commissions. We should absolutely have verbatim.
Other comments?
Yeah, to echo what Commissioner Apana said, or to add to it, I feel like every meeting or two, we have a motion to impose additional duties on the staff without any thought as to the resources that are available to us, whether we have the staff to handle a transcript of a 5 or 6 hour meeting. And so I think before we go off and vote to impose this on them, we should at least provide them with a little bit of consideration and think about what the available resources are. I think we also need to consider, is it actually valuable to have a transcript that is that lengthy? It's going to make things, frankly, a lot more difficult to wade through as opposed to the current version of the minutes that summarizes the high points. So I'll be voting no on that motion.
Like watching the whole movie. Okay. Any other discussion?
Yes, Chair.
Yes.
So by having two sets of minutes and one saying written summary, the inference is that the other one is the entire minutes and are accurate. So either we put down that they're both summaries, or we say that this one, the written minutes, are accurate. So it's pretty simple, I think. And what we're voting to say is that the meeting minutes are accurate.
The motion on the floor is minutes to be verbatim. Is there any other discussion?
Discussion.
Yes, sir, Mr. Apana.
Mr. Chair, if you're asking for a vote today, I'll be voting no. And this is the reason why. I wanted to ask the staff, how long would it take to transcribe, let's say, last month's meeting? If it's going to take them 2 to 3 months to get it back to us, that means we're going to be voting on minutes 4 months down the road. I'll forget by then. I mean, I don't know how fast the state can turn it around. We have dedicated staff on Maui. That's all they do. This is, I think, something new. If they can do it, good. If they can't do it in a timely fashion, I think I need to reconsider how we're moving. Thank you.
Thank you. Dylan.
Chair, can we, I'm happy to provide resources I'd love to hear comments from staff, of course, too. I pay $12 a month for an AI subscription that transcribes an entire 5-hour meeting, and it is so accurate.
Oh.
So I think there's resources available. I'm open to a friendly amendment to directing, the office to explore AI tools for verbatim transcription. But I still stand on the principle that a verbatim transcript of our meeting would be relevant, necessary, and an efficient use of getting what the public needs.
Thank you. Additional, yes, Lindsay.
I do not want to read through verbatim minutes. That sounds just awful to me. And I think that they do a very good job of writing the summary minutes. But when a commissioner reminds us that something didn't make it into the minutes, it doesn't seem like it should be such a big deal to just put it in. We all know those things happened. And I don't know, other boards I've been on, when someone says, are there any additions, or when the chair says, are there any additions or corrections, and someone offers one, then it's just incorporated. I get that, you know, everything is contentious here and everything has to be a vote and so on, but it seems unnecessarily overworked. Could we have the summary minutes as we do, and then say that the video minutes are the verbatim, and you can go watch the video if you want, but they have, the video really has to be the full thing. Okay.
That's an option. Dylan.
Sorry, I just want to voice again and advocate for those who don't have access to that. There are people in our community that don't have access to watching the video, and they rely on our video or on our written minutes. So I'm going to stand by my motion. I hope everyone can vote in favor of it. Again, I'm open to a friendly amendment to it being directing the office to explore AI tools to get this done. Like I said, I pay $12 a month.
Other discussion? Yes, Mr. Sabas. You need to unmute. Unmute. John Sabas, unmute.
Sorry about
There you
that.
go.
Yeah, I would
Okay.
appreciate hearing from staff before I could act on this.
Okay.
Okay, so I have something here. I want the verbatim just because I found out that people are manipulating the YouTube. So now I want verbatim. I probably wouldn't have wanted it if I didn't hear that. Because although I love to read, I really don't love to read all of that stuff. We're already getting inundated with 99 pages of crap for other stuff. But now that I've heard that they're manipulating the video, I'm going to vote for verbatim.
Thank you.
And if they can find money for Eric, they can find money to get an AI thing for $12. I'll send them $12.
Thank you.
Chair.
Other discussion? Yes.
Chair, just to address the supposed manipulation of the video, I think we all probably remember that there were 5 or 6 instances of people jumping on with extremely inappropriate content that presumably we would not want to be in the recorded video. And there's also been at least one doxing incident. That's going to have to be removed. So to some degree, there's always going to have to be some quote unquote manipulation of the video.
Oh, I get that you want to remove the stuff, the porn that people throw up there.
Right.
But to change what's occurring in the meeting, which affects the meeting, that is surprising to me. The fact that that was done and that our chair thinks it's not a big deal is even more surprising to me. So I'm going to vote for verbatim.
Dylan, you had a final comment?
Yes, I'd love to see this motion pass. So I'd like to make a friendly amendment to my own motion so that it's directing the office to explore AI tools for verbatim minutes.
Is there a second to the amendment of the motion?
I'll second that.
John Saba, second, and discussion. So the motion will be amended to include surveying the staff to see the potential for its implementation. Is that correct?
Can we read the revised motion in full then?
The motion is to have verbatim minutes. The amendment is to ask staff if that's how feasible that is.
No.
Those are two different things, though. You can't vote on both of those things.
Correct.
Well, the amendment is to amend the verbatim to ask staff if it's possible.
No, the amendment
Actually, to direct staff to explore AI tools for verbatim minutes. So that would be the whole motion in its entirety.
Right.
No.
So we're going to go.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Apana.
I don't know how to say this nice way, but normally you take the amendment separate, you vote on it up or down. If it passes, then you go back to the motion as amended. It's a two-step because
That's what I'm trying to
you
do.
could throw out the amendment and just vote on the main motion.
That's
I
right.
mean, that's what the commissioners wanted.
That's right. So the amendment is to ask staff if it's feasible to do AI on this motion. Is that correct?
It's
Okay,
a two steps.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
This is the amendment to the original motion.
Yeah.
The amendment is to ask staff how feasible it is to do AI for verbatim minutes. And then the motion on verbatim minutes. So this is the amendment. Is there any other discussion on the amendment?
I don't think that's the amendment. So I'd like Dylan to clarify his amendment.
Dylan, can you just withdraw the motion and give us a new motion?
The
Would that
amendment, we're
make it
talking about
easier?
the amendment right now.
Okay, because the chair wants me to go through the amendment process, I'll repeat
We're on the amendment right now.
Okay, so the original motion was verbatim minutes. That's all the motion was. The amendment is to direct staff to explore AI tools for verbatim minutes.
Okay.
That's the amendment here.
That's the amendment. It's to direct staff to explore AI to assist them in doing the verbatim minutes.
Call for the question.
I would take a roll call vote on the amendment to ask staff to explore AI applications to what are the minutes, the verbatim minutes.
Okay. Commissioner Andrian,
Yes.
Commissioner Opana,
Yes.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Kam,
Yes.
Commissioner McAdam,
Yes.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
Yes.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
Aye.
Chair Curtis.
Yes.
This motion
Actually, the
passes.
original motion for verbatim minutes. Is there any other discussion on the main motion
As amended.
as amended? Thank you, Mr. Opana. I would ask for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Andrian,
Yes.
Commissioner Opana,
No.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Kam,
Abstain.
Commissioner McAdam.
No.
Sorry, was that a no? I
Sorry.
couldn't hear you.
Sorry, that was no.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
No.
Chair Curtis.
No.
The
Moving
motion
on.
does not pass.
Thank you. Moving on to the report of
Chair.
Chief Election Officer. Yes, sir,
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Opana.
I'd like to make a motion that instruct you as chair to ask the staff what is the cost and timing of verbatim, to research that and let us know.
Is there a
So we
second
can
to the
consider
motion?
Second.
Discussion. Ask for a roll call, please.
Okay.
The motion was to ask staff what the cost and expense would be for verbatim minutes
And the timing.
and the timing. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Okay.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Andrian,
Yes.
Commissioner Opana,
Yes.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Kam,
Yes.
Commissioner McAdam,
Larry, you're muted.
Yes.
Clary, you're muted. There
Sorry,
you go.
sorry. Yes, yes.
thank you. Commissioner Osterkamp,
Yes.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
Aye.
Chair Curtis.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Moving on to the report of the Chief Election Officer, Scott Nago. We got complaint processing and the status of the independent audit. Mr. Nago.
At the last meeting, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, at the last meeting, the commission voted to conduct an independent audit on the
Kauai 2024 general elections or?
Here, we would like to see Mr. Nago when he's addressing us, please.
He's
Am I not
there.
on?
He's right there.
Not showing up on my view.
Check the next page.
It should be on the viewer's view.
6.
I see him. Maybe put your view on speaker, and when Scott speaks, he'll pop up. Go ahead, Scott.
Okay, like I said, at the August 27th meeting, the commission voted to have an independent accounting firm be hired to conduct an audit of the ballot envelopes collected on the Kauai in the 2024 general election.
Here, are we skipping to B before A?
Yes, I want to do B before I do A.
Go
Would
ahead.
you like me to do?
No, go ahead, Scott.
Okay. So the office will be exploring a request for information in RFI because in order for us to do a solicitation, we would need to know the cost before we start that process. So we will be doing a request for information to gather that information. Once we get all that information down, we can issue a request for proposals or a solicitation so that we can hire an independent accounting firm to carry out what the commission voted for.
Lindsay, you had some questions there?
I don't have a question. I have a motion.
Please, and information too, please.
Excuse me?
Information and a motion. What information would you offer to support your motion?
Okay. Which comes first?
Either one.
Okay. I'll just start with the motion and then I'll talk about it afterwards. I move that in recognition that the Elections Commission does not have independent statutory authority to procure goods and services, and it would be a conflict of interest for the Office of Elections to pursue the procurement of an audit. The Elections Commission refer this matter to the legislature and requests that it direct the state auditor, as per HRS 23, to conduct an audit of the Office of Elections, including but not limited to HAR 3-177-453, Accountability and Security of Ballots. Such an audit would focus on the 2024 general election results and would necessarily include the Office of the County Clerk of Kauai, which has specific duties to maintain a complete and current count of all marked sense ballots issued, spoiled, and received in their county on forms prescribed by the Chief Election Officer.
So the motion was refer this to the ledge to request the state auditor to pursue this audit.
Correct.
Generally. Is there a second?
Yes. Second.
Discussion.
May I speak for a minute then?
Please.
So I have read Mr. Nago's report several times, and I understand his assertion that his office and the county clerks are fulfilling the law. They have an experienced staff, they have a carefully designed system with checks and balances, and they are certain of the accuracy of the election results. And on page 1 of that report, he says the records, including the election results, over/under report, and audits, are verified by elections officials. But that is our key difference. It is not possible for a person to verify his own work except to his own satisfaction. My dictionary says that verify means to determine or test the truth or accuracy of by comparison, investigation, or reference. So our intent is to have the official results verified by another party. I acknowledge the truth of many of the main points of Mr. Nago's argument relating to mail-in voting and election integrity. And I could go through them all, but I'll just talk about a couple of them. And one is that official observers are in place in the counting center, and that is true, and that is great. And I speak as an election observer. But my presence in the counting center was no assurance that the number of envelopes coming into the counting center equaled the number of ballots scanned. That was a complete unknown. He talks about the division of responsibilities, that the county clerk offices scan the envelopes into the statewide voter registration system, and separately, the state scans the ballots in the counting center, and the two counts are closely reconciled. And he refers to the division of responsibility that provides checks and balances, but it is all the same system. They are not really independent of each other. And so the public is not going to let go of this until the results of an independent audit are published. And voting matters. It matters too much to turn our ballots over to scanners and computers and trust the results that are in the hands of only a few people. I understand that they are paid, experienced professionals, and that amateur volunteers such as us are not as well versed as they are, and they find this investigation unnecessary and annoying, and I probably would too if I were in their shoes. But I see us going forward using the same system, the statewide voter registration system, the scanners and the computers, but it is also possible to confirm the election results with a verifiable paper trail that non-officials can follow. And it means that counties will have to keep uniform records of the number of envelopes they collect and the number of envelopes they deliver to the counting centers. That is not so complex. It is not so difficult. They do it already, but not in a careful manner and, quote, only for internal purposes. Those records should be complete and current. Those records do not intrude on any voter's rights to privacy, and they should be readily available to observers and to the commission. It's not such a big ask. Then, when the state's official report is corroborated by the county's reports via this paper trail, their work will be verified and we will be satisfied. So that's what I want to say.
Other comments? The motion here is to refer this to the ledge, requesting the ledge to activate the auditor to perform this audit, essentially. Yes, Ralph.
Yes, Chair. So I agree with Lindsay's motion. None of the laws that are in place to safeguard the voting on the mail, through the mail, are being followed. And one of the main excuses here is that the post office can't keep accurate records. So we're being asked to put all of our ballots through the mail, but then when we show their records as proof that the county and state's records don't jive, then you discount those records as being unofficial. So if the post office's records are unofficial, how can we trust them to conduct a mail-in ballot, mail-in voting? And also with her point that Scott Nago cannot be trusted to investigate himself is very valid. And the legislature voted to have all mail-in processes being done in the state. And they need to take a hard look and be responsible for this. And we need to hold Scott Nago responsible for following his own laws and not using the mail receipts is a huge disservice. So there is no independent verification of what he is saying. The SVRS, I did a FOIA request to Scott Nago, and I would ask Mr. Nago, who is the administrator of the statewide voter registration system? Could you answer that for us, Scott?
So you're in charge of using the state auditor via the legislature as per the motion.
Chair Curtis, I had a question for Mr. Nago, and it is who is
The
the
motion
administrator?
on the floor is to engage the
Chair,
state
Chair, you're-
auditor for this audit.
I am,
Are
this
you
is the
in favor
reason why
or
I'm
not
doing
of the
this.
auditor?
Let me do my
That's a question
discussion.
for the auditor, not for here.
No,
Any
we're
other
not asking.
discussion on the auditor?
So what my point is Scott Nago is the administrator of the statewide voter registration system. So we're relying on a record that he is administrator of. The counties will never know how many ballots they signature verified because they do not release those numbers until a later date after the election. None of
So
those
you-
daily
so you're
records.
against this auditor or in favor of the auditor?
I'm in favor and I'm explaining
Thank you.
why. So let me speak.
No,
Scott
the
Nago
auditor is
is-
answering your questions. Whether we engage the auditor or not is the question right now. Do we
Chair,
engage the
you're
auditor or
violating
not?
chapter 90. You're violating chapter 92 again. Let me speak to this motion.
The motion is
Scott
the auditor.
Nago,
Do you want
this
to
is
use the
very
auditor
important.
or not?
I'm for it, and let me discuss
Thank
why,
you.
Chair. So the
You
reason
already
why
told
I'm
us
for
it,
the
and you're getting
motion
into
is
the
because
nitty gritty. We don't need to do
Chair.
that. We need yes or no for the auditor.
you definitely
Is there
don't want
any
this
other
point to be made.
discussion on a yes or no
No.
for the auditor?
Chair, I would like to finish my point without you interrupting.
You were off point. The auditor
you-
is the question on the floor right now. Yes or
I
no?
would like to finish my point without you interrupting, Chair.
No, your point is off topic.
The reason for the auditor.
topic is the auditor not. Then
I
yes
would like
for
to
the
give my
auditor is
reason
fine.
for the auditor, Chair. Again, you're showing to the public that you do not want to listen to what I'm saying because it's very important. Scott
As long as it's
Nago
on
is,
topic of engaging.
Scott
the
Nago
auditor
is
or
the
not.
administrator of the
You-
SVRS. Therefore, we need to take this to the auditor because he's
You're
conflicted.
out of order, Ralph. You're in favor of the auditor.
Chair,
Good enough. Yes, Dylan.
when will Commissioner Kushney have an opportunity to share what he wants to say?
He
Doesn't
can
the
feed it
public
to the
deserve-
auditor once they're engaged. The auditor is the question on the floor right now. Yes or no for the auditor?
Chair, you are violating chapter 92-3.
You're talking about yes or no for the auditor. That's what. the
We're
question
having
is.
discussion on this, Chair, and you're cutting me off.
That's right. You're off topic.
I'm not off topic.
You've
We
already
want
said
the
you
auditor.
engage the auditor.
We want the auditor because Scott Nago is the administrator of the statewide voter registration system.
Thank you. You've made that point. Are there any other discussion in favor of or against engaging the state auditor?
You will not let me develop my point.
You've already developed your point. You've overrun it. You're out of order. Any other comments on,
Mr.
yes,
Chair?
Mr. Apano?
Yeah, Mr. Nago, what is your, how do I address you? Are you a director or what's your title?
He's Chief Elections Officer.
Chief Elections Officer Nago. You know, what is being proposed is that they use a state auditor to kind of look at what's going on to see why have these discrepancies, if there are some or not, so that the public can be reassured that the elections is clean and best that we can do. Nothing is perfect. We understand that. But my question to you is, and I always reflect back to my county that I know well, we do internal audits all the time. And our outside auditors gives us management letters, how we can make our process better, safer, less waste and all these things. Do you guys go through that yearly or biannually, or do you guys even have it? Question.
No, to answer your question, we do not have independent audits on our office conducted. Is it something we should do? Well, based on the discussion today, maybe. I mean, we don't have a problem with that.
Is it a money issue or is it the will?
I think it's always finding an auditor that is independent of our office. So if we were to go out and get our own auditor, it would be a question of who picked that auditor.
I mean, if you're telling me you can't find an auditor, then the commission is going to use a state auditor and request them, because you guys don't want to do an audit or cannot find someone to do it, because it needs to be done. Some people in the public feel a little uneasy, and right or wrong, put it to rest one way or the other.
Lindsay,
What would be your suggestion?
I'm sorry.
I would suggest that the commission find an auditor so that the results of the audit wouldn't be in question if we were to find our own audit.
Okay,
Auditor.
that's fair enough. Thank you very much.
Lindsay,
I just wanted to explain that there would not be a cost, that if the legislature directs the state auditor to do an audit, that's what they do. If it's a financial audit, they hired, they put out a request for proposal and they give that to someone else. This is from a conversation I had with the state auditor a few days ago. But if it's a management or performance audit, which they do regularly of some offices, but not the Office of Election. But for some, it is biennial, but it hasn't happened here. They just do that in-house. It's what they do. So there wouldn't be a cost associated with it.
Ms. McAdam.
Yeah, sorry, I guess it's just a question on the motion. Was the motion to refer to the legislature to decide if they want to refer to the state auditor? I'm not sure. I don't think if we could refer directly. So I just wanted to clarify that. What would we be voting on? A motion to propose to the legislature that they look at this and then they decide? I just want to be clear on the actual process here.
Okay. What I said was that we refer this matter to the legislature and request that it direct the state auditor as per HRS 23 to conduct an audit of the Office of Elections. So it's a request from us to the legislature.
Engage the state auditor. Any other discussion?
Yes, Chair.
Yes.
I would like to ask Mr. Nago a question, just like Mr. Apana did.
It depends on the question, but go ahead.
Who is the administrator of the NVRS, the statewide voter registration system?
So pursuant to federal law, the state is responsible for the maintenance of the voter registration system. The county
Thank you, Mr. Nago. That's the problem.
Ask for a roll call to ask the legislature to engage the auditor to perform the audit that we approved last meeting.
Hi, Chair.
Yes.
Sorry, I suggest that we open it up to public comments before any vote is taken.
Please, thank you very much. Would open to public comments on the appointment of the state auditor to perform our audit. Could we have a public testimony, please?
Okay, the first testifier is Nolan Chang, followed by Jennifer Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. AG.
Can you hear me?
Mr. Chang. Yes, sir.
All right. Aloha, Chair Curtis. How are you doing today?
Very good, thank you.
And board members, my name is Nolan Chang. I'm the Hawaii Republican Party National Committeeman. Last month, in regard to this issue we're discussing right now, last month I reported that I had written a letter to the Department of Justice requesting a thorough investigation into the Hawaii Office of Elections and the Hawaii Election Commission. This action was taken due to numerous allegations and substantial evidence of election irregularities, ballot fraud, chain of custody problems, and more. Today, I wish to share with you the proactive measures being taken by the Republican National Committee to uphold election integrity across the United States. These measures include defending proof of citizenship requirements, challenging the maintenance of voter rolls, and supporting laws that protect voters from coercion. Allow me to highlight a few significant examples. In Michigan, the Supreme Court ruled that the RNC and the state Republican Party have standing to sue the Board of Election Commissioners in Flint, Michigan, for failing to hire enough Republican poll workers. In Arizona, the RNC, in partnership with the Arizona Republican Party, filed a lawsuit challenging the state's unconstitutional law that permits individuals who have never lived in the USA to register.
How
to
does
vote.
this relate to
You're
engaging
gonna,
the
I'm
state?
leading to it, sir. I'm leading to
Thank
it,
you.
seriously. I'm leading to it, because we're talking about having an auditor come in, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So in Arizona, okay, Arizona, how about Wyoming? Another example. Democrats are suing the state to make it easier for non-citizens to vote and the RNC to intervene. The RNC is intervening to actually defend Wyoming's proof of citizenship requirement in Fulton County, Georgia. A trial judge ruled in favor of the Fulton County GOP, ordering the Board of Commissioners to appoint RNC nominees. And it goes on and on. Minnesota has problems that the RNC is helping them with. My point is, historically, the Republican National Committee has supported battleground states in their fight for election integrity. However, at our summer conference last month, the RNC made a significant commitment to support all 50 states in their election integrity issues. This is excellent news for Hawaii and your commission, as the RNC will help us improve our electoral system. So in conclusion, I urge the Election Commission to move forward with urgency and resolve. We need a state auditor, an independent auditor, to conduct an investigation like Mr. Nago just agreed to, and like some of the board members. We have an opportunity to correct and resolve election irregularities and fraud in-house. Don't wait for the Department of Justice or the Republican National Committee to weigh in and potentially embarrass you and our state. The time to act is now. I urge you to appoint a state auditor or some independent auditor to conduct this internal investigation. Mahalo for your attention and
Thank you,
commitment to
Mr.
these
Chang.
communications. I rest.
Okay. The next testifier is Jennifer Hunt, followed by Janet Mason.
Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yes, yes.
Okay, just on this particular subject, I really, my jaw dropped when I heard there would be like an internal audit and not an external audit. And I know from there it went to speaking about an external audit. The people need an independent audit, not one picked by the election office. And I would even throw not one picked by the legislature, because it's kind of like a fox watching the hen house. You know, there's needs to be a separation, independent separation between someone who has a stake in the game. And so I urge this commission to pick somebody in a different state, somewhere way removed from Hawaii, in order to do an independent audit. And maybe even consider the people here, like the people on this call, to be doing that audit, because you know we are going to be very thorough, and we don't have a stake in keeping the system going. All right. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Janet Mason, followed by Adriel Lam.
Ms. Mason.
Thank you. I am going to start by saying that the League of Women Voters supports the work of the commission. We think having oversight is very important. And we were very pleased to see that finally in March, you were getting organized into pigs that would look more carefully at the results of the 2024 elections. Your pigs succeeded in documenting concerns that you had in an organized way. But those reports lacked any clear evidence of why these things were happening, or didn't propose any solutions. My understanding of the idea of having an external audit was to verify the vote counts. But what I'm hearing now is that it may be broader than that. So I hope you will clarify that. I will tell you that League members, including myself, are experienced election observers. I have been an observer since 2016. We thought the crux of your concern, based on the pig reports, was how the counties and states reconciled vote counts. We, like all of you, lack access to this voter registration database for security reasons. The state and county election officials have already responded to the August and September reports, and they did make it clear how ballots are counted under Hawaii law. They're counted using a computerized system. That's the law. At this point,
You're muted for some reason.
oh, I'm muted. We
There you
think
go.
the problems that are being encountered right now could be fixed with process improvements, not necessarily an external audit. That's our testimony about this agenda item.
Thank you, Ms. Mason.
Okay, the next testifier is Adriel Lam, followed by Austin Martin.
Mr. Lamb.
Hello, Chair. Thanks for the opportunity to testify. I'm in support of the audit. I prefer independent audit as opposed to just the state auditor. I go back to my original testimony from January 12th, 2022, where I highlighted the problems with our statewide voter registration system. In the response to both permanent interaction groups, these office elections seems to rely heavily on the statewide voter registration system and electronic system that just validates itself.
Hello.
That's not appropriate. As I pointed out with the statewide voter registration system, I became aware of the issues when I checked into my own neighborhood and found a neighbor on Kauhipa Street with the name United States Hawaii. Now, no one has ever demonstrated how United States Hawaii was entered into the system and for 3 years remained in the system as United States Hawaii and then changed back to another name that their record was associated with. There's been no documentation on how that changed. And it's suspect when the city clerk of Honolulu says the voters database is too fluid to manage. I've talked to many database professionals. That is not an excuse. That's not something you can say about your own database. And so, these issues about 40,000 voters injected in the system, or even 80,000 being cleaned out for an election, and then 80,000 popping back into the voter registration system, these are all suspect. And I think we need to have a good independent audit to look over how these systems are working and where is the paper trail? Where's the chain of custody? Both pigs have brought up that there is a serious issue of ballot chain of custody in Kauai and Big Island, and we don't even have records for that in Honolulu and Maui. So I'm in support of this audit, preferably independent audit. Thank you for the time to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Lamb.
Okay, the next testifier is Austin Martin, followed by Michelle.
Aloha, thank you. I didn't introduce myself last time, so I'll do so now. My name is Austin Martin. I am the chairman of the Libertarian Party of Hawaii. I'm also elected to sit on the Libertarian National Committee as a regional alternate representative for Region 1, which is 15 states. I also was an election observer in 2022, and I was threatened with arrest when I tried to report issues. My complaint was systematically sabotaged and suppressed. These issues are a big deal. It gets worse. I mean, just this in 2024, we couldn't get the voter records that we needed from our state, even though we asked, even though they're required to maintain them by law. We're not allowed to get these, which as a party we need in order to conduct business. The Office of Elections has demonstrated a consistent disregard for the law and accountability to the people. And it's a huge problem. And I've personally been affected by this in major ways, including threats to my family and other issues as a result of trying to blow the whistle on official misconduct. And in my opinion, activity that completely compromised the security of the 2022 primary election that I got to witness. And Mr. Nago decided to ignore that. But it's interesting. We're talking about an independent audit right now, which is really, in my opinion, a very important and necessary thing that should have been done. The independent audit it should not be done by anybody who has a stake in this. That means any state actor would definitely have a conflict. Anyone whose political existence or continued work or appointment would depend on politics would have a necessary conflict of interest that might affect their judgment one way or another. And with all respect to the people here, everyone here would also have a conflict of interest. I have a position on this matter. I would not be a good auditor because I'm suspicious. I think that you guys are breaking the law. So we need somebody who is disinterested in all of this to come and take a neutral look at the record and give the people an idea of what happened. And we need a professional firm for this that is reputable and that we can grab by the throat if we need to, if there's any monkey business. So that's my position. We have a similar situation on the LNC about independent investigations and audits, and it is amazing the amount of political naked corruption that hides behind shuffling terms around and playing games with procedure. We're watching the attorney generals facilitate that with the chairman and others in order to suppress these crimes and in order to stifle the members of the committee who are demanding accountability. Keep pushing, guys. This is good. We need to keep working on this. Don't allow them to bury this stuff. It needs to come to the light and it needs to be investigated and brought to justice. This was a crime.
Thank you, Mr. Martin.
The next testifier is Michelle, followed by Susan Strom.
Michelle, what's your whole name?
Hi, my name's Michelle Stefanik, and I'm a resident on Hawaii County. I have a whole written testimony that I want to do for the next segment or the next item. However, I do want to state in regards to this motion about the investigation, I am saying that I believe that it needs to be an external, independent investigation, audit done, and not an internal audit, because we need transparency, unbiasedness, all of that to make sure that this is done accurately, fairly, without any bias or anything like that. And if we, right now, there's so much question with what is going on in our whole election process. We can't rely on our internal elections commission or state legislature, even for that matter, to guarantee that this is done correctly. So I am expressing that I hope that we can get an external, independent audit of all of our election votes and ballots counting and all that. And that's all I had to say for this item.
Thank you, Michelle.
The next testifier is Susan Strom, followed by Junia Nakoa.
Aloha, can you hear me clearly?
Yes, clearly.
This is Susan Strom. If we're requesting state legislature to appoint a state auditor, this is going to be solely an in-house operation, correct?
Correct.
And yeah, will be restricted to the provision of only a state appointed auditor who could be solely in lockstep with Scott Nago auditing himself. And there could also possibly be other entities outside the commission that are involved in election anomalies and irregularities. So requesting a state auditor is a conflict of interest. We don't trust the sitting state government for good reason. So the only possible solution can be an outside independent audit. It's the only way that people will be confident that this is being followed to the letter of the law. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan.
The next testifier is Junia Nakoa, followed by Brett Colbus.
Mr. Nakoa.
Yes, sir. You can hear me again?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Here we go again. Bottom line, we don't trust the government. We don't trust the system. Mr. Curtis, you is proving why we don't trust this commission. Well, your leadership. So we need an independent audit. Like our ex-mayor said, if you guys trying to find an auditor, I don't know what you got problem. And I think he recommend getting state one. Heck no. We don't trust you. Why you gonna get somebody from the system that we don't trust to go ahead and audit the system? Jesus, come on, wake the heck up. My history. I'm not one Democrat, I'm not one Republican, I'm one Hawaiian, I'm not American. This whole thing is screwed. I ran for office twice. Had observers. Never liked the system. I lost, so I took it as a loss. I don't care. But I'm a lot stronger outside the government. So I will be very vigilant, very active on this whole system thing, watching your guys' okole, yeah? Making sure you don't screw us up. Make sure you guys, and Mr. Curtis, make sure you're not taking away our voices, yeah? And all of this. So again, I mean, I don't know the guy Scott Nago personally, but being active as a in politics for over 20 plus years, brother, you screwing up wide. And so I would like to definitely audit your okole. And then Mr. Curtis, audit your okole. And the other two commissioners are only voting in favor or against with you. So an independent auditor is what is needed for us guys. Well, I've been voting for all along, so I keep on voting and whatnot. But for me, for make sure this guy, my grandson, is protected in the future and not getting screwed. Get right people in this whole system. Okay, that is who I'm speaking for right now, guys. If you guys want me to get people to vote, the voter count is so low because of this process. I want to make it so we can be one of the highest voter turnout. But so hard with this shit happening. Okay? It is hard.
Thank you,
for
Mr.
people to come
Nicola.
out. Okay? Good.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, the
Yes,
next
sir.
testifier is Brett Colbus, followed by Alan Hongs.
Mr. Colbus.
Thank you, Chair, members of the committee. I find what I'm hearing very disturbing. This committee is responsible for ensuring our elections are fair, honest, and transparent. I hear many things from some of the commissioners about, oh, it's too hard. We don't have the authority to do it. We can't do this on our own. Well, while that may be true, not doing it means it doesn't happen. You have the ability to coordinate with the state auditors, or with the state procurement office to request funds to conduct an independent audit. Sitting here saying it's too hard to do and there's too much hoops to jump through, it's just excuses. You have a responsibility based on your appointed position to make sure our elections are fair, honest, and transparent. You've already done the work's already been done. There is sufficient evidence from the 2 pig reports to move forward with requesting an audit. Don't delay, do it. If the auditors or the state procurement office comes back and says it's not authorized, then you do the next step. Get the legislature to approve it. But don't sit here and say it's too hard. We can't do it. The answer is always going to be no. Well, yeah, the answer is no if you don't ask. I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Colbus.
The next testifier is Alan Hongs, followed by Jenny.
There you go.
Is my volume good?
Yep.
My name's Alan Hongs. I live in Derby, New York. It's a suburb of Buffalo, New York. I just want everyone, thank you committee and chairperson for allowing me to talk. I'm part of a group where we are doing such external audits. We're going state by state. We've done 30 or more. We got chapters in 20 or more states. Essentially what we do is we have a team of 100 people and they do database analysis. They run queries on the state voter roll database. And then we generate something called a scorecard. For example, you might ask the question, how many people who voted in the last election voted even though they were not registered yet? Did they vote legally? How many people didn't have a name? How many people didn't have an address? How many people voted more than once because they're duplicated or triplicated? So we generate these scorecards. So we're moving through the whole country slowly. At some point, probably we'll end up doing your state also. And this is just a bunch of volunteers, Americans, patriots, and we're nonpartisan. So you'll get some kind of external audit. If you don't generate one yourself, you don't muster it, we will end up handing you some kind of report card. And so far, of the 30 some states that we've looked at, they're all doing terrible. That's all I had to say.
Thank you, Mr. Ongs.
You're welcome.
The next testifier is Jenny, followed by Jamie Detweiler.
Jenny, what's your full
I'm
name?
trying to unmute myself. Hold on, I'd like to turn my camera on. How do I turn my camera on? Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you, but at the bottom of your Zoom,
Can you
there's a
set?
video.
Okay. All right.
There you
Perfect.
go. Jenny, what
Aloha
was your
committee. My name is Jennaline Kohula. I am Kanaka Maoli, born and raised on Maui. I run a corruption website that brings transparency to the Lahui and the Kanakas in all of Hawaii. Can you not hear me?
No, we got you.
Okay, thank you. I can hear James Apana talking in the background. It says talking James Apana.
Go ahead.
Okay. I
Have
would
to
like to
reschedule,
say,
sorry.
James, mute yourself, please. Thank you.
I would like to say that I am in support of an independent audit. I would also like to say that I recorded the last meeting. So for those of you, Dylan and Papalimu, I believe her name is, I have the full recording. It is on my page, it's Connected Dots with Jenny on Instagram. I have the full recording of the last meeting. It is unedited. So it is available to the public. I offer public transparency. I support the independent audit. And I would also like to tell you, Chair Mike Curtis, anybody in the public is welcome to testify as long as they are testifying to any agenda item listed. When they testify and the order is not your decision to make, as long as it is on the agenda, everyone is allowed to speak. You have a fellow commissioner, Papalimu, you did not even allow her to speak. It is a complete disregard, disrespect, gross management that you are doing. But when this meeting started, you cut off every single person who spoke. You are completely abusing your power, which only makes you look guilty. And it only makes you look like you're hiding. So I just want to let you guys know, Dylan, and everybody watching on here, I have the unedited version where Mike Curtis cut the meeting off, where Dylan came on and he said, we need public testimony. Do not worry, I have it. It's on my page and I will be sure to repost that again today. I also have highlights on my page where I have a highlight for Mike Curtis, for Jeffrey Osterkamp. Okay, so anybody can come to my page and get public transparency by me, unedited truth. And anybody in the public can testify, including commissioners, and you should not be bulldozed or stopped by Mike Curtis. And we actually need to find a way to remove you, Chair Mike Curtis. So the Lahui has spoken, and we will continue to find a legal way to have you removed. I rest.
Thank you, Jen.
The next testifier is Jamie Detweiler, followed by Jennifer Cabuan.
Hi, Jamie.
Aloha, aloha, Chair and Commissioners. Welcome aboard, new commissioners. My name is Jamie Adams Detweiler. I am Hawaii born and raised, concerned mother, grandmother, community activist, advocate for many, many years. I'm also a retired federal civilian, worked in healthcare for over 32 years, and I am a licensed social worker. I am in favor of a professional independent audit. I am in strong opposition of a state-conducted audit. If the Office of Elections and the county clerk stand by their current elections process, we are we are not on a right path, because it's been shown the evidence, the hard evidence shows that each county conducts elections differently, and that should not be the case. A voter who goes in and votes via the ballot, mail-in or drop box or in person should know that no matter where they're voting in the state of Hawaii, it should all be done the same way. And we have clear evidence that it's not. As mentioned before, we also need to take a hard look at the voter rolls. Our voter rolls are very dirty. There's multiplications, there's duplicates, there's people with improper IDs, people who possibly are not eligible to vote in Hawaii. And as previously testified by myself during the March 19th meeting, as well as June 27th, I detailed evidence and my observations as an official election observer that has raised concerns. And therefore, all counties need to be afforded a PIG. One was done for Kauai and Hawaii County, and we also need to do it for Honolulu County and Maui County. There are serious, serious facts of missing records, and that should not be the case. So I look forward to an answer to my official complaint submitted in March and June. I'm still waiting for those responses. I yield.
Thank you, Ms. Detweiler.
The next testifier is Jennifer Coblon, followed by Paul Delorier.
Oh.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Cabuan. I'm testifying on this election commission meeting because I believe that the election should be for and by the people. We already have it on the books that the audit is supposed to be done by precinct, and it was not done by precinct with using paper ballots. So I would suggest that we're able to stick to the rules that we already have. And secondly, if the PIG should be done, I echo Jamie Detweiler's call for a PIG for Honolulu County, because if the other counties have one, why can't we have one? And that would help any external audit that comes in. It would just be more information. Having an external audit and just voting on this will just kick the can down the road if no PIG is done for Honolulu. And I don't want this to be buried, waiting for an external auditor to be picked. I suggest that we have this done concurrently, the Honolulu PIG and Maui PIG, as well as getting an external audit done. And also, I feel that external audit should be done by a financial company. Our votes are worth at least $25,000 each if you break it down according to the budget and the amount of voters. So each vote having that amount of dollar attached to them makes this a financial interest. And I believe that any auditor for any banks or financial companies would be qualified to do an audit. So that would be my suggestion. And yeah, I yield. Thanks.
Thank you, Jen.
The next testifier is Paul Delorier, followed by Andrew Aker.
Morning, Paul.
Commissioners, my name is Paul Deloria. I'm a resident of Maui. I am the director of a grassroots political action committee called the Maui Pono Network. And also I've been an observer for 4 elections. I have seen disturbing issues so I would like to, as we look at our election process, and I would like to echo so many of the people who've already testified about getting an independent audit. We also need that for Maui, desperately. If we look at the way the process is, it's very disturbing. We cannot have people observe the actual voter verification process. We're not even allowed to go into the same room or on the same floor as that. So again, that gives suspicion, as well as having hundreds of these thumb drives that are not overseen by anyone. No observers are allowed to oversee these thumb drives that come in from all the polls. They go directly into the contractor's Hart's computer, where then they're used for the vote. The paper ballots that are taken at the polls are not utilized. And it's these thumb drives that can be either manipulated, they can be lost, or they can be intentionally removed. So a big concern, because we have no way of observing that. Then we have going into Hart's computer. This is an independent contractor. The county gives control over to the state and these contractors, who are sometimes very questionable. And we have no way of questioning that. That's why this independent audit is so vital for us. Then we have also the transfer, which also can be manipulated as it transfers over the electronic digital realm over to Oahu. Then it goes into tabulators. The tabulators can be also manipulated. Now, all of this can be resolved. We have the ballots, the actual paper ballots. Now, for $33,000, the county of Maui could purchase their own scanner, have that programmed, which is not a big deal because I talked to a lot of programmers on programming it properly so that it reads the ballots. We can then take all of these collective ballots that we have and run them through the system. That way it'll give us a level of insurance, because right now we give that control over to an independent contractor and the state. And they're very questionable in my mind in terms of the process that are utilizing. So thank you very much. And Scott Nago needs to go. Aloha.
Aloha.
The next testifier is Andrew Aker, followed by Lana.
Mr. Aker.
Hi, guys. Andrew Aker here with Maui Freedom TV, Maui for Trump, speaking about this verification system. As you guys have discussed, I want to build on what Paul was saying, that this isn't rocket science, guys. It should be really, really easy to figure out. But there are some players here like Janet Mason, who seems to be speaking on behalf of the League of Republican Women Voters, or League of Women's Voters. Amy Monk is the president of and involved in founder of Indivisible, or with Deborah Winter on Indivisible. So, I mean, I'm just getting information sent to me, guys, and I'm posting all of your faces all over X right now. So on the record, for the record, may the record show that I want a motion to have everyone in the Office of Elections turn on their cameras, all of these names, OE1, OE2, whatever they are, turn it on, put your real name on there, put your face on there, and the whole world needs to see who is involved in doing what. I yield my time.
Thank you, Andrew.
The next testifier is Lana, followed by Clint Curtis.
Hi,
can you hear me?
Yep, your full name?
Hi, my name is Ilana Lagme Josiah. This is my first time being a testifier, but I do believe that we should have an independent auditor just so we can have a fair and legal election. Thank you, Mr. Cushing, for bringing this to light, that there is a lot of fraudulent things going on. And that's all I have. I yield.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Clint Curtis, followed by Karen Fetzer.
Hello. My name's Clint Curtis. I am the Registrar of Voters of Shasta County, California. I was an election attorney. I was a programmer. I'm actually the programmer that wrote the prototype for the electronic voting machines. And it's very important to have an independent audit because it matters less what the audit says than whether people trust it. And they simply won't trust it unless it's an independent audit from an outside source. Especially in the case of Hawaii, where they used ballot images rather than ballots to check things, because the programmer controls those ballots. We control the ballot image, so we can change anything that goes in and anything that comes out. That's where we live. So anyone who thinks that it's going to scan properly, it might, but it might not. You really need to go to the paper, and that's the important key. In Shasta County, it was a complete mess. And so we had to change a lot of things, including making it so observers could see things, because they had actually put up a wall with spikes on it, believe this or not, to keep the observers from watching what was going on. So we pulled down the wall, we're making the observers so they can come in, but that still only shows them a small section of what's going on and not the full picture. It's kind of like, you know, people say, well, I can give you a receipt of how you voted. Well, that doesn't really tell you anything. It tells you the bologna you bought, but it doesn't tell you the quantity of bologna. And that's actually what an election's about. Not how you voted, but how everyone voted and what those numbers mean. So an independent audit is absolutely necessary. You want to do it with paper ballots, not with ballot images, because those are no more trusted than if you just read the machines, because it is the machine. So we've put things in place in Shasta County to actually make sure that the machines cannot be manipulated or anything else along the way, where we actually photograph all the ballots on video before they go through the machine, and then again afterwards, and when they're sorted at the precinct, which means we have 3 videos of actually what the vote is prior to anybody actually going through a machine. So that pretty much invalidates the machine being able to do anything that shouldn't. I'm willing to talk to any of the commissioners that would like more information. I was the one that testified before Congress on this 25 years ago, and I'm willing to give you any information you need as well.
Thank you,
I
Mr.
yield the
Curtis.
remainder of my time, sir.
The next testifier is Karen Fetzer, followed by Mary Healy.
Aloha, Karen.
Hello, everyone. I'm grateful for the opportunity to testify today. I come to you as a concerned community member. Based on the concept that silence is seen as consent, I add my testimony to so many who have provided testimony regarding the need for an independent audit. Common sense absolutely dictates that this is the requirement of an independent audit and not sending it in-house, not sending it to the legislature. These audits are part of the responsibility of the Election Commission, at least seeing that it gets done by an independent company. The fact that this has never been done, per Scott Nago's recent admission, is literally unconscionable. It is obvious that Scott Nago and the Office of Elections has completely lost the public trust. So I propose that an independent audit will help to regain that trust, or at least start on that path. I'm so grateful for those on the Elections Commission who are willing to stand up for the need for an independent audit, for those things that support the public understanding of the process, and those things that support bringing virtue back to the process of the election in Hawaii. I agree with Andrew Acker that those on the commission, the Elections Commission, need to turn on your camera, stand up, be accountable, be counted. It feels completely ridiculous to me that if you are on the commission and you are not on camera, you are not acknowledging your responsibility. It matters. We as a public need to see your face. And as I say so frequently, and I agree with Andrew Acker, these things are not rocket science. If you wanted to solve the problems, if you wanted to address the concerns of the public, you would. There are so many smart people willing to help. I've just heard in the last several testimonies, people, very smart people, doing just the things that we're requiring, that we're asking, offering to help. If you wanted to solve the problems, you would. And as we see you act to solve problems, that will start to regain trust. But as of right now, there's none. And I yield.
Thank you, Ms. Fetzer.
The next testifier is Mary Healy, followed by Tara Malia.
Hello, Commission, and Mary Healy here. You all know me. Just echoing what I've said so many times. Scott Nago needs to be fired. That's really the only teeth that this commission has. I think that the audit needs to happen, of course, independently. We don't have criminals audit themselves. If you're stealing, like, let's just say money, for example, usually it's going to be caught by somebody who, is a third party who is not involved in the system. We already know that Scott Nago is being defended by the state AG's office. So why would the state want to get in the way of, this election fraud system that has popped up? And I just want to let you guys know, if I go to like Grok, which is an AI, and I ask it about 1900s election fraud in America, I can get countless instances. It's not like a made up fabrication, a delusion that election fraud happens. And we're just saying, hey, the universal mail-in ballot system seems like there's a lot of fraud in it. Hey, there needs to be something done when we find these kind of discrepancies. It's not, and anyone who says otherwise, who's on this commission, you do look like you just are working for the strings that hold you back. And I don't know what kind of envelopes you get when you go and meet with whoever it is that put you in this position. But there's ample evidence through all of the testimonies that only I have been a part of. And I've only done this for like a year. What Adriel Lamb, the list goes on and on. You guys can't keep kicking the can down the road. Do something about what's happening to the elections in Hawaii and save the state of Hawaii from being destroyed. The exodus of citizens is 100% on your shoulders. You are allowing the elections to be stolen in the state of Hawaii, which, by the way, is a strategic point to defend the United States of America. Okay, so I don't care what any of you think you're doing. Everyone here who's come and submitted testimony, except for a couple who may have gotten some misinformation, understands how the map shows the elections are being stolen. I can read a map. You can read a map. So do something. Thanks.
Thank
Have a
you.
good day.
The next testifier is Tara Malia, followed by Shelby Billionaire.
Aloha.
Aloha, my kako. Tamalia Gregory, yes, nonpartisan candidate for Honolulu City Council District 4. Thank you so much, Ralph Kushney, once again, for your courage and Kuleana in pressing this issue forward. And thank you, PIG, for the findings. They've confirmed what we already know. I just want to be very clear. I fully support, obviously, an independent audit separate from the corruption. My concern is that the Chief Elections Officer, Mr. Nago, and Chair Curtis are still positioned to shape or influence the process. That's what I want to speak to. Mr. Nago certified unverifiable results in violation of HRS 11-155, failed the chain of custody under HAR 3-17, 453, and then tolerated inconsistent county practices against HRS 11-98. These are legal infractions. And Chair Curtis, you have blocked testimony even just today. You refused evidence into the record and even called citizen concerns noise, insubstantial, irrelevant, and that we're in the minority. But as we can see on the call, we're not in the minority. These are not isolated incidents. It's a pattern of abuse of authority. So my hope is that this commission heeds last week's testimony to the Attorney General and begins holding those in leadership accountable. Legal standings on a federal level, it's coming. If the Attorney General does not move forward, then the commission should move forward because the people of Hawaii cannot wait any longer. And just in closing, this isn't just a state issue. The National Voter Registration Act of 1993, it's a federal law. right? And the lawsuits are already moving across the country, as we heard from the gentleman that just spoke earlier. It's so great to be on a call with others that are seeing what's happening here in Hawaii. So if Hawaii does refuse to act, the federal law will. You can be assured of that. And it would be wise to do what is pono now before federal action leaves this commission with no choice. For these reasons, Mr. Nago and Mr. Chair Curtis, I believe you're disqualified and should be disqualified from participating in any shaping or selecting of any audit that happens from this time forward. To allow you to oversee accountability would make accountability meaningless, like we heard on this call. So I do stand for an audit, one led by independent eyes. And ultimately, Mr. Clint Curtis mentioned this earlier. The solution is clear. Go back to paper ballots. That's the only path to restoring trust in Hawaii elections. Mahalo nui loa for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you, Ms. Malia.
The next testifier is Shelby Billionaire, followed by Junior Tupai.
Hello, my kako, Chair Curtis. Congratulations to the brand new chair people. I've never met you guys. I just left the Honolulu City Council meeting, and we put in 7 testimonies. So with the agenda item, I was gonna be unable to make this meeting. So thank you for you guys' time. We're on Zoom now. I got to cut to the Honolulu Police Commission. So I do want to stand by my written testimony. I can feel the love and honor from all the other testifiers, and I do support them. We definitely need an independent audit. I support Ralph Kushney, and hopefully the two brand new election commissioners are Pono. Otherwise, you're going to get a mouthful and we're going to complain more. So hopefully you guys are Pono to make the food Ono, and you guys can do the right thing because, in the heart, we don't really trust what's going down. I don't trust the president of the United States. We have a federal shutdown. And even though I'm going to complain to the cops about the crookedness, that's city and county versus state, and this is a federal election fraud. And we know the Democrats control the state while the Republicans currently control Congress, House GOP, Senate GOP. So to me, it doesn't really make any sense. But we have to handle stuff in our own country, in our own land, in our own state before we go old maka other places. So hopefully you guys do the right thing. It's Pono. Otherwise, more lawsuits will come down. That's it. I'll keep it short for the time bearing. So thank you all. Appreciate you. Aloha.
The next testifier is Junior Tupai, followed by Martin C.
Mr. Tupai, you have to unmute. Mr. Junior Tupai. Unmute once, unmute twice. Sorry, next.
The next testifier is Martin C., followed by Mageso William Dennis.
Okay, Martin Choi here. Can you hear?
Yes, thank you.
Well, my rhetorical question is, can anybody remember having so much problems and objections and concerns and public testimonies when we had paper ballots? Because I don't recall having all these problems that way back then. And so it's pretty obvious that the solution is to return to paper ballots. And we'd eliminate so many of these things we're discussing right now about concerns about costs of having an audit, having too much process to having to go through. And it's pretty clear that I think most of these things would go away if you just return to paper ballots. And it just raises suspicion why the commission so adamantly holds to the current system. It just raises the public's objections. And I think we should go back to paper ballots and make this whole thing go away, most of it. I yield. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Magaso William Dennis, followed by Love Kavor.
Mr. Dennis.
Yes, aloha. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
My name is Magaso William Dennis. I am in favor of a neutral and fully qualified independent auditor from outside the state of Hawaii. Listening to the testimony today and from previous hearings, it is clear that Scott Nago, Mike Curtis, and other members of the committee have lost the public trust, and there is nothing that can be done to restore your credibility with the people. Election integrity, or the lack thereof, has been in the forefront of Hawaii politics for a long time. It came to a head in the 2020 and the 2022 elections, and here we are again with irrefutable proof of fraud in the 2024 election, primarily due to mail-in ballot scandal, fraudulent audits that ensured the selection of certain candidates that would support agendas that are now being fully exposed as crimes against humanity, of which you and other department heads will be held accountable for. The days of silencing the opposition or exposing the truth of fraud perpetrated on the people are over. It is time to save what little face you have left, if not for yourselves, but for your family. It's in the best interest of the people if you and others responsible will do the right thing and leave your positions as puppets for the deep state agenda that's destroying our islands and the future of our people. We need free and fair elections to elect people of character, to usher the people of Hawaii into the new golden age of prosperity. I said it twice before, and I say it again today. Resign, lawyer up, or become a whistleblower, as there is no escape for those involved. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Thank you.
Aloha.
The next testifier is Love Kavor, followed by Blanca Larson.
Right here, or she's, okay, switch, yeah. Una Blanca Larson, they call my name.
What's your name, please?
Yes, Love Kavor.
Yes, go ahead. We can hear
Yes.
you.
Aloha, everyone. Thank you for being here. I'm a Trump supporter and a concerned citizen. For the people, keep speaking up, keep standing up, and keep fighting for what's right. Elections are one of the most important things that control all of our lives. It affects everyone. The people are calling for the transparency and open the books or to step down. Are you listening? Do you hear us? This means letting people speak. Everything is becoming transparent more and more in DC right now. We're not immune. All is being revealed as it should be. Let us follow their lead. Taking an oath is great, but you must uphold it continually. You must be open, honest, transparent. This government is meant to be of, by, and for the people. And the people have been calling for that transparency. They have been calling for free, fair, and open elections with accountability every step of the way. This is what we are calling for. If you cannot support an independent audit, we strongly recommend that you step down. You must remember there are some control issues going along here, but remember, we don't work for you. You work for the people. And that is all I have today.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Blanca Larson, followed by Anne Marie Hamilton.
Aloha, muchas gracias por escucharme. Mi nombre es Blanca, and I am here to speak up as one of the Trump supporters and a concerned citizen. And I am also a district chair and a delegate, District Chair 45. We the people want our voice to be heard. I am in support of an external and independent audit because there is enough evidence of voter fraud and we need elections integrity. How to solve these problems? I mean, no records for real, that is not acceptable. Solutions. Scott Nago needs to resign, and also Chair Mike Curtis. They are not good for we the people. They working against we the people. And we need to go back to in-person voting and paper voting. As an ex-DC chair, district collection and delivering collection chair, travel to the islands, delivering the votes. I know what I am talking about. These issues will not be solved until we go back. And to train the people, we need to start now, as soon as possible. And it's easy. The training is very easy and simple. Many of us already know what to do. I yield.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Anne Marie Hamilton, followed by Cody Presti.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Are we testifying on all the formal complaints?
No, we're testifying on the motion to refer to the ledge for the auditor for the mandated audit. that we
Okay,
did
well,
last meeting.
I'm in favor of the audit as long as it's independent, but I'll save my testimony. It regards my complaint. So
Thank you. You'll get your chance.
The next testifier is Cody Presti, followed by Linda.
Aloha, can everybody hear me?
Aloha, yes.
I would be remiss to begin my testimony if I didn't bring up the voter fraud of the 1959 statehood election, where it was well known that the election was rigged and went against the express will of the local populace. In terms of testimony for this election, I would like to start off by telling you a short story of the 2008 elections. I was living in California at the time, and I personally witnessed people who I knew to be illegal immigrants. I knew that because I knew them personally and I went to school with them, actually voting in the 2008 election of California. I only say that to show that it is possible and that these sorts of things do happen. Furthermore, I just like to add that we are in need of accountability for what voter fraud does occur. I think a couple of earlier speakers had a good point about paper ballots being necessary to prevent some of the fraud that's been going on. I would go a step further to suggest that the ballots themselves could be tracked with tracking numbers, and we would print out a certain number of ballots that could be filled out based on the state census that's conducted. But I would also like to caution that it seems to me a lot of these independent surveys that are going on are primarily targeting heavily Democratic states and are being used as a political tool to further the Trump agenda, where I do not believe that said agenda goes with the express will of the people. And I just want to add that I would like to see additional safety measures put in place, that these people conducting the studies are not affiliated with any sort of organization. In other words, I want all of the studies conducted to be bipartisan or neutral. And that is all I have for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Cody.
The next testifier is Linda, followed by Junior Tupai.
What's your full name, Linda?
Aloha. Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's your full name?
Okay. Aloha. I'm Linda Miyata. I've been an election observer for the last 2 elections. I agree that there should be an external audit and there should be a chain of custody when envelopes are picked up at the post office and drop boxes. All the envelopes that arrive at the Honolulu County Center go through a large inventory machine. They even have a backup machine just in case it breaks down, because it did break down 1 year. All the envelopes are spit out into categories such as signature approved, no signature, and needs signature verification. So there is a specific count of what went through the county office, and everything should be accounted for. The numbers should match up with what was processed with the state election workers at the Capitol. Where is all the accounting for this process? I even offered to help count the ballots at the county office and asked what kind of help they need, but the person in charge didn't seem to want any help. The people have spoken, and the best way to avoid the problems we've been facing is to get rid of the machines, have in-person voting and hand counting at precinct. The elections office needs to start preparing now. We're running out of time. We still have a state holiday to vote, so let's start assigning which public schools we're going to use as precincts and start training volunteers now. If you're sick of all this negative energy, then let's start preparing for a positive outcome for Hawaii's elections. Thank you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Linda.
You're
Next,
welcome.
the next testifier is Junior Tupai, followed by Michael Goliuk.
Mr. Tupai, are you with us? There you go.
Yes. Oh, hey, aloha.
Aloha.
Mahalo, Chair Curtis and fellow commissioners for the opportunity.
You're muted now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now you got
Okay, awesome. I just want to testify in strong support for this external independent audit that several of the testifiers have already said. You know, I thank you folks for you guys' time. I know it's a volunteer position, but everything you guys are doing, mahalo for, you know, trying to advocate for transparency, and those commissioners who are doing that, mahalo for that. You know, I've been watching several of these meetings over the past few months, and I just got done performing a funeral, and I happened to jump on. So when I heard what you guys are talking about right here, you know, Article 1, Section 2 of Hawaii Constitution states, and I quote, says all persons are free by nature and are equal in their inherent and inalienable rights. Among these rights are life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, and the acquiring and possessing of property. These rights cannot endure unless the people recognize their corresponding obligations and responsibilities, end quote. Part of that with possessing of property, these votes are the property of the people. And the same way, just performing this funeral, that if people cannot be ensured of their votes being secured and safe, then it's almost like a sense of, you know, why vote? So mahalo for taking this action and putting this on the floor. And I hope that you folks do push forward for an external independent audit. I also like to resonate and agree with some of the former previous testifiers in regards to, I believe, single day, 1 day, in person, paper ballots, hand counted, valid ID, et cetera, so we can ensure that this process is secure and safe for the people, and they feel that their vote is being reflected by this process. Mahalo for you guys folks' time again. Aloha, I yield.
Aloha.
The next testifier is Michael Goliuk, followed by Kile Akana.
Good afternoon, Michael Goliuk Jr., Vice Chair of the Hawaii State LGBTQ+ Commission. My pronouns are he, him. The commission has not taken a stance on an audit, yes or no. But I felt I would be remiss if I did not testify at this time to let you know of the statement and policy that we issued last month from the commission, because it's been said multiple times that the public has lost all faith in the elections process, and that is not the case. Just because a few people show up at this thing, and yes, this is just a few people, the commission stands in full support of all mail-in voting. In the statement that we released last month, we had nobody testify against the statement, and in our discussion amongst my fellow commissioners, nobody was worried about any of the things that have been these red herrings that have been coming up. We ask that as you move forward, that everything you do is to strengthen the mail-in voting, as that it's a much more accessible. It does provide you the paper ballots that everybody's talking about. And if they're worried about the electronic machinations, then turn in your paper ballots through the mail-in voting system, or drop them off yourself if you don't trust the USPS. So as a fellow commissioner, I understand the problems, and thankfully we do not have as many as you do coming before our commission. But we do stand in support of the all mail-in because it is a economic justice. It's a social rights issue and lowering the barriers to ensuring that everybody has the right to vote. So on that note, I thank you for the time to testify and wish you all a happy LGBTQ History Month. Mahalo.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael.
The next testifier is Kalei Akana, followed by Wendell Alento.
Hello, guys. Kelly and
Aloha.
Joe. Both of us ran for office in 2022. We definitely agree, or at least I agree, that there should be an independent, out-of-state audit done. But I think it's beyond. This has already gone beyond just knowing that you guys have done pigs and that you guys have already found evidence of fraud. It's really treason. So keeping asking Slatnago to step down and people who are violating the people's rights, the people have to start looking at it at a higher level, because treason is what's changing these elections. And if you guys don't understand that, all your elections will continue to get stolen. We know our 2022, many people have come on during these meetings that we've been on with you guys, and just kind of observed that pretty much since 2020, we can all kind of agree now with the pigs being done is that the elections were stolen. And so accountability is not asking somebody who's the fox in the hen house to step down. It's going after them for treason. So with that, I yield.
Thank you, Ms. Akana.
The next testifier is Wendell Alento, followed by Raghu Jufre.
District 37 had a audit done, and my comments are the audit that we're asking for needs to be done a certain way, and not at the whim of the Office of Elections, where they want the auditors, whoever's on, to just run past or just go quickly through their due process if it's paperwork and all that. So what I mean is, on District 37, VBC number 315 and the seal number 2219610 was not an accurate number. It was not found in any of the audit sheets. And then that number was replaced with a new seal, a number of 2201169. And I know this sounds kind of weird, but if you have to be this specific. You have to go to the cage, look at the seals. And why I say that is that there are 12 sealed containers or boxes, starting with VBC number 406 through 415 that 416 to 416 VSC A B C D E F G H I J K. That's actually the VBC number. All of those from seal numbers 22000202 all the way to 2200214 did not have beginning seal tags on them. And why were they not sealed or have official observers signing off on that? So that means that particular container box was open, subject to being rifled through. I don't know. But the feedback I got was people were made to rush through that whole audit process and were not allowed to look into the cages, things like that. So whatever audit we do, there's a lot of things to look at. There's disks, typewriters. There's a lot of things. 40% of the audit forms that required official observers, 40% of those audit forms did not have complete signatures. Either were empty, were missing one, or missing all. 40% of the audit forms in 2022, the general election, was missing or inaccurate. So this is and that came from the 500-page manual directing what this should be, how this should be handled, of which you can't even find that 500-page manual if you looked all over the Office of Election website because they can't even keep doing their own due process.
Thank you,
So anyway,
Wendell.
that's all I got to share. Thank you very much. Do the audit deep, slow, and wide. Whoever does it, and have the right observers. Thank you very much.
The next testifier is Raghu Jouvray, followed by Jarek Medeiros.
Should unmute.
Can you hear me now?
There you go.
Yeah. So, really, what this this audit is stating is a complete distrust of the committee now. I'm just wondering if there's any, rather than asking for a resignation, is there any reason not to have those that are being challenged to resign immediately? So if there's no reason not to immediately resign, why don't we start with that as an extension of putting together the audit? We don't have to then second guess if the terms of the auditor are an extension of either incompetency or fraud. Second thing is, would it be appropriate to find out from the public if that's what they would want? And third, it's not so much if we should have paper ballots. The issue is that anything less than that at this point, the state's just not is just not there yet to be able to do anything other than the old true and tested system. So those were the three things I wanted to know. Any reason not to have immediate resignations? Is this something that the public would actually want? Take a vote on that, if appropriate. And it shouldn't be a question if we should have other means of voting, but rather the state's just not there to be able to do anything other than paper ballots. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Jarek Medeiros, followed by Representative Garner Shimizu.
Mr. Medeiros. Yes.
Okay. Hey, thanks everybody. Thanks for your time. I am in support of this independent audit, very much so. To the LGBT crew guy, nobody is on his meeting or in his commission. He shouldn't be speaking like that, man. We all witnessed this from 2020.
We're talking about their audit.
I'm talking because it's my time to talk. Curtis, no. I wanted to tell you the last meeting, how you just shut down this meeting without going to your commissioners and asking them to end meetings. That shit gotta stop, man. I'm telling you. It's corruption all over you, bro. You need to stop shutting out our commissioner that is fighting for us, right? You just shut him off. You're always checking in him. You're out of order. You're out of order. You're the only one out of order. Oh, besides the other three commissioners that is always on your side. But I tell you right now, we need an audit, and it shouldn't be done by anybody of the state. It needs to be an outside independent auditor. Because how much more corrupt and hampered can it get with you guys sitting there? Curtis, McAdam, Osterkamp. You guys are really doing some bad stuff, man. But just a heads up. We watching, we see, and don't pay us as fools. But yeah, we need this audit. And I know the outcome already. You guys not gonna push for them because it's the right thing to do. We're tired of seeing that kind of outcomes already. And Nago, how much guys don't like this guy there? And he's still sticking around. If he had a conscience, he would resign. But no, he's part of the plan, the crooked plan. Yeah. Come on, man. Wake up, man. If you guys don't care about Hawaii, move back to where you came from. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Medeiros.
The next testifier is Representative Garner Shimizu, followed by April Lee.
Mr. Shimizu.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to testify, and thank you and other board members for serving. I'd like to welcome the new commissioners, Mr. Apana and Mr. Sabas. I'm not sure how up to speed you are or familiar you are with some of these ongoing issues. I'd like to state that I am in favor of an audit and to be as independent as possible without any, I guess, conflict of interest for sure. You know, as a vested observer, which many of these participants are, I'm troubled that ongoing serious and legitimate concerns are being dismissed and not properly addressed and handled so that we can get actual, factual, adequate answers and responses, of which there are many concerns. I believe the chair and the chief election officer have this opportunity to properly serve the public by pursuing these issues. And for whatever reason, they have not done so. The conduct of the chair is an example of the uncooperative and unwillingness to facilitate the discussion and displays unilateral, one-sided control. I'm very thankful that these meetings are recorded on YouTube so that it's there for everyone to see and see the actual interaction, this actual spirit of willingness to serve the public and do what is right. But you know, as we heard on this meeting, to hear that these YouTubes can be altered is another new grave concern. So because of this failure, which is overwhelming, and the public's testimony expresses this frustration, which I can understand. You know, as an elected official, having experienced this and considering the inaction and numerous infractions, it's very difficult for me to stand by and accept this situation. And I feel compelled and will need to consider and possibly pursue alternative means of actions to thoroughly review this situation to achieve satisfactory corrections as applicable and appropriate. And if there's something there, or if there is nothing there, we just need to find out and clear all of the questions that have been brought up and regain the public trust, which is paramount. Our voter integrity is paramount to public trust and the integrity of our democracy. So that's my testimony. I appreciate everyone that's online, that's testifying. And again, I do appreciate the board and commissioners and even Chief Elections Officer for serving. I would just, again, promote that we do the right thing. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Rep. Shimizu.
The next testifier is April Lee, followed by Tara Rojas.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I welcome the two new commissioners, and I also honor the chairperson, Mr. Curtis, and you commissioners who are unpaid servants. I do think that this commission is very important. It really affects our welfare as a state more than anything except our court system and its appeals process. So that, you know, in that case, you know, we have an ability to cite things as illegal and criminal. And I do feel that this is a very important meeting and that we have a right to make our statements. But I was very dismayed at the interaction with the commissioners at the early part of this meeting. We do need to have the cooperation of you folks. And it seems that if personalities can agree, then maybe we should work with some outside force to, you know, or panel to help us get on the same page together, which is our State Elections Commission investigation, which has been ongoing, and these permitted interaction groups, the PIGs, that investigated these matters and the chain of custody of these ballots and the reported irregularities in the administration of the 2024 election need to be addressed. They found Hawaii's election results were based on those electronic records were unverifiable. Election officials withheld underlying daily data, ballot counts, over/under reporting, signature verification logs, and audit data prevented the independent verification. None of the 4 county clerk offices have provided a chain of custody records that comply with HAR 3-177-453, and there were more ballots counted in statewide voter registration service, the SVRS, than counties reported collecting. That's alarming. The Office of Elections misleads the public about ballot security and the integrity of our elections. The Chief Election Officer did not certify the 2024 election results in accordance with the requirements of HRS 11-155. The Elections Commission and the Deputy Attorney General's Office suppressed complaints and evidence of malfeasance. So we really do hope that our recommendations that we have stated before on these hearings, that an external independent manual audit of all the ballot envelopes, the USPS receipts, and the mail-in ballots is required to reconcile the ballot discrepancies for the 2024 general election. We need to return to in-person voting on paper ballots on election day. I know that some people may think that's arduous and not logical, but that is the way that we can verify the accuracy of our elections and return the confidence of the state voters where they should be.
Thank
We
you,
need to
Ms. Lee.
terminate the employment.
The next testifier is Tara Rojas, followed by Tamara Mackay.
Aloha.
Ms. Rojas, aloha.
Aloha. So Tara Rojas, I want to testify and say that yes, I am in agreement that we need a separate
Could you speak up, please?
audit. Can you hear me okay?
Barely.
Okay, you know what? Let me just. So we do need a separate audit. Yeah, we do need this audit. We've been coming to all these meetings and testifying, and I see that you have on the agenda item about influencing commissioners' vote. Now, if all these meetings, we have seen the clear-cut corruption and the not representing the constituents and the people's voices, that is a concern. And yet we're coming and we're testifying, we're calling this out, and then it gets on the agenda item as influencing. You all here on the commissioners on this board, you're here to represent in the best interest of the public. The public is saying we need this audit. The pig is saying the reasons why there are voting ballot discrepancies. There is no chain of custody correctly recorded or implemented. You see the silencing and the injustice against fellow commissioners. You hear voices being silenced. You see the anger and the rage of the current chair against specific commissioners and commissioners in general and the public. We see the non-following of the actual rules by the chief election officer. What more do you need to vote for what the public sees and is saying? What more do you need? You need common sense. You need integrity. You need honesty. You need respect. You need to understand what responsibility kuleana and kulana is, albeit in this fake state system. And if you're not of that mindset and in action, then again, you need to remove yourself and allow and vote in favor of this so that you can allow and have the truth come to light. So yes, we need this independent audit. Yes, you need to address these complaints. And yes, there needs to be a change for Pono.
Thank you very much.
Mahalo.
The next testifier is Tamara Mackay.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. My name is Tamara Mackay, and I'm with the Aloha Conservative Alliance. I'm here today again to strongly urge the Office of Elections to authorize an external independent audit of our state elections. As we all know, integrity of our elections is the foundation of our democracy. And if there's one area of government that deserves complete transparency, it is the process by which we select our leaders. Truth has no fear, and if everything is in order, then an audit will simply strengthen the public trust. If issues are uncovered, then the audit ensures that we can fix them before trust is broken beyond repair. Either way, the people of Hawaii deserve clarity and confidence in this process. Some seem to have raised a question of cost, but cost can't be an excuse for neglecting the most sacred trust between government and the people. We've seen this state approve billions of dollars for a rail whale project that goes to nowhere, that continues to burden taxpayers across all islands, even those who will never set foot on the rail. If Hawaii can afford billions for a rail to nowhere, surely we can afford a modest audit to protect something that affects every single voter in every single district. I would also like to note the requirement, if I'm not mistaken, that at least 9 commissioners be present with a 5 affirmative vote in order for such an action to be valid, because this matter is in the clear public interest and essential to rebuilding trust to our elections. If the body does not meet those requirements today, or if there is not adequate time for full deliberation, then it is proper and necessary that this motion be tabled to the next commission meeting. This secures the public's concerns and are not dismissed prematurely, and that the commission can act with full transparency and integrity. This should be a no-brainer. Leadership requires integrity, and integrity requires accountability. An external audit is not about partisanship, nor about questioning winners or losers. It's about providing the people that our elections are free from error, mismanagement, and manipulation. On behalf of the people of Hawaii, I urge you to authorize this audit, or at least at the very least, table the motion properly so it can be taken up with the full weight and authority of this commission. The truth will stand on its own, and our voters deserve nothing less. Mahalo, I yield.
Thank you, Ms. Mackay.
Chair, there are no further testifiers.
Thank you. Discussion from the commissioners.
Question.
Yes, sir.
I'm new to this commission, and several people talk about PIG and their results or findings. What does PIG mean, and who did this research?
A
What
permitted interaction group is allowing 3 commissioners to work together and collaborate on an investigation. We've had 3 PIGs established, one to investigate the Kauai 2024 election, one to investigate the Hawaii Island results, and the 3rd PIG was, what was that, Dylan? We have 3 permitted interaction groups. We've received, I believe, 2 of the reports, and we're receiving the 3rd report today to be discussed at the next meeting.
Oh, so that's internal among the members.
Well, it's the what is that? Sunshine Law. Sunshine Law prevents 3 of our commissioners.
No, but it was done by commissioners.
Yes.
Okay. Do we have an AG that sits in on this meeting?
Yes, sir, we do.
Can I ask the AG a question?
Sure.
Who's the AG? I don't know. Anyway, the question is...
I'm Jordan. I'm the deputy assigned to this.
Okay, so the question is, The motion is to send this request to the legislature, that they send it to the state auditor or someone else to do some type of audit. I'm not sure the whole scope of the work. Can the commission send it straight to the state auditor, or must we go through the state legislature?
I believe, well, office of the auditor is under the legislature. It's under the purview of the legislature. So I believe, as recommended, it's the Office of Elections under Chapter 11 doesn't have any authority to, direct the office of the auditor to conduct investigations or anything like that. So I believe the appropriate matter would be, if the commission decides, it would be to direct it to the legislature to request that the office of the auditor conduct this.
Commissioner Cam did some research on that. Lindsay, would you like to offer?
Yeah, that's correct. First of all, I want to clarify for the public out there that we, the commission, do not have any authority to contract an audit. We just don't. What we have available to us is the legislature. And I also want to say that the state ought to, in regard to all the talk about an external and an independent audit, I want to say that the state auditor's office has an excellent reputation and a long track record in Hawaii for being objective and honest and brave. And I don't think we have any reason to doubt that it is capable of conducting a fair and independent audit, even though it is another part of the state government. I mean, I don't know how else we could go about it, because we don't have funds and we don't have authority. So we have to request the legislature to, now they might, I mean, they could hire, I don't think they can hire a contract and audit either, but the state auditor could contract outside of his office if that made everybody feel better. But, then there's a price tag attached to that. I agree with what one of the testifiers said, that the audit should be deep and slow and wide. The particulars of it, the specifications of it, have not even been really discussed yet. First of all, we have to determine that, who's going to execute it. And then the parameters can be figured out. But I had a lengthy conversation with the state auditor sometime in the last week, and they can self-initiate an audit, but typically they get their marching orders from the legislature. They are, as Jordan just said, they are part of the legislative branch. So,
Mr. Chair, follow up. Mr.
Yes.
Chair, in reference to the motion, I'll be supported for this reason. It's the process. I believe the AG in the past has proven that they are independent. And if they cannot be, like our prosecutors, when we need to prosecute someone within the county that is too close, they go outside and get other people to do it because conflict of interest. And I believe the state auditor would have that leeway. I also would like to mention to Scott Nago, if he's still listening, I think you should do an internal audit each year. They can help you with making the system better, safer, cleaner, transparent, whatever you want to call it. It's called through a management letter that helps each year, so we don't have to go through this massive kind of review because it piles up. No system is perfect, especially a new one. You need to keep tweaking it. And the whole goal is to make the people feel confident that when they do spend the time, the energy to learn about the candidates, to go and vote, that it actually means something and it's not being swept under the carpet, manipulated, or even worse, lost. And that is the whole goal, because our goal is to get people to have confidence that when they vote, it's meaningful. And that's how we're going to get voter turnout. And I think that an audit will help. You yourself said that you'd like to see someone other than your office do it, because people would not look, even if the audit was a good audit, they would say, oh, it was done internally. So you're very open about it. I'm grateful for that. And Mr. Chair, I'll be voting in favor of the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Ralph, you had your hand up?
Yes, Chair. I'm in support of this motion, and what we're talking about is basic inventory control at its basic level. So one of the things that the auditors could find out for us is they could simply count the envelopes and determine if they actually have the number of mail-in ballots that they claim to have. Now, if those mail-in ballots did come in for some reason, how did they get around the county collections records? And those are some basic things that people want to know. And does the physical inventory match? Because the processes that are put in place right now has no physical inventory. When the ballots are transferred, nobody's allowed to verify the count of ballots that's transferred. When the ballots are collected, you're discounting the county's independent collection records as unofficial. And then finally, what Mr. Clint Curtis talked about, when you do an audit, they're using ballot images, and ballot images doesn't tie to the physical ballot. So just at its bare base bones, we need to figure out, do we have the number of pieces of paper that they say they have? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir, Mr. Sabas.
Yes, Lindsay, perhaps you could answer this question. Who would set the parameters or the scope of the auditor's work? Would this commission do? And if we were involved in that manner, would it also include what the PIG reports have come out? Help me with this, please.
Okay, this is a direct follow-up of the PIG #1 report that focused on Kauai. That's the motion came from that report. And I wish I knew the answer of who would set the parameters. I haven't done this before, so I don't know. I know that many of us have specific ideas about what should be included, but I think that the state auditor needs to be able to follow his own lights to some, depending on what they find, they take it further or they make it broader. But I also imagine the legislature would have something to say about it, whatever committee it comes through. I'll tell you that when I spoke to the state auditor, I had in my mind what our motion was, which was counting the ballot envelopes. And he suggested that it could be broader than that might be part of it, but that the processes need to be reviewed. So I don't know. I don't know how it would end up being defined.
Thank you.
Any other discussion on the motion to ask the legislature to engage the independent auditor to perform the audit that we approved at the last meeting for the 2024 Kauai election? Any other discussion? Would ask for a roll call, please.
Commissioner Andrian,
Yes.
Commissioner Apana,
Aye.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Kam,
Yes.
Commissioner McAdam,
Yes.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
Yes.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
Aye.
Chair Curtis.
Yes.
The motion passes.
So report from the chief election officer, the complaint processing that you that's been implemented?
The chair, going back to the formal complaint process, all complaints to this office will now be assigned a number. The complainant will be notified. The complaint will be answered by us and then placed on an agenda, which you see in the next section, next agenda item.
Any questions? There's a formal process that the Office of Elections is implementing to manage receipt of complaints and getting it to the commission agenda.
Yes, Chair, I have a motion to make.
On that issue?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
I move that the Elections Commission receive all formal complaints in accordance with HAR 3-170. All complaints filed with the commission must be distributed to every commissioner and made available to the public as soon as they're received. And the Chief Elections Officer shall be given to the opportunity to respond in writing as required by HAR 3-170-8. However, the complaints addressed to the commission should be addressed by the complaints addressed specifically to yourself and to the commission should not be addressed by Scott Nago, which he is doing currently. So the responsibility for hearing and considering complaints rests with the commission on those, not the Chief Elections Officer. Do I have a second?
Second. So
could you restate the motion, please, Ralph?
I move that the Election Commission receive all formal complaints in accordance with HAR 3-170. That's the regulations that it's already written up. It's in there. All complaints filed with the commission must be distributed to every commissioner and made available to the public as soon as they're received. And the Chief Elections Officer shall be given the opportunity to respond in writing as required by HAR 3-170-8. But he is not going to respond to complaints against the commission itself. The responsibility for hearing and considering complaints rests with the commission.
And that was seconded by Ms.
Question.
Papaliko. Discussion. Go ahead, Mr. Apana.
Mr. Nago, how many complaints do you get traditionally per election?
So we do get a handful of, well, we do get a lot of complaints, but it's just a handful of topics.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I will be voting against this motion. I think the Office of Election should address it because it could be as simple as you need more bathrooms. I don't want to sit in this commission meeting talking about how many porta potties per polling station. I think if the complainant has no satisfaction from the Office of Election, they need to step it up and then send it to us. But if he can clear 99% of the complaints, I'm all for it. So I'll be voting no.
Thank you. Lindsay.
I'm confused about what is the difference between what Mr. Nago proposed and what Ralph's motion.
So what I'm asking is that we follow the law again. We're just voting to follow the
No,
law.
I understand what you said, but I don't know how it compares to what Mr. Nago said.
Well, there's
he was
specific
gonna do.
there's specific complaints to Mike Curtis regards to like withholding information, and Mr. Nago should not be answering those complaints on behalf of Mike Curtis. So that's what I'm saying is that when we're not talking about restrooms or anything, all the Office of Elections, anything that's under the purview of Scott Nago will be answered by him, submitted to him. But if there's a complaint specific to the commission, like Mike Curtis withholding, redacting information, suppressing complaints, those types of things, that he answer them himself, not Scott Nago.
Okay, Mr. Nago, could I ask you to repeat the first thing that you said before Ralph's motion, what you were intending to do going forward?
So all complaints will be automatically given a number, The complainant will be notified that their complaint has been received. We will answer that question and place it on the
Sorry.
agenda. We'll answer
Sorry.
the complaint and place it on the agenda.
So you're grouping them together, complaints to the commission and complaints to the office. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So we made a motion to answer Mr. Apana's question over a year ago for Mr. Nago to share all the complaints in the commission, but go specifically to the Office of Elections. And these complaints we're talking about go to the Election Commission. And we made a motion to have him share publicly all the complaints that he has, post them online and reply to them, so that if people are, he said they get a lot of repeat complaints, but if these things are posted online, the question, the complaint, and the answer, then you can refer the people to those things and it can cut down on their workload, so he doesn't have to answer repetitive complaints. So the whole idea is to get this stuff posted up on the web so people can see it's there.
Other discussion?
I'm sorry, I'm just coming back. So Mr. Nago, I believe the commission had voted on a timeline to answer these complaints. Does that timeline exist in your new way that you're going to do this?
Yes. So we will get it done as soon as possible.
I think we had a specific time.
Yeah, it just depends on the complexity of the complaint also. If it takes research, we have to research it and look it up. So I don't want to tie my hands by saying we'll respond to every complaint in a certain amount of time.
So I'll withdraw my motion and let's run with this. But I would like the chair to answer the complaints also that are specifically to him.
The motion belongs to the commission now, and the commission can dismiss it. But the second and whoever made the motion, it belongs to the commission now. I would entertain a motion to dismiss that motion and not consider it now as an amendment to this, because we have to answer this motion.
So, are you just cutting off my discussion? I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. Go
No,
ahead.
so-
You had more discussion?
Well, I wasn't done. I was still asking questions because I'm concerned about voting on something if it's not going to be specific to what we've already voted on and passed. And this is where I'm confused. We had voted on a timeline for the Office of Elections. So is Scott Nago saying that that timeline that we voted on previously is now not going to be attended to in this new formula?
It might not be practical.
But when it was done, we didn't hear that back from them at the time.
So my understanding of that vote was that was for correspondence to the office, not necessarily a complaint. When you have a complaint, you have to look into it more than you would with just a correspondence to the office.
And the concern really was people waiting years, right? A year and a half, not hearing anything back. This wasn't a simple, I emailed you 6 weeks ago and nobody got back to me. The complaints we were getting were very long delays and no response from your office, which is why we did a timeline thing. And now we're saying, well, we're going to do away with that. We're not going to listen to that. We're going to redo it this way where we stand in line and get a number, but there's still no efficiency or timeline to getting back to our people. So our constituents. So where is the timeliness in this?
Like I said, it depends on the complexity of the complaint.
I understand that, but there's got to be a 30 days.
At this point, it's undefined.
So it holds no water.
Could you reread the motion, please?
There's nothing in this process that has any accountability. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, we appreciate that.
Motion to the
okay.
election. The motion is to the Election Commission to receive all formal complaints and distribute them to every commissioner and make them available to the public as soon as they are received.
Can I have a roll call,
Complaints
please?
in accordance with HAR 3-170.
Okay,
Yes.
can we
Okay,
get a roll
Commissioner-
call, please?
Commissioner Andrion? Commissioner Andrion?
We can't hear you. Okay,
Oh,
yeah,
I see you.
that's a yes for.
Commissioner
Dylan.
Apana?
No.
Commissioner Kushney?
Yes.
Commissioner Cam?
No.
Commissioner McAdam?
Can't hear you, Claire.
Sorry, that was a no.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Commissioner Osterkamp?
No.
Commissioner Papalimu?
Yeah, no.
Yes, it was a no.
I said no. I'm sorry.
Okay, okay. Commissioner Sabas?
Abstain.
Chair Curtis?
No.
The motion does not pass.
Would like to move on to the discussion and
Here,
decision.
I have one
making
more item, please.
Regarding the status of independent audit,
No, on this agenda item that we are on,
the complaint processing.
formal complaints.
Okay,
How will Mr. Nago keep us abreast of lawsuits that he's involved with? Will he be briefing us? Is that considered to be a complaint? Because I'm made aware that there are lawsuits out there that the Office of Elections is currently fighting, and it would be good to get briefed on these, the commission to get briefed on these and let the public know what's out there.
these are a matter of public record, I believe. I'd like to move on to item 6, discussion and decision-making relating to Commissioner Andrion's permitted interaction group. There were several recommendations in here. I would ask Dylan to take the lead in processing the recommendations from your report. I can't hear you. Still can't hear you. Can't, I can see your thumb. Sorry, I don't know why we can't hear you, Dylan.
He said he's going to exit and come back in because he thinks it's a glitch.
Okay. Lindsay, you remember that?
Yeah.
Would you like to walk us through some of the recommendations?
I don't have it in front of me, but I believe we had 3 recommendations.
5.
Okay. And I know that one of them had to do with an audit similar to pig number 1. So one thing we could do is we could have a motion that the motion we just passed, which only referenced Kauai, could be expanded. The scope could be expanded to just be statewide. So.
Is that a motion?
Well, I thought I was just filling you in. It could be a motion.
It's a motion, I second.
It's not a motion,
Yeah.
so you can't second.
So
And
please,
I think we should be going through the report first rather than trying to preempt actual discussion of the conclusions.
Okay.
there was the report that we all had the opportunity to digest.
Mm-hmm.
There were the recommendations of the report, but I would prefer to have a motion on the floor before we open any discussion.
Okay.
Yes, Chair.
Then I'll make it a motion.
Yes, Lindsay.
I'll make that a motion then, that we expand the scope of the motion we just passed to refer the matter to the legislature and request that it direct the state auditor to conduct an audit, that we expand the scope of that to include all the counties, not just the county of Kauai, that it be a statewide audit.
I second the motion.
So the motion is to expand the currently approved audit to include the whole state, including all 5 counties.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that the first motion we passed for the audit
Yeah.
was for the election, the state of Hawaii elections office. I didn't know that. Nope, I didn't hear anything in there that said County of Kauai.
That
The
was
motion.
Pig 1, and that was what the audit was. The audit's for the island of Kauai.
Was that in
this
the motion, Chair?
Yes, yes,
Yes.
it was.
Yeah, and this motion is to expand it to the state of Hawaii. There was a second discussion.
Yes, Chair.
Yes, Ralph.
Okay, Mr. Nago replied to the pig report, and I'd like to reply to that in support of the motion. So Mr. Nago's report leaves out the most important detail. How can observers independently verify electronic records? Watching ballots get scanned does not give them access to SVRS data or ballot images. Without that, there is no real verification. He dismisses United States Postal Service receipts as unofficial, yet the entire system relies on the Postal Service to deliver ballots securely. If the receipts can't be trusted, how can the deliveries be trusted? He claims law enforcement provides third-party verification. But in practice, law enforcement removed me from a December meeting simply for requesting records. That is not independent oversight, that's coercion. On signature verification, no one is allowed in the room. County employees do not keep an independent count of envelopes being verified. And as I just asked Mr. Nago in the meeting, who is the administrator of the SVRS, and he said it is himself and the state. The totals are kept only in the statewide voter registration system controlled by Mr. Nago. Those numbers are not released until the end of the election, so county staff themselves cannot know if the number of envelopes is being over-reported. A report on signature verification problems was submitted to the commission, but it was buried by Mr. Nago and the chair instead of being shared to the commissioners.
So you're in favor of a statewide audit?
I'm giving my reasons. As for audits, both pre-election and post-election procedures are flawed. The so-called election day audit is staged. 100 ballots are pre-counted, made into a ballot batch, and pre-positioned into the very first batch run through the machine. The computer can read the first ballot batch correctly, then changing everything thereafter. And that was just verified by Mr. Clint Curtis. The 10% audit after the election is no better. It is done using ballot images. So the physical inventory of ballots is what we're discussing is never confirmed. Observers may work.
Expanding of the audit to the state is what we're discussing.
That's what I'm talking about.
Talking about the expansion of the audit
This is the
to the
reason.
state. Yes or no?
This is the reason for it, and I'm trying to convince our fellow commissioners to vote for it, and I'm giving my reasons why. Observers may work
They're all
hard
in the
and
pig
we
reports.
appreciate their service, but watching ballots go through a scanner shows them nothing. Without access to the underlying data, without that, they will never know if they are being misled. And the ballots themselves, the only real proof, are sealed for 22 months. What good are they if they are preserved in a way that blocks anyone from auditing them? Mr. Nago flips federal law upside down, using preservation as an excuse to prevent verification. If the Office of Election truly wants to build trust, it must stop hiding reports and provide a way for observers and commissioners to verify records, not just take their word for it.
Thank you, Ralph. Other discussion?
Chair,
Yes.
I don't have any issue with expanding the audit to be statewide. I do have an issue with using this pig report as the reason for that. So I would not want the legislature to believe that we are requesting an audit based on what I think are enormously faulty conclusions from a fundamentally unserious report that frankly Mr. Nago demolished in his response. There are a number of things stated in that report that are clearly just erroneous, and we should not be basing an audit on that report.
Is that Peter Young's report you're talking about, the first pig?
No, it's Dylan's report.
Oh, I didn't think we were doing the audit based on that one. I thought-
We're not there yet.
Right. I would hope that we would not be doing it based on that, but Commissioner Kushney seems to want to base it on that. And frankly, he's almost trying to convince me not to support the statewide audit by using that pig report as a basis for that.
Oh, I thought he was speaking about Peter Young's report, which I think was very thorough. And the last 2 years of sitting on this commission and listening to all of the complaints that have come through, I think there's so much more to why we're needing to call this statewide. I don't think it sits on one pig report.
Other comments from the commissioners? Ask for a roll call.
Okay.
The motion is to go statewide on the audit.
Okay. Commissioner Andrian? I'm not sure.
He had a thumbs up.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I see him. I see him. Commissioner Apana?
Aye.
Commissioner Kushney?
Yes.
Commissioner Cam?
Aye.
Commissioner McAdam?
The state auditor and the legislature are going to decide amongst themselves whether it's going to be state or whether it's going to be Kwai. But I'm happy for them to entertain that. But again, not based upon this latest pig report. I think that would be misleading.
So is that a yes or a no?
Let's say yes, but I wanted to put my comments in there.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Osterkamp?
Yes, and for the same reasons that Commissioner McAdam just stated.
Okay. Commissioner Papalimu?
Yes, I would like for it to go statewide. But not because and I'm not basing it on one pig. I'm basing it on the time that I've sat on this commission, and Peter Young's report, which I thought was extremely thorough. Dylan's report, which showed a lot of the same. And so I'm very easily able to say, yes, it should be statewide.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Sabas?
Abstain.
Chair Curtis?
Abstain.
The
Motion
motion
passes.
passes.
Okay.
Now, Dylan, I wish you could talk.
He just said, please direct commissioners to speak up during discussion. I guess he couldn't hear.
Okay. So, yeah, sorry, Dylan, we still can't hear you. Lindsay, would you like to take the lead on
So
this?
we did in fact have 3 recommendations.
Okay.
Not 5, whoever said that. There were 3 recommendations. And the first was, excuse me, the audit, which we've just addressed.
Okay.
And then I think other people on the committee, Ralph, that would be you. You could talk about.
Yeah, I'd like to
next
make a
one.
motion. Yeah.
Hey, go ahead.
I move to send a letter to the legislature and advise the chief elections officer to return to in-person voting in the precinct, hand counting paper ballots, 1-day voting, ID required, with exceptions for absentee voting for military and special needs. Votes shall be counted where cast, then reported to the county before transferring ballots.
There a second?
Second.
I'd like to need to open it up to public comment. So the motion on the floor is to go back to in-person 1-day precinct voting. Essentially, that's the motion.
Is to recommend, yes.
Yeah, I need to open it up to public comment.
Chair, there are no testifiers.
I see
Oh,
Michelle. has
actually,
her
no,
hand up.
actually, I see it here now.
Yeah,
The
Michelle.
the first testifier is Michelle, followed by Tara Rojas.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name's Michelle Stefanik. I reside on the Big Island. And first, just let me get out there that yes, I would agree that we need to go back to in-person voting. And here's my reason why. I was an official observer for the GOP during the last presidential election. On 2 separate dates, I observed the Kona polling location, which was held at the Hawaii County Civic Center. I am a witness to the fact that the county is not going by the laws and rules that it has in place for the security and accuracy in handling the counting of ballots. That's the mail-in ballots, the drop-off polling, drop-off box ballots also. On both occasions, when I was an observer, I was able to observe the in-person ballot process, which seemed to go fine. However, when drop-off ballot boxes were brought in from the various parts of the county to be opened and processed, I was not allowed as an observer to watch this happen. The ballot boxes were taken into a walk-in storage closet room that only 2 people were allowed to go in. One of them was the driver who picked up the boxes, and another person was someone that was working at the polling place. No one else was allowed to observe or witness what was going on. This does not comply with what is on the state website under the voting election security. It states ballots are always transported and processed in the presence of official observers. Official observers serve as the eyes and ears of the public and monitor that the election officials are maintaining the security and integrity of the elections. I am a witness to verify that at least on 2 occasions, that in fact did not happen. I was prevented from observing the mail-in ballot processing and the voter boxes. I am requesting that an independent external investigation be completed and that we need a manual audit of ballot envelopes, USPS receipts, and mail-in ballot box drop-off by each county. This could be the reason why the number of ballots are not verifiable. I believe that this lack of transparency and security could be where the discrepancy is between the number of votes that the county reported versus the number of election envelopes received. Votes could have been added to the totals during this backroom ballot processing. No other observers were allowed to observe this. We need to rebuild oversight by uniform and verifiable paper trails. And we need to go back to in-person ballots on election day to restore observer transparency. There was a time when we used to have many voting places spread out throughout the county so that people could go anywhere close to them and vote. However, that's no longer the case. The state is discouraging in-person voting by limiting the number of locations, thus also causing long lines that end up making people feel like they have no other option but to vote by mail or drop-off ballot.
Thank you.
This is not a secure method of voting.
Thank you,
for your
Michelle.
time.
Aloha.
The next testifier is Tara Rojas, followed by Jamie Detweiler.
Aloha, Tara Rojas. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so yes to in-person voting. 1, you mentioned yourself, Chair Curtis, that the mail-in ballots was only supposed to be a temporary pilot program, which we all see the results of its failure. Big time fail. So no, do not continue this. 2, I was in that meeting in the legislative session when Scott Nago was asked actually about the ERIC system, and the whole committee had, well, they had concerns, some people had concerns, and one for privacy issues, and then now we know about the total discrepancy that happens, okay? So for that reason as well, no. And then 3, I would like to add that you add in when you're discussing and for the vote that the ballots stay on island. That the ballots stay on island. So there's no chain of custody issue when you're flying it from the islands to over here. So in-person voting and the votes stay on island. And so again, for the many reasons we've all stated for all these meetings, yes to in-person voting. Mahalo.
Thank you, Ms. Rojas.
The next testifier is Jamie Detweiler, followed by Jennifer Hunt.
Aloha, Jamie Detweiler. What we need for safe, secure ballots is voter ID, number one, hand counting, no mail-in, no drop boxes. The only exception for absentee ballots are for military, first responders, any healthcare workers. No machines. Results by 9 p.m. and winners announced by midnight. This is a national template for accountability and transparency in elections. Thank you.
Thanks, Jamie.
The next testifier is Jennifer Hunt, followed by April Lee.
Thank you so much. You can hear me okay, yes?
Yep.
Thank you. I'm going to echo some of the same things that the other speakers have mentioned. This pilot program isn't working. Clearly, there's a lot of problems, whether it's on purpose or not. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of extraneous workforce when you used to have people in the community volunteering to do these things. And there's a lot of people on here who could recruit lots and lots of people to help at the precinct level, where people can verify how many ballots were received because they can see who's coming into that precinct to vote. They can hand count them there with paper ballots, and they can get it done quickly and not have 2 week elections. I was an observer as well, an official observer, and I did ask to be part of that pickup team and also be in the signature verification room, because I was following HRS 11-154, records and disposition. And this is what it reads: the voted ballot shall be kept secure and handled only in the presence of representatives not of the same political party or the official observers. That doesn't happen. The only people who have access to those ballots are workers. There's really a conflict of interest there, in my opinion, because it's sort of self-preservation to keep the system, internal. We need to have more people's eyes on this stuff. So I would say absolutely that this is a necessary thing to go back to one-day voting, paper ballots, in person, and counted there at the precinct. Those numbers will be reconcilable. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next testifier is April Lee, followed by Jennifer Coblon.
And also, that's about the need for many polling places so that people don't feel like they have to miss their whole evening just to make their stand on who they want to vote for. And that custody should remain on the island. And when she mentioned the same precinct, I think that is even more important, because then the person that's going precinct to precinct will be carefully watched. And that way people have a lot more trust. I think voter ID, of course, has been mentioned, and that disclosure that Jennifer just mentioned, very important. Thank you very much for making this change, and I feel very positive about it. Thank you very much, commissioners. We appreciate you.
Thank you, Ms. Lee.
The next testifier is Jennifer Coblon, followed by Andrew Aker.
Aloha.
Aloha, this is Jennifer Caban. I'm excited to testify on this topic. I'm so glad we got to this point. I've been testifying since 2021. I'd like to point out for the new commissioners that we had in 2020 a voter, Adriel Lamb mentioned this earlier, a voter by the name of United States Hawaii. And we've addressed he's addressed this many meetings ago, and nothing has been resolved. But keep in mind, this voter, United States Hawaii. If we did have citizenship checking at voter locations with voter ID, then we would eliminate the problem of United States Hawaii voting if they're not a real person. I know we have a population about 20,000 Micronesian non-citizens, we don't know if they're voting or not in Hawaii. They all have driver's license, they all have IDs. Are they voting? Does anybody know? I would like to know that answer. I think the ID would vote, the voter ID would eliminate that problem of getting extra votes where they're not supposed to be voting. Second point I wanted to make is the Kapolei line was ridiculous. I think people stood in line for 4 hours. They wanted to vote in person and they were not able to vote in their local precincts. So I really hope that by having in-person paper ballot voting, that we can go back to precinct level voting, and it would be easier also to count and get the vote counts in a timely manner. My third point is the ballot boxes. They're like trash cans. Ballot boxes, they were picked up. I think voting closed at 7. Some ballot boxes, I was at one ballot box at 8 o'clock. They came to pick it up at 8 o'clock and races were called at 9 o'clock. How many ballot boxes are there around the island? How are races being called at 9 o'clock when the boxes have not even been picked up and sent to signature verification, let alone being counted at the counting center? There's no way. So we need to eliminate ballot boxes and have in-person voting. My last point is, once again, on the ballot boxes, they're not secured. So they're open 24 hours. I believe also a mailbox was stolen from Kaneohe in 2020. The whole mailbox was stolen in front of Long's. So we don't know what kind of ballots were in that mailbox. It was the United States Post Office mailbox. So because of all of these reasons, and I have a long list, I can go for probably an hour or more, but those are just like a couple points I wanted to make to ask the commission to please support getting this to the legislators, so let them know that the public is very interested in getting back to basics when it comes to voting. I yield.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Andrew Aker, followed by Michael Goliak Jr.
Aloha Kako, Andrew Aker here with Maui Freedom TV, Hawaii Freedom TV. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, I just want to echo what Gen C and others have been saying. I was at Captain Cook in the last election cycle, or the previous election cycle, with gubernatorial candidate Kale Akana, as well as congressional candidate Joe Akana. And we filmed those very unsecure post boxes. And honestly, it's a joke. That whole system is a joke. Counting by hand one day isn't that hard. We can have a secondary system, just like in your company. If you ever worked at one and ran your own business, you will know you need to have 2 accountants minimum, one that checks the first one and another one that checks the second one. And then if you're really smart, you'll have a tax attorney that checks all 3 of those things, you know? So like you have to have a redundancy system built in. So we can go to blockchain, but we're also counting by hand. And yeah, x.com/Maui Freedom TV. Since we're censored here on the chat in the Zoom call, you can chat with us here. We are live streaming this. We're doing an X space, and we will be unpacking this and figuring out what the next steps are if Scott Nago and Mike Curtis do not step down. So we, the people, have the power. We are the law. Let's talk about it, folks. I yield my time.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Michael Goliak Jr., followed by Janet Mason.
Aloha again, Michael Galoya Jr., Vice Chair of the LGBTQ plus Commission. We stand in strong opposition to the motion before you. This would actually take us back to a more stringent requirement for voting than we had prior to all mail-in. When you have one single day, prior to this, you had, as we still have today, 10 days before the polls open to go in and vote in person at the voter service centers. This would by going to this, moving this forward, you're actually disincentivizing voting for any working person that has a regular job, that is working 2 or 3 jobs to make ends meet. They would not be able to have their voices heard because they would not be able to get to the polling locations. Anybody who says, oh, but it's a state holiday, you are not required to offer state holidays as if you're a private employer.
Well, let's require it, dude. Let's change the law.
Hello,
please.
Excuse me. So yes, I encourage you to vote this down. The commission votes actually stands in strong opposition to this, as you can see from our statement that we sent to you in advance. And on a personal note, I can tell you, as somebody who worked the polls, they were understaffed across the state prior to us going to all mail in. All these people that are coming out of the work saying, "Oh, we're going to help now." Where were you in the 90s? Where were you in the aughts? Where were you in the teens when we were begging, when the Office of Elections was begging for people to come forward? So keep the mail-in system. Do whatever you have to do to make sure it's stronger. And as we've heard, no matter what you do, will never make some of these people happy. They ask for an audit and they keep on moving that goalpost on you all. And so we have the law. It is not a pilot project. It is the law of the state of Hawaii as of 2020. In the 2020 elections, that's when the first time it rolled out. It's the state law. It's not a pilot project. And if you're upset about the number of voter service centers, that is not the state. You need to go to your counties. The counties decide the number of voter service centers and their locations, not the Office of Elections, not this commission. That is per the law. That is where that fully stands. So again, on behalf of the Hawaii State LGBTQ+ Commission, we ask you to vote this down and move forward in strengthening our mail-in voting system by making sure everybody has access. So, and thank you.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Janet Mason, followed by S. Fernandez.
The League of Women Voters strongly supports voting by mail. The majority of voters were already voting by mail before the 2020 election, when that was the first statewide experiment. It's simply not true that the state does not retain the original paper ballots. And I would like to second what a couple of people have already brought up, that pigs did not establish the causes of the concerns that they brought up in their reports. I'm certain of this for Kauai. It was a very excellent report. It was carefully crafted. It did not exaggerate. No causes for the concerns that they identified were established, and no remedies were suggested. It's not possible to tell how much the comments on this commission reflect the concerns of the entire voting public. But it is pretty clear that a minority of members of the commission have succeeded in undermining the confidence which voters have enjoyed about our elections. I want to give heads up or acknowledge Commissioner Cam's suggestion that an audit be undertaken, because at least she came up with a practical suggestion about how to get out of this terrible quandary of doubt and unjustified concern that I hear repeatedly brought up, especially by testifiers. I do think the elite will always support the work of this commission, but we are relying on you to make it fact-based and fair. Thank you.
Thank you.
The
Ms.
next
Mason.
testifier is S. Fernandez, followed by Susan Strom.
What's your full name, Ms. Fernandez? You need to unmute. We can't hear you. Still have to unmute. There you go. Oh, you came and went.
Am I on mute?
There you go.
How about, can you see me?
Yeah, yes, both. Yes to
Oh,
both.
okay,
Seen here.
great. All right, thank you. Thank you, Chair Curtis, and the new commissioners, welcome. The previous person said that there's no proof. There's lots of proof. If you've been attending these meetings, I've attended them off and on. I would love to say I've been to every single one of them. There is. So anyway, I want to just continue on. I helped with, I've been an observer for the last 3 election cycles. I've also been a VBC. I've also in 2001 and in 2004, 2020, 2024, for being from one of the parties observing what takes place. The chain of custody is a total mess. There's no chain of custody either at the drop boxes or at the locations to follow those mail-in ballots all the way through. And again, I beg to differ with the previous woman who spoke. This pig did verify that there were so many envelopes and then so many ballots, and they didn't jibe together. So these are all facts. Also, the possibility of everybody saying, I heard the gentleman from the LGBT community, I'm sorry, the commission, I'm sorry if I said it wrong, Michael. There is enough people. I went, one of the precincts were independent, one-day voting, voter ID. There was people there. There were enough people there, especially if you calculate, there's only 3 locations on Maui that we could have voted, Hana, Lahaina, and Maui, versus how many precincts? I think there was, I want to say 50 or 60 precincts island-wide in Maui. And there were plenty of people who wanted to help vote, help with the whole voting process. Democrat and Republican alike, happy to do it. We worked side by side. And people, there's enough people. I can tell you right now, that's a lie. There are enough people who want to do this. They want to go to the precincts. It's nearby, it's close by. And I want to object to about mail-in ballots and all this stuff. There is a mail-in ballots process before this mail-in title came in, and that's absentee ballots. That will continue. There's always been absentee ballots. So people can mail in their absentee ballots. So I disagree with this whole, mail-in. There was never, it's going to be lost. There's always been, and it's been called absentee ballot. Anyway, that's my input. I am for this. I hope this happens. Although from the past, I want to address Commissioner Saba and Commissioner Apana. I don't know how you're going to vote. I know your history, Mr. Apana, what your party affiliation is. And I just urge you to please, it's always 5 against 4. And I hope this is taping all the people out on YouTube. It's always 5 who are always against the people and 4 who are always for the people. Sometimes it's 6 to 3. Anyway, thank you for your time. Thank you very much. Aloha.
Aloha.
The next testifier is Susan Strom, followed by Linda Miata.
Aloha. I'm in full support of returning to one-day voting, voter ID, in-person voting, and paper ballots, accepting military on missions and the infirm. We also need considerations for line reduction and comfort for those that are lining up at voting precincts. The COVID lockdown was a key event to empowering the mail-in ballot overall theme, which opens the floodgates to potential corruption. And now what we're dealing with here is a complete mess. There are just too many anomalies here to, even bear repeating. So from what, we're bearing witness to today, it should be absolutely a no-brainer that we return to what works, what has always worked in the past, and continue that forward. Question, are we going to, as public testifiers, we're going to be able to air our concerns on separate testimony today before this meeting is adjourned?
The next agenda item, you'll have an opportunity.
Thank you. I yield.
The next testifier is Linda Miata, followed by Victor Ma.
Aloha. I support the in-person paper ballots and counting them at the precinct. When I asked many years ago, why can't we go back to in-person voting? The elections officials told me we don't have enough volunteers. So we need to start recruiting now. There is an elections manual that is put together at every election, so we can go back to the manual that showed them how to run an in-person voting. All the public schools, the faculty and staff have a holiday. We could recruit a lot of them. We had 300 volunteers at our last election. We could use those people also. And it's been proven that it's cheaper to use paper ballots as opposed to paying for the machines and bringing mainlanders down to run the machines. We can do this. We just need to get organized, and I think we'll have a better result. We will relieve ourselves of a lot of headache that we're going through right now. So thank you. I support in-person paper ballots, and make sure that the people who are looking at the IDs are qualified to know if somebody's driver's license is someone who actually lives in Hawaii or they're just visiting, or they're not a local resident, because anybody can get a driver's license here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Linda.
The next testifier is Victor Ma, followed by Keikilani Ho.
Aloha, Victor.
Aloha. Mahalo for giving me the opportunity to testify. I just wanted to speak on the topic of accessibility. I think that the way everything was set up before was accessible to everyone. It's important not to confound mail-in ballots with absentee ballots. So there is a mail-in system for those that really need it, but sending out mail ballots to everybody on the island is a recipe for disaster. The state holiday is a great idea, as long as we have the paper ballots, even 10-day voting period. Paper ballots counted at the precinct sounds good to me. We need more polling locations. When we have the primary elections, there are plenty of polling locations and they're well staffed. I don't see why having our elections would have insufficient staffing. So I think that our system before worked fine, maybe some improvements like 10-day voting period or something like that, but paper ballots, more polling locations, state holiday would be great. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Victor.
The next testifier is Keikilani Ho, followed by Alan Hongs.
Aloha, my name is Keikilani Ho. Thank you for taking my testimony and welcome to the new commissioners. I support in-person voting. There are many reasons why we should go back to in-person voting. One of the concerns that I had that I have not heard being mentioned is growing areas, growing subdivisions. I live in the Big Island and it's a very rural area. And there are the street names here are numbered. So it's like one, First Avenue, Second Avenue, Third Avenue. But in the system, they have a totally different street name. So Avenue 20 is not Avenue 20. It's Miley or Malie Avenue or something like that. And when you have a growing community, they're not aware of that. They think that their address is just 20th Avenue. So when working with these people this past election and helping to get them registered to vote, a lot of them were discouraged because it was a lot of trouble having to, and these are a lot of families, and it's one of the fastest, I think, if not the fastest growing subdivision in Hawaii. That's a big concern that I did not hear being mentioned. And Big Island is growing. A lot of families are moving here. Not only that, this past election, it was obviously, we were not prepared for the amount of people who showed up to vote in person. And when you look at that, it's an obvious sign that that is what the people prefer. We had kupuna fainting in line. We had people paying for pizza to get ordered there because they're missing their meals with their families. They were there for 4 hours plus. That is what the people want. It's obvious because we can see it. And this had happened not only in 2024, but in 2022. Also in 2022 was my son's first time being able to vote. He voted by mail and his ballot was not received. I brought it up to the Office of Elections and they could not help me with that. They could not tell me where his ballot went. There's a lot of reasons why we should go back to mail-in voting. And besides the fact that it's more convenient for a lot of people and that's what they prefer, these meetings, we're on like hour 4 here. And to the new commissioners, I'm warning you right now, you are going to get really annoyed with the amount of time we spend talking about the same subjects every single meeting. We talk about the same things because nothing gets done. There is a lack of integrity and transparency in this commission and the Office of Elections. These are the only things we talk about in every single meeting. We would solve a lot of these issues. We would make these meetings shorter if they just did what they were supposed to do. If they were just to listen to the people. It's not hard to listen to the people. That's what you're on the commission for, right? To make sure that everything is taken care of, that everything is fair and balanced. But that's not happening. I also don't ever see this happening. So I support mail-in voting. This is clearly what the people want. These issues keep piling up from meeting to meeting and we get absolutely nowhere.
Thank you.
This is what the people want. I think that we should go with mail-in voting. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Alan Hongs, followed by Doug Pasnick.
Thank you for taking my testimony. Yeah, I would encourage you to go in person and in one day voting. And the reason being is that when a vote process goes quickly, it gives those people who want to cheat a time constraint that they have as a challenge. The shorter the time period, the harder it is to cheat. So what kind of cheating could that be? It is a kind of injection that occurs because when their person isn't winning, they need to start injecting votes. Now, what would be the proof that votes are actually being ejected, which would cause a dilution? Well, do you have more votes counted in the state voter roll database than you do than what the counties actually reported? Are there always more votes than voters? That's because there's injection. That's why you have to have a short time for your voting. So in the 30 states that we've done these 30, probably more than 30 states, that we've done these audits in through the election cycles, and in some states it's been like now the third election cycle, we have consistently found more votes than voters. That's injection. That's diluting your vote. That's disenfranchising you. So I guess a question I would have then for you to consider. Now, like in New York State, we had 129,000 plus more votes than voters this last election cycle. We're only allowed 67 by virtue of the proportioning that the HAVA gives us, one out of 125,000 votes, you're allowed an error. So that comes out to 67 in New York State. So we've exceeded that a lot. So my question to you would be, now in New York State, we still certify the elections, although they're breaking federal law. Are you going to do the same in Hawaii? So once you find out in your next election, you have more votes than voters, will you still certify? Just a question. That's all. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Alan.
The next testifier is Doug Pasnick, followed by Tamara Mackay.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, thanks, Chair, Commissioners, fellow citizens. I strongly urge a return to one-day in-person voting on paper ballots counted by hand in the precincts where they're cast, and here's why. Foreign interference. Foreign interference was identified to this commission in 2024, and it was never investigated. And recently, ODNI testimony confirms that foreign adversaries actively target our election systems. Machines, tabulators, and online portals are hackable, and all hand-marked ballot counted in public cannot be hacked. Another item, chain of custody. For 2 years, this commission's been pushing for validating chain of custody, and now PIG report findings validate those failures. But mail-in ballots pass through the postal system, and the Hawaii PIG says that the postal system can't be trusted. The mail-in system uses contractors and transport vans, too many points of failure. Centralized counting invites substitution and tampering, but in-person ballots stay in one place under community oversight until they're counted. Transparency and trust. Voters must see the process to believe it. Precinct level hand counts with observers from all parties eliminate secrecy and suspicion. And there's no hidden algorithms. There's no unexplained ballot dumps. Currently, 60% of Hawaii does not vote because they likely don't trust the system. And resilience. Foreign actors can shut down paper power grids, or internet access, and machines fail. Paper ballots don't depend on electricity or networks or vendors. And interestingly, the people of Hawaii would actually count their vote, not a vendor in the mainland, and tell us what the result is. This preserves the democratic process no matter what. And ultimately, there's community accountability. Local neighbors watching neighbors create an honest and fair system, and people get to know who their neighbors are. Counting where ballots are cast makes fraud logistically impossible without immediate detection. The bottom line, every layer of technology or mail adds risk. Paper ballots counted where cast close every door to foreign interference. And this system is secure, transparent, and resilient and trusted. We don't need new machines or new laws. We need the courage to return to what works. One day, in-person paper ballots counted where cast. Mahalo.
Thank you, Doug.
The next testifier is Tamara Mackay, followed by Jarek Medeiros.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you again, Commission. I'm Tamara Mackay on behalf of the Aloha Conservative Alliance. I am in strong support of restoring in-person voting, paper ballots, and one-day elections in Hawaii. This is not going backwards. It's about going back to what works. For decades, Hawaii held its elections in person, in-person voting with paper ballots and results available on election night, at least by the next morning. People trusted the process because it was more transparent, simple, and effective. Interesting enough, the change with Act 136 of the laws of 2019 pre-COVID, which mandated all mail-in elections beginning in 2020 when COVID happened. What we were promised was convenience, and what we ended up with was confusion, mistrust, delays, and instead of election day, we now have election month with ballots trickling in and results taking weeks to finalize. Compare that to paper ballots counted in person amid when, like I said before, by the morning, the people knew then who their leaders were. Hawaii's not a big state. We're a small state with fewer than 1 million registered voters. And if those large mainland states were able to manage in-person voting for generations, surely Hawaii can as well, with far fewer voters. And it is definitely possible with district and precincts. One solution is to restore Election Day as a state holiday, and we can staff polling places in each district and precinct just as we did for decades. If it worked then, it can certainly work now. We must also restore accountability by establishing a clear 60-day challenge period after the election, and if there are discrepancies are found, they must be addressed. And if those discrepancies are significant, then a re-election should be conducted. This ensures that the will of the people, not machines and not bureaucracy, are being heard. This is not regression. This is restoring integrity. Elections are the heartbeat of our democracy and our republic, and they must be transparent. Returning to in-person voting, paper ballots, and one-day elections again is not a step backwards. I repeat, it is not a step backwards. It is a return to what works. So on behalf of the people of Hawaii, I urge you to restore common sense, rebuild confidence, and give the voters back the trust that they deserve in their elections. I yield.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Jarek Medeiros, followed by Observer.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. I agree with Tamara. Thank you, Tamara. That was absolutely 100% correct. Going through the process of what we've been going through since 2020, there's no integrity to the voting process anymore, right? And then you get organizations like the LGBT who are set to push this agenda of these things. Say, hey, I've been in Hawaii all my life. This guy speaks like he's born in Hawaii. He's not in Hawaii. You know, like, hey, the voting process back then, we never have no problems of finding volunteers. That's a lie. That's shame on him for lying like that. Yeah, as a vice president or whatever he is of that organization, shame on him. Yeah, because you know what? Anybody who supports this mail out and this voting more than one day, consider yourselves a crook. You're a crook and you'll cheat at whatever means you gotta. Right? This is corruption at its worst, people. Understand. There's no integrity to our voting process right now. Right? And we can honestly blame those that we are preaching to today. Right? So sorry, not the new commissioners. Sorry, commissioners. But I didn't realize that we had new commissioners since the last one, because we were missing one. But welcome to the commission. Sorry about that. But I'm a pretty passionate guy of where I live. And the future generations means a lot to me. The future generation of Hawaii means a lot to me. And the process that they've been putting us through since 2020 shows and tells there's no future for the people of Hawaii and for the future generations of Hawaii, right? Shame on you, Scott Nagle, for doing what you're doing, bro. Shame on you, Curtis, for doing your chair position in every means and ways you can think possible to keep it cheated. Shame on you. I don't know how you sleep at night. You probably just close your eyes too and go to sleep and nothing bothers you, while everybody is staying up at night bothered by this. Listen, the old way is the most integrity way. Cheating, minimized. You know, now, if you screw up on your ballot, your vote's not counted, right? Back then in the precincts, and this is why I say the county jurisdiction now to the LGBT dude, man, hey, listen up. Know that when statute, yeah, what you talking about, these things put into law, it's been put into a statute. Statute does not trump the law, okay? Statutes is administrative rules. Understand this, Mr. LGBT. Administrative rules for the government workers, not the people.
Thank you, Mr. Medeiros.
The next testifier is Observer, followed by Kent Brewster.
Observer, what's your full name?
Okay, aloha, I am Cynthia Joe. All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to start out with going back to how this conversation started today, which was oath of office for the Hawaii State Constitution. All of the commissioners took an oath to support the U.S. Constitution and the Hawaii State Constitution. In the preamble of the Hawaii State Constitution, it says, "We, the people of Hawaii, grateful for divine guidance and mindful of our Hawaiian heritage and uniqueness as an island state." That's the point here, okay? That we need to turn to divine guidance, and the oath of office is supposed to be looking at divine guidance. It's in the preamble. And in Article 2, Section 8 of the Hawaii State Constitution, it says, "General elections shall be held on the first Tuesday after the first Monday in November in all even-numbered years." It goes on to specify for special and for primary elections. So my challenge is to the commissioners to truly uphold your oath of office, seek divine guidance, and lastly, in my 40 years plus of voting with paper ballots and in person at precincts, whether it was here or another state, all the votes were counted because you're dealing with very small numbers of ballots each time. It's so simple. It's common sense. And lastly, the last 2 years for certain, maybe even 3 years on this election commission would have been very different conversations. If we had been always sticking with in person, following the Constitution, one day of voting, paper ballots, the last 3 years would have been so much more enjoyable, and it would be all of us working together to unite and find common ground versus this opposing something that it doesn't work. It's null and void. 1908 was the first ruling in the Supreme Court with Marbury versus Madison that said anything repugnant to the Constitution is null and void. And there's many cases since then that agree. Anything repugnant to the Constitution is null and void. So all these legislative laws are null and void. They do not follow the Hawaii State Constitution. So commissioners that are voting in a block against we the people's will, I ask you to check in with divine guidance, and your conscience should be your guide with God.
Thank you. Thank you.
The next testifier is Kent Brewster, followed by Tara Malia.
Aloha, friends. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you all for your hard work and your patience. I am strongly opposed to the motion before you. It's a campaign to make voting as hard as possible for as many people as possible. It is part of a nationwide campaign that is trying to do the same thing to the entire country before the 2026 midterms. As the commission has found, there is no evidence of fraud, no evidence of tampering, no evidence that any significant number of ballots were lost or misdirected, and also no evidence that thousands of Micronesians are stuffing the ballot box. And whoever said that, you should be ashamed of yourself. Hand counting 500,000 paper ballots and having winners ready by 9 p.m. is completely absurd. It's been proven over and over again that people are much slower and far less accurate than machinery. You can declare that the system is broken as many times as you want. No matter how many times you repeat the lie does not become true. You are not fooling anyone. Thank you all.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Tara Malia, followed by Magaso William Dennis.
Aloha.
Aloha, my kako again. Chair and commissioners, thank you for the time to speak. Again, Tara Malia Gregory, candidate for City Council District 4. For decades, elections were very simple. One day, in person, neighbors were voting side by side, ballots were counted the same day, and the process was trusted. There was a time that we looked forward to voting and being good stewards over our civic duty and being that example for the keiki and just allowing our kupuna to be proud of us. And they deemed it accessible to them at that time, and they still do. So there's this aspect of bringing that joy of community back, that kuleana back. And to address Mr. Allen and the former speaker who spoke earlier, and the new commissioners, you may have missed the pig because there's a lot of misinformation being spoken, the truth being called lies. Just to let you know, there was a 57,553 actually collected ballots, and what was reported was 76,595. And that's a truthful discrepancy because there was no United States Postal Service invoice for the discrepancy of 19,042 ballots. This is not an exaggeration and it's not a lie. If you do take the time to read the pig, you'll see that. And as we've shifted further into the all mail-in elections, and the drop boxes, the multiple ones, and everything that's been said today, there is no more voter confidence, and that's what we're trying to gain back with the truth. Some argue that this is just about accessibility, like what was said just previously, but it doesn't matter if it's accessible if it's not true and not trustworthy. So to be accessible and untrue is not the society that we want to live in. So I just wanted to make it very clear that I would love for this commission to move towards one day in-person voting with voter ID, paper ballots as the backbone of the elections. If there's a drop-off, that'd be great. One at Honolulu Hale, and then have many people watching that one drop-off for nostalgia purposes and for security purposes. And history and common sense tells us that what worked one day in-person secure paper ballots and results the same night, that model preserves fairness, security, and trust. And then there's a voter trust it's also about the patriotism, right? It's also about the nation, the feeling of joy when you come together. And because people take pride in a system that honors their voice, more people will want to be involved with this if they know that it's a joyful situation where the community comes together, not just ways to be more corrupt. So mahalo nui loa for the time to speak today.
Thank you, Ms. Gregory.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Magaso William Dennis, followed by Karina Gowan.
I'm Magaso William Dennis. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Mail-in voting with drop boxes is the easiest and most corrupt form of voting and disenfranchising people. Having spent 20 years in the optical mark sense reader technology, voting machines are easily compromised when it comes to elections. I support in-person voting with voter ID, signature verification, paper ballots, no machines, same-day voting, no ballot drop-off boxes, precinct voting, no mail-in ballots, except for the military, and same-day counting of the votes. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Dennis.
The next testifier is Karina Gowan, followed by Adriel Lam.
Ms. Gowan, unmute, please. Again,
Heck.
there you
Can
go.
you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Karina Gowan, and this is the first time I'm on here. And I want to thank everybody for their right to be here and to give me the courage that I am definitely for in-person voting. You know, it was 1 year that my son and I, we worked at Waikele, you know, and we had fun. We had fun. It was, you know, we all were in different posts. And I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's bad. Another note that I have 4 children, adult children in the mainland. And since the voting that's been happening, my kids did not register in Hawaii, not at all. And I'm getting their mail count. I mean, their mail, you know, election mail. Like, so I called them, hey, did you guys register for Hawaii vote? And they said, no, Mom. You know, why should they? They're not here. So if they're voting, they're voting, you know, election paper ballot is being counted. I don't know. I don't know if there's any way of cheating, but I'm not for it. I'm for in person. Thank you for letting me share.
Thank you, Ms. Gowan.
The next testifier is Adriel Lam, followed by Chris Neff.
Hi, Chair. Thanks for the opportunity to testify again. I'm in support of the motion at hand for in-person voting and more access to that. I was the official observer for Honolulu County in Kapolei Voter Service Center, where I observed the very last vote cast on November 6, 12:04 a.m. These are thousands of people who stood in line for more than 5 hours. Actually, I observed one family that left the ballot polling area at 7 o'clock, and they had been there since 12 noon. These are people who are intent on voting in person, but did not have the access. They were limited their civil rights to only vote in one of 2 places on the whole island of Oahu. Literally the most populous island in the state, and they only had 2 places to vote. This is a trampling of their civil rights, of every citizen's civil rights, for the option to vote on the day that they choose, to take in everything they know to vote on election day and not be forced to cast their ballots ahead of time, 5 days, 10, 15 days ahead of time. They have a right to vote on the day of election, as the Constitution of Hawaii states that election day is a specific day. On another note, as a statewide candidate, apart from the comment of people lack of trust in elections, the other part was they wish they could vote like they used to in their own precincts, where they could go to the school and meet their old friends they haven't seen in a while and vote as a community. You know who showed up, and you know who voted. Not unlike United States Hawaii, who is from my community, is registered in my community in Kaneohe. but we don't not know how and when and where this vote was received and cast into the system. And as a last point, as a former federal officer watching foreign elections, it can be done. The island of Taiwan had 14 million voters cast their votes on one day. Actually, it casted 42 million ballots because there are 3 ballots they had to cast. And they counted them all within 5 hours. All 42 million ballots were cast and counted within one day, counted within 5 hours, and results were trusted because they were independently validated with voter ID, paper ballots, 3 persons witnessing each ballot being counted, and those tallies being publicly posted online and for everyone to see. So it's not difficult. Let's get back. I'm in support of this motion. Let's get back to in-person voting, paper ballots, voter ID, one-day voting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lamb.
The next testifier is Chris Neff, followed by Andrea.
Chris Neff. Chris Neff, we can't hear you. Chris Neff, going once, twice. Sorry, you gotta go next.
The next testifier is Andrea, followed by Junia Nakoa.
Hi there, commissioners. Thank you. My name.
You're muted. Yes, you muted yourself.
Okay, so my name is Andrea Rogers. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I serve as the vice chair of the Maui County Mayor's Commission on Persons with Disabilities. And today I want to speak to you about my friend Paul. Paul is an adult born and raised in Hawaii and has autism. He can ride familiar bus routes, but does not drive, and voting is an important part of his life. He likes going to sign waving and meeting our elected officials. Knowing our elected officials and what they stand for makes him feel important. He would spend a long time at his local voting places in his precinct, saying hello to familiar friends, classmates, family. Going to polling places is an important part of his feeling like he belongs. We miss how often our special needs residents don't have a lot of opportunities to feel connected to their community, and voting at the precinct is a place that made him feel connected. With mail-in votes, we have disenfranchised this member of our community, and we underestimate the impact that it actually has for certain people in our precincts. His opportunity for social inclusion through participating in the voting process is being denied to him and has been lost. He cannot navigate to go to the one central location in Wailuku, Maui, as he lives rurally. Even if he goes there, he sees no one he knows, as opposed to being at his own precinct where he knew everyone. I cannot stress how valuable in-person voting is to many in our community, how it strengthens the fabric of our communities so we all know each other. Today, I'm speaking up for all those who too often cannot speak for themselves. A return to in-person precinct voting is good for our islands, good for our state, and most of all, it's good for my friend Paul, who has autism. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Andrea.
The next testifier is Junia Nakoa, followed by Chris Neff.
Yes, sir. Yeah. What day is this? I went vote in person here in Lahaina at the Civic Center, and it was awesome. We'll be able to go there, show my ID, sign in, so they can recognize my signature, and not guess that these guys that I was signing my paper correct and a twin match and whatnot. So felt good, brah. So I am in support of going over there, voting on that one day. Main thing, we get plenty places like we used to have. They had all the schools. Over here in Lahaina, we had Napilihau. We had places where, like everybody's saying, our community could go and talk story. When that kind of feel good that we all taking a stand and we all voting and whatnot. Yeah, so I am totally in support of voting in one day, being there in person, and make sure we do them all together. So we don't need to worry about on computer or somebody losing one ballot box or all that kind of stuff. Yeah, let's just go over there. And back in the day, in 2000, when I was with the ILWU, I went and go over there and check them out. Watch these guys count the ballots and all that kind of thing. So we can do them. We gotta stop getting lazy. Like I said about this guy, I'm gonna make sure he get off his ass. And then we get off our asses and go vote in person and stop being lazy and go there, be a part of a community. You guys know what we suffer here in Lahaina. Yeah, our community is vigilant. We strong. Yeah, we all show up to meeting. We didn't show up to a meeting about the future of our Lahaina and our front street. So I think the whole Lahaina will show up to vote in person because they're gonna know how important it is to go over there and make sure our vote is counted and make sure we do vote because of the politicians that get into office through this corrupt system. And I think with this we can make sure we don't need to worry about that thing. Okay, mahalo you guys, and yes sir.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Chris Neff, followed by Makani Sabala.
Chris Neff. You have to unmute and talk. Chris Neff going once. Chris Neff going twice. Next.
The next testifier is Makani Sabala.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Thank you, Chair Curtis and the Commission for hearing my testimony. My name is Makani Sabala, and I'd just like to note the League's testimony and urge the full Commission to consider the Permitted Interaction Group report with caution. It appears that the PIG led by Commissioner Andrion is being used as a legitimizing vehicle for inaccurate or false claims, and that could kind of erode the credibility of the full Commission if it were to consider some of the claims made within the report. So I just urge caution. Mahalo.
Thank you, Mr. Sabala.
Chair, there are no further testifiers.
Thank you. Back to the commissioners. Ms. Papalima.
The remaining raised hands are repeat testifiers. Just
Yeah,
letting you
no,
know, Chair.
We only have time for once each. Ms. Papalimo, you wanted to comment?
Yes, I did want to comment. I've always had a problem with mail-in voting for the Big Island. The Big Island is incredibly rural and very large. When you only have 2 places and a bus service that is not as well run as Honolulu or as deep as Honolulu runs, it is incredibly a disservice. We have 2 of the largest neighborhoods in the nation that receive no mail service whatsoever. So if you're talking about accessibility, you are the people who are being held back are the ones that don't get mail delivered to their homes. And we have 2 of the largest neighborhoods in the nation. And that's Hawaiian Paradise Park for volume with people and Ocean View. And neither of them get mail service. And so being an incredibly rural island, I much prefer one-day voting in our precincts, which is accessible to everyone in their area. And I think, you know, for me, I represent the Big Island. And so I speak to that. And I would love to see us go back to one day. We never had a problem getting volunteers. I know my parents did it for years. I did it for years as an adult. I've also served as an observer. going all the way back to, I think 2008 was my first year when I moved back home after I moved back to Hawaii, that I went and helped down at the state building in Hilo. And they were short, they needed help. And I brought, my kids, they came and worked phones. And so I see where we're talking about we need more people, but I think we have a base now, both throughout the entire island. We have a lot more people, a younger generation that's more involved. And so I don't think we would be having any trouble getting volunteers for this.
Thank you. Jeffrey.
Yeah, Chair. So much of the testimony to go back to in-person voting seems to be based on the fallacy that what this pig said is in fact accurate. And we haven't really delved into these conclusions at all. But I think that it's important to do so because, for example, if we take the very first conclusion in the report, they say Hawaii election results based on electronic records are unverifiable. In other words, we can't trust anything other than in-person voting hand counted. But that entire conclusion is based on a house of cards, being that the pig claimed to have either, well, I don't know exactly what it is that they're saying. They claim that UIPA requests were made for certain records, but they didn't submit the actual UIPA requests themselves. And it actually doesn't even appear that it was pig members that submitted them at all. So who submitted the UIPA requests? When were they submitted? What did the requests say? We just don't know because the pig whose members claim that they want transparency and everything won't tell us. They didn't attach anything. They just simply made these assertions that UIPA requests were made and that there was nothing that was provided to them in response that was, in their eyes, satisfactory. And the thing is that the wording of the UIPA requests is really, really important if one was even made. But under 92F-17 of the HRS, an agency employee who improperly releases records that are not supposed to be released can actually face criminal penalties. And even setting aside criminal penalties, government agencies obviously cannot disclose records that under the UIPA are supposed to be protected. So, we don't know in this case whether the UIPA request, if it was made, falls into that category because nothing was provided. Instead, what we have is a sweeping generalization from this pig report that states that the pig wasn't satisfied with what was asked of the agencies. And sadly, we have these words repeated over and over and over by various people who see this report and take it as gospel. So the reality is that this pig cannot claim that the electronic records are unverifiable. It can only claim that the pig, could not verify the electronic records because it didn't go through the proper procedures and or it's not entitled to the records in the first place. Because again, we don't know what was requested. So, I would move that because this conclusion is baseless, that the pig members take responsibility for this and withdraw that claim. And if they don't, I would move that, in fact, this commission affirmatively reject conclusion number 1.
Thank you. Ralph.
Yes, Chair. So thank you. So the pig report said the election results are unverifiable. If the underlying records in the state voter registration system are not supplied, and it doesn't matter if you play word games with how you did records requests or all this stuff, if they're not given out, it's unverifiable. It's that simple. So the underlying thing here is that Hawaii is no longer counting its ballots. A company from Texas is counting our ballots, okay? So what we're asking is go back to the precinct so that the people of Hawaii can count their own ballots. All the hand counting ballot laws are still on the books. So there's no new legislation that needs to be made. All of these things are still there. Electronic records are not verifiable. And without the underlying logs and records, none of that has been provided to us. Now, what I'd like to point out is the hypocrisy in the statements here. So some members, Chair, you wrote a letter to Scott Nago on May 6th stating that United States Postal Service securely controls delivery of unvoted ballots and return voted ballots. Yet the claim is, and Mr. Osterkamp is going to say that the United States Postal records are unofficial. And at the same time, you're saying we have to trust the post office to deliver our ballots. Now, you can't have it both ways. If you're going to say the post office records are unofficial, then you can't ask us to send everything through the mail because they can't keep records. So you're discounting the PIGS report. We're just using the Big Island records. All we've done is ask the Big Island for their collection records. And we know how many ballots they collected from the drop boxes. And they're short 19,000 receipts from the post office. I think that's kind of a big deal, and we can't just discount that. And now you're going to argue that we should go through the mail, but then in the next, when you get to talk about your PIG, you're going to say that those records from the post office are unreliable. So you got to pick one. Either they are or they are not. And I would like to see how those ballots at some point got to the Big Island, because if they didn't come through the mail or if it didn't come through the Dropbox, how did they get there? And that's the underlying thing that we're asking. So
Okay,
let's just verify these.
the motion on the floor is to ask the ledge to go back to in-person same-day voting.
Getting it. So
Lindsay.
we need, in the meantime, so we're not
No,
arguing about.
thank you, Ralph. That's the question. You've already
Yes.
addressed it.
So
Lindsay,
this is
you're up.
coming up again and again, and we can resolve this by going back to in-person voting. Thank you.
Thank you. Lindsay, you had something?
Yes, I have something I want to say, but I also wanted to respond to Mr. Osterkamp about the unverifiable, which I addressed that when we were talking about, I made this motion earlier in favor of the independent audit, because no one who is outside the system can verify the results. So maybe it's an incomplete sentence where if it says they're unverifiable by anybody who does not have access to the statewide voter registration system. And it would be a simple, easy thing, but we've already gone over that ground, to provide a paper trail that a non-official person could follow. But what I wanted to say about the mail-in voting that was supposed to increase participation, among other things, it has not. It has not increased participation. So that argument is invalid. And in our PIG report, we got those numbers wrong. As Mr. Nago pointed out, we were quoting the Office of Election and mistakenly used primary election figures. So they were very low, and he was right to point that out. But if you look at general election figures for years, presidential election years, you'll see that it's essentially stayed the same. So the idea that we are taking away access to voting or suppressing the vote by going back to mail-in voting is not supported by any data, because our our 2024 election had a participation of 60.7%. And if you go back to the early 2000s, in 2004, 66.7, 2008, 66. So, and it's gone down as low as 58, up as high as 69, but it has not, it's not better than it used to be. The fact that everybody gets a ballot, whether they want it or not. And so I just wanted to say that, the percentage, the participation rate has remained essentially the same.
Thank you. Ms. McAdam.
Sorry, hi. Yeah, I also just wanted to point out from Scott Nagle in the Office of Elections report, they have a voter participation by method of voting for the general elections from 2020-24. 2024 election, percentage of voters who voted by mail was 92.5%. It's 92.5% of the state want to vote by mail. And I think that's really important that we bear in mind all the time when we consider this. And I think that's a percentage that hasn't been discussed enough and by testimony, but I just wanted to make sure that we're all aware of that.
Thank you. Jeffrey.
Yeah, so to go back to this unverifiable issue, you know, in 1960 and 1980, in 1992, how are things immediately unverifiable? Or how were things immediately verifiable? How is it that if this pig existed, it would be able to verify the ballots and the counts? It wouldn't. It's never been the case that government records are 100% open at the whim of a request of a pig. Never. And it's not true now. Now, we've already addressed issues concerning a potential audit. And maybe that will give some people some assurances that they lack now. But again, using the falsehood that a pig that did not even provide UIPA requests that it says it provided, or strongly implies it provided, with wording that we don't know what it was, that means that the election results are unverifiable. And then we make the jump to, well, hey, as a result, we should go back to in-person voting. It's just ludicrous. There's no basis for connecting this supposed unverifiable statement, which is false, to the need to go back to in-person voting. If you want to vote, if you want to decide for other reasons, well, sure, do that, but don't fool yourself that you're doing it for the reasons that the pig falsely has provided to us.
Thank you. Ralph?
I call the question.
No, I have.
Question was called. It takes a 2/3 vote to bring the vote to a head. All those in favor of stopping the discussion and bringing it to a vote, that's the roll call that we'll do now. Takes 2/3 vote to end discussion.
We didn't do that earlier when Commissioner Apana called for the vote.
Yeah. No, let's go vote.
That's the procedure. Question's been called. With a 2/3 vote of the body, we can end discussion and bring it to a vote. We'll do a roll call on the call for the question. Do you want to end discussion? Vote yes.
Okay. Commissioner Andrian?
Yes.
Commissioner Apana?
No.
Commissioner Kushni?
Yes.
Commissioner Kam?
No.
Commissioner McAdam? Commissioner McAdam, you're still muted.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Commissioner Osterkamp?
No.
Commissioner Papalimu?
No.
Commissioner Sabas?
No.
Chair Curtis?
No. Mr. Pana, you had some comments.
Motion does not
Yeah,
pass.
I didn't get to put in my 2 cents. what we have before us is asking the legislature to go back to what is called a proven system, 1-day paper voting, based on this PIG report that was done internally by our members, that is in doubt by other members. I mean, that's what I understand what's going on.
Yes.
Earlier today, we said we need to embrace technology such as AI to help us with verbatim, because that's the way of the world. It's cheaper, it's simpler, and it'll make everything transparent. We also voted on asking the legislature to do it themselves, and if there's a conflict, to go outside and do an independent audit of the Office of Elections to see this ballot count discrepancy, and not only Kauai, but the entire state. So we asked them to do that to verify the PIG report, if it's accurate, it's not, or the election was okay within margin. You know, so that is where we're at. I mean, we made our decision. Let's follow through on it. Instead of just throwing everything out and starting all over, let's get what we asked for done. And now we can see where we stand. With that in mind, I'll be voting no. And just for disclosure, someone said they know my party affiliation. I'm a Democrat. My parents are Democrats. My grandfather is a Republican. So I don't think that makes any difference, because we sit on this commission because we want the voter turnout to go up. And the only way we can do that is clear away roadblocks, make it easier, and the integrity got to be there where people feel it's worth their time. And that is why I chose to serve on this particular committee, because our turnout is so darn low that something needs to be done. And I think with the votes I took today, we headed in the right direction. So, Mr. Chair, at this time, I will be voting no on the motion.
Is there any other discussion?
Real
on the
quick, Chair,
motion
if
to
my
write
audio is
letter to the
working now.
ledge regarding the returning to in-person voting?
I will if my audio is working.
Yep, there you go, Dylan.
Awesome. Thank you so much. First, I want to apologize to Commissioner Pana. I didn't realize our last vote was just on ending the discussion, and I know you repeated that, Chair. It just didn't register to me. Also, of course, my name is on this PIG report, and I just want to give everyone assurance that the conclusions that we made are verifiable, and in the essence that there's evidence for it, and happily to supplement our report and provide that to the commission and to the chair. I know that we have a number of friends online that have online platforms that would be willing to even publish that so that the public can see all of that. I do want to note that with the first PIG, Commissioner Young's PIG, they drew similar conclusions, including data that this commission accepted as a matter of fact. And we're not as stringent as you are being with our PIG in pointing out the differences that we've seen. So I'll be in support of the motion. I think the public has asked for this. And I think it, again, to state what another testifier said, we're going back. No, we're not going backwards. We're going back to what works. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Ready for a roll call?
Okay.
Please.
Commissioner Andrian,
Yes.
Commissioner Apana,
No.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Cam,
Yes.
Commissioner McAdam. Did you say?
Said
Well,
no.
Okay,
No.
thank you. Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
Yes.
Chair Curtis.
I'm going to abstain. It's above my pay grade. This is a legislative issue, but the
motion passes.
The legislation or the commentary here is available to the legislature. You had a third point from your PIG, Dylan?
Yes, and now that my audio is working, I'll provide a point. Thank you.
Please, make a
Our
motion.
Yes, our third recommendation, and I understand this will need public testimony, so I'll just state our recommendation and provide a motion. Our recommendation is to terminate the employment of Chief Elections Officer Scott Nago. So I make the motion to remove Scott Nago as our Chief Elections Officer.
Is there a second?
Yes.
Discussion. We already had public testimony on your PIG. I don't think we need public testimony on this.
Chair, you took up each item individually. I think the public would have a lot to say about, and I think Scott would appreciate it if the public had opportunity to speak on this.
I doubt that.
We've already had public testimony on this item. I would ask for commissioner's testimony on firing Scott Nago.
Yes, Chair.
Yes, Ralph.
Well, none of the laws that are in place are being followed, and that's purposeful. When I started on the commission 2 years ago, I brought this same issue up, and I said the counties are keeping chain of custody documentation. A year and a half goes by, and then Mr. Nago spoke up and wrote a letter to the commission. And he said, oh, the chain of custody documentation is kept in the statewide voter registration system. After letting us deliberate on this for 14 months, 15 months, he finally pipes up. But the problem with what he said is that the statewide voter registration system, he is the administrator of the system. So how can you say that the counties are reporting their chain of custody records in the statewide voter registration system when they do not control those records? Scott Nago does. So the counties would never know that the number of envelopes that they are signature verifying are over-reported. And that's what we're seeing on Kauai and the Big Island. The number of ballots that are being reported, they're compared to their collection records, it's being over-reported. But the counties would never know that because none of the records in the statewide voter registration system are being released. So if they release those daily, then we would have something to check back into, but that's not happening. And that comes back to not having verifiable election results. So at the end of the election, Mr. Nago is putting out a one-page statement on how many people voted. And if you compare this to a bank, we want to see the balance sheet. How many in, how many out? Every day, how many ballots came in, how many were signature verified, and then how many were removed. And that balance should be how many votes you're reporting. And we don't have that, never had that. So we're still trying to, we made that vote to do an audit, but Mr. Nago has clearly not followed any of these laws and basic physical inventory. Any business, any governmental firm has these things in place, and we don't. And that's the most basic sub-element of anything, and he doesn't have it. So I'm voting to have him removed. Thank you.
Jeffrey.
Yeah, so for Commissioner Kushney, this has been a crusade for quite some time. His reason for being seems to be to fire Scott Nago. And yeah, I've got to say, I have a lot of respect for Mr. Nago in that he manages to sit at these meetings month after month and listen to these things and still respond respectfully to the people who are going at him. But I think it's important to look at some of the actual facts here, in that what we see as ammunition against Mr. Nago over and over are things such as a cite to HAR 3-177-453. We keep seeing from the PIG that Mr. Nago was required to provide that pig with all these various records because that's what that rule says. But that's not what the rule says. It doesn't say that at all. It says that the chief election officer and the clerk shall maintain election records. It doesn't say anything about when and under what circumstances they're to be made public. And it also, well, in this particular case, it's not applicable at all because there's no evidence that the pig followed any basic procedures to try to obtain the relevant records for Mr. Nago. Instead, all it's saying is, well, he didn't give these records to us, and therefore he must not have them, and therefore he must not be doing his job, and therefore he needs to be fired. One domino after another, after another, after another. These are simply, if Mr. Nago were to be dismissed, it would need to be on far, far, far stronger grounds than that. Now, obviously it's true that certain records do need to be made public, but certainly not in the way or to the extent that this pig has claimed, and it's not a basis for terminating Mr. Nago's employment. Then we have other issues such as this supposed 19,000 vote discrepancy in the Big Island. And we'll get into that when we present our report. But it's, again, just a fallacy. Big Island never reported the vote count that was supposedly 19,000 votes different from what the state reported. It's just absolutely a false statement. Instead, what occurred was Commissioner Cushney requested records from the Big Island of the postal receipts it had received from USPS. And the Big Island folks made clear to Mr. Cushney that it didn't have complete records of the postal receipts from the USPS. It gave him what it had. It wasn't reporting in any way that that's what the number of ballots received was. It simply provided him with the records of the receipts that it had. And because it didn't have complete records, yeah, the number that Commissioner Cushney inferred from that is different from the actual number certified by the state. That doesn't mean there is a discrepancy.
That's not true at all.
It is true, and if you read our report,
excuse me, Ms. Papalino, Jeffrey has the floor.
The newspaper.
And if
the count from the county was
Ms. Papalino, you're out of order. You'll get your chance after.
And it's all set forth in our report. We, by the way, attached appendices, and we set the whole thing out as opposed to just making unverifiable assertions.
Ms. Papalimo.
Yes, that is not true at all. It was printed and reported by the County of Hawaii that they received 57,000. And by the time it got to the state count vote, all of a sudden there was 70-something thousand. Nowhere in the pig report, and I am telling you, I was on Mr. Osterkamp's pig. I've never been contacted by him except once when he sent a letter that he was going to submit to Mr. Hendricks. And I said, this letter is bogus. This letter is asking Mr. Hendricks what the problems are. We already know what the problems are. We're supposed to be asking him to show us proof. I said, where did you get this letter from? Who did you write this letter with? And he said, I met with Chair Curtis. I said, Chair Curtis is not a member of our pig. The pig should be putting that letter together. Never heard back from him again.
So those things are
wait.
Multiple false statements there.
I never talked to Mr. Hendricks, by the way.
I'm not saying
Jeffrey.
I said you spoke. My pig chair that you appointed said he spoke with you in regards to the letter he was writing to Mr. Hendricks.
He did not. It's
you
not true.
Told me that.
No, I did not.
Oh my God.
Okay, Jeffrey, you have the floor.
Oh my
Okay.
God.
No, I
Oh,
believe that Ms. Papalimo is confused
no.
about the source of the pig's inspiration, which is, among other things, the actual meeting minutes. We look back to see what you instructed us to do, Chair, and we crafted our letter in part based on that.
Who's we?
I can testify that I never met with or called Chair Curtis to craft the letter to the Big Island County Clerk, and I'm sure he can verify that.
Let's take a timeout. Timeout.
Oh, we're not taking
The motion on the floor is to fire Scott Nago. Let's talk about firing Scott Nago. Ms. Papalimo, you have the floor.
This is not a lie. I called you specifically because that letter was so off. And I said, who helped you write this letter? You said you spoke to Chair Curtis. I specifically said, Chair Curtis is not on our pig. You never called me back, never spoke with me. We've never had a Zoom. I've never spoken with Claire. It's why I sent you an email yesterday after reading your report saying to remove my name from this report because I had absolutely zero input to it.
We'll get to that report in a minute. Right now, we're talking about firing Scott Nago.
Don't tell me I'm confused. That's crap.
Do you want to fire Scott Nago or not?
Hell yeah.
Okay.
And I've wanted to do it for years.
Thank you.
I worked there.
Thank you.
It's incompetent.
Thank you.
And the reason he's so nice and kind is because he knows he's not going to get fired.
Thank you.
So he can sit through all of this crap.
Are there any other commissioners that would like to comment?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, Ralph.
So we've been also discussing certifying the election, and last year we made the point that the election was certified without the following the rules of 11-155. And Scott Nago supported what we said in a March letter to us, the commission. He sent it on March 17th. And he identified that the County of Maui had supplied no records. So how do you certify an election that you don't even know that the county didn't have any records? So he didn't bring this up to us until March 17th. We had no records. The other point is none of these records that I'm speaking of are made up. They are given to us from the counties. The Big Island had no transfer records from the county to the state. He admits that in his letter also. And the records that we're still bringing up, the 57,000 collection records, that's the Big Island records, and they're saying they don't have the mail ballot receipt. So you're putting that on the post office, but nobody's looking into this. Has anyone called the post office? Well, I did. I went to the post office. We emailed them, we certified mailed them, and I personally delivered a letter to the Hilo post office asking for explanation. The post office is being completely uncooperative with our pig. They wouldn't even give me the last name of the postmaster or a contact number to get a hold of them.
So you want to fire Scott?
Yes, because he hasn't looked into how did those ballots get into the Big Island's possession.
Are there any other commissioner comments regarding firing Scott Nago?
Chair, can I make one final remark?
Sure.
In our PIG report, under this recommendation, we also state that a culture that's been created is an us versus them. And I want to remind the commission, and I apologize to the new commissioners that are just joining us, but prayerfully or hopefully you've done some homework at reviewing some of these meetings. One of our testifiers pointed out, the commission had voted to not advise the state to move forward with the ERIC system. And despite that, all of us coming together to vote and say, no, don't do this, the chief elections officer went to the legislature and said he wants to do it and push for that to move forward. And so for me, if I have an employee and I direct them or advise them on something and ask them to do something and they do the exact opposite, they would no longer be on my team. So I just want to make that final remark, and I'm in favor of, and I can appreciate that some of our commissioners are new to this and may not be ready to vote, but on principle, I will be voting for this. Scott has had a long tenure with the Office of Elections, and he has sat through all of this, and he clearly hears what the public is saying. So I'll be voting yes on this motion.
Other commissioner comments?
I need to
Yes,
apologize
Ms.
for my
McAdam.
behavior.
Ms. McAdam?
Yes, hi. I just want to go back to this Eric point again, because this always comes up at meetings when we're talking about should we fire Scott Nago. It was a commission vote. It wasn't a unanimous vote. And Scott Nago is not our employee. He's entitled to his own opinion, and that's what he gave to the testimony that he gave before legislature. And so it's being used as some kind of disciplinary measure against him because he has his own opinion. So I think we need to stop bringing that up. He's perfectly entitled to his own opinion.
Thank you. Other commissioners? Yes, Mr. Apana.
Just a question. Is it within our powers to hire and fire the chief election officer?
I think that's our primary mission.
That's one of our duties?
Yes.
Okay. I have no qualms firing people if they're not doing their job. It's just that today is my first day. I should have got up to speed. I didn't know this commission was this commission. So I'll be voting no today, but in the future, I'm going to leave it open. If it proves me otherwise that he needs to go, then he needs to go. But at this time and point, I don't have that information on me. So I'll be voting no.
Mr. Sabas.
I don't know Scott Nago. I've never talked to him. I don't think we've ever met. If he survives this vote, I'd like to give him an opportunity to prove himself to me. And at that time, should this issue come up again, I will make a decision. But for today, I will not support firing him.
We ready for a roll call?
Yes.
Please.
Commissioner Andrian,
Aye.
Commissioner Apana,
No.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Kam,
Aye.
Commissioner McAdam,
No.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Savas,
No.
Chair Curtis.
No.
The motion does not pass.
So moving on to the next agenda item.
Chair, I would like to be recognized. There's still more issues I'd like to bring up.
What motion would you like to make, sir?
Okay, I move that the Office of Elections obtain from Hawaii County and provide to this commission the complete set of USPS business reply mail receipts accounting for all mail ballots received from the Postal Service during the 2024 general election before the next meeting.
I second.
Discussion, Chair.
I'd like to ask Mr. Osterkamp if that's included in his PIG report.
This is
That
included
issue is
about
included in
PIG
the
report.
PIG report.
Excuse me, Jeffrey, yes. What was it?
That issue is the primary point of the PIG report. The supposed discrepancy and the ballot receipts provided by USPS to Hawaii County.
So that's included in the report that we're about to receive later on in the agenda.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Thank you. Ralph?
Yes, so this is included in our PIG report. And my motion is that, again, we can settle these issues by clear transparency to the public. So the Office of Elections has said that ballot discrepancies are mischaracterized because the PIG relied on unofficial USPS BRM receipts instead of the statewide voter registration system summaries. But BRM receipts are not unofficial. They are the Postal Service's own business records. They are the only independent third-party documentation showing how many ballot envelopes were actually delivered into county custody. Here's the problem. If the USPS truly failed to provide invoices or keep proper records, then how can we trust them as an institution to reliably deliver our ballots? On the other hand, if the USPS did keep accurate receipts and those receipts don't match the SVRS totals, then it appears the ballot envelopes were added electronically without a paper trail. Either way, we cannot simply accept SVRS summaries at face value. The PIG report found that the Hawaii County reported 57,553 ballot envelopes received, yet the state reported counting 76,595 ballots, a 19,042 ballot gap with no paper trail. Without the BRM receipts, there is no way to reconcile these numbers. Comparing state SVRS data to state results defeats the language by the chief elections officer that one of the benefits of the roles and responsibilities of elections officials being divided is that it naturally establishes checks and balances of the processes such that there is no single entity completing all tasks and reconciliation. Just as banks must reconcile customer deposit slips against its internal ledger, elections officials must reconcile USPS receipts against SVRS entries. Without the BRM receipts, Hawaii mail election results are not verifiable. So we're just simply asking, show us where these ballots came from. They have a detailed collections of 27,000 ballots from drop boxes. They are saying the rest of the ballots were delivered in the mail. And if it's beyond me that nobody's even curious and hasn't even reached out to the post office. So in this motion, I'm asking the Office of Elections to have the County of Hawaii go out, reach out to the post office and provide those receipts for us. And then this will settle that argument. Thank you.
Jeffrey.
It doesn't work that way. Commissioner Krishnan can keep repeating the same numbers over and over and over, but it doesn't make it true. The Big Island does not use BRM receipts to count ballots. It never has. It was dumbfounded as to why Commissioner Krishnan was even asking for this stuff, because it doesn't base its count on BRM receipts. And it told him that the totals that it had were incomplete because it didn't collect those. It didn't use them in the process. And demanding that the county go to USPS to ask for receipts that it doesn't use would be the height of silliness and would be just, again, creating mistrust in the system. For what purpose? We're trying to tell people that their votes don't count. We've heard this already today. We've heard people say, you know, it just makes you want to throw up your hands and say, why vote? Because my vote doesn't count. And they think that because we here at the commission are feeding that. We're feeding conspiracy theories. We're telling them that their votes don't count. And it's all based on a wave of a hand and a lot of allegation and assertions that are just not true, and it's damaging. It's damaging to our system. It's damaging to our democracy.
And here's a way to solve that problem. Because what does
Papalimou, you have the floor.
What does the county use to pay USPS? Because I believe they get paid per ballot. So there has to be an accurate invoice of the ballots that they have handled, because there's also receipts of how much we need to pay them. They're not doing this for free. We have a budget in this state to pay USPS, the Postal Service, for every ballot they handle. So if their receipts are inconclusive, relied on for the voter, are they being relied on to pay them? Now that's a fiscal problem. Now we're ripping somebody off. And is that the taxpayer we're ripping off because they don't have invoices that are accurate? So did they charge us for 20,000, 19,000 extra ballots that the state counted and we're paying them for? Somebody got to explain this. This is money, taxpayer money that we pay the Postal Service. That's if we're paying them $1 a ballot, that's $19,000. That's more than my Social Security.
Ralph, you had your hand up? Ralph?
Yes, Chair.
No, I wasn't done, but go ahead, Ralph.
You were out of reception.
Ralph, you're on.
Yes, Chair. So this is a simple ask. We don't know where how did the ballots get into the system is what we're asking. And if we can't have the confidence that the post office has accurate receipts, this is very simple to do. Go down to the post office and find out why they don't have receipts. But the question is, were those ballots actually delivered in the mail or were they added electronically? And that's what's going to prove it. It should be very simple. And there should be no reason to ask, not to ask for this. Anybody would say, give me your statement, give me your receipts. That's a simple ask in any type of audit. So I hope everybody votes yes for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ralph. Jeffrey.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's not the way the Big Island does it. We're creating something that has never existed and then asking, well, why not? Because they don't do it that way. It'd be as though with any of your businesses, somebody who knows nothing about your business walks into your office and starts telling you, well, here's a different way to measure what should be measured. And then instructing you that, well, hey, you need to look at that separate but irrelevant measurement. And if you don't do it, then you must be hiding something.
Exactly.
Mr. Apana, did you have something?
Yeah, this question must have been going on for a while. So the bottom line is, did more votes come in than ballots mailed out? Is that the question?
There's more votes than envelopes. So
No,
there's
not.
19,000
That's not true.
Wait. Mr. Apana has the floor.
So my question is, you must have asked this to Scott earlier in previous meetings. Is that correct? Or are you guys blindsiding the guy?
No, we have
this
tried
is
to
asked.
get an answer.
Did
This
he
is
try
brought
and
up.
answer it?
Yes, he says the records are kept in the SVRS, and we're
What
saying
is
how.
voter registration? Okay.
Yes. So we're saying, how did the ballots get there if they didn't come through the mail? They already had collections records from the drop boxes, 27,000 ballots. The rest of them, the only legal way to come in is through the mail, but they don't have 19,000 receipts for those envelopes. And so I'm just asking, go get with the post office and find out why you don't have receipts. Asking for receipts is a basic audit ask, and this is pretty simple.
Thank you. Jeffrey.
Yeah,
No, wait,
they
let me
did-
finish. Let me finish.
They did
I
come
mean,
through the mail. Just
Okay,
because
Mr. Apana
Wouldn't you
has
as
the
a
floor.
citizen,
I'm sorry.
wouldn't you as a citizen go to the prosecutors and go, something's wrong here, look into it, versus you doing all the digging and you're just a commissioner.
Well, that's part of our investigation.
But we do the investigation ourselves? Is that what we
Well,
do?
The initial investigation is being done by the 3 permitted interaction groups. The 3rd report will be coming up later in this agenda to receive and digest, to be discussed at the next meeting. This is one of the questions that's addressed or supposed to be addressed in the PIG report that we're going to be receiving later on in the agenda.
No, I'm trying to say as commissioners, our job is to actually go out and do the investigation, not people
Yes.
do it and bring us to review. I mean, is that how this commission is set up?
We
Wow,
asked,
that's
correct?
big.
That's
The
kinda
permitted
crazy.
interaction groups allows us to do that.
Wow. Because you guys have no one. Well, we have no one. I mean, basically, I mean, kind of crazy. That's out of our skill set.
Amen.
So
Other,
I'm looking at this.
other discussion on what's the motion on the floor? Are we still talking about firing Scott?
Yes, so the motion, no, that one didn't pass. The motion
Okay.
was, I move that the Office of Elections obtain from Hawaii County and provide this commission the complete set of United States postal receipts for accounting for all mail ballot received from the post office during the 2024 general election before the next meeting. So I'm just saying, go get the receipts for us. So that
So we're
release-
telling Hawaii County to get the receipts from the post
we're
office.
asking Scott Nago to get with the county to get the receipts.
Okay,
So, Chair,
and yes,
we have a report on this. Commissioner Kushner is trying to drive through this motion before we've even had a chance to present the report.
This is clearly on our report. We're discussing our report.
Yeah, except that your report doesn't include any actual backup documentation. It includes assertions. We include backup documentation and we don't just include assertions.
wait, Ralph.
I'm glad you brought
Ralph,
that up because
Ralph,
I requested in
Ralph,
August
listen,
the commission submit this
Ralph,
to
you're
all
out
the
of
commissioners.
order. Jeffrey, you got the floor.
Yeah, so let us go through the report. The whole thing is 99 pages, but the text is much shorter. It's probably about 4 pages of text when you take out the graphic.
We're already talking about a report that we're about to receive later on.
Right, but the point is that
And I
Commissioner
appreciate
Kushner is trying to ram through a motion that is directly relevant to the material in the report that we're presenting.
But our report
It's premature
from post
to
office.
vote on that motion before we've actually had a chance to present the text of that report.
Lindsay
report-
Cam,
our
Lindsay
report
Cam, Lindsay Cam, please. You got to unmute, Lindsay.
Sorry.
Thank you.
After we listen to your report or receive your report, we cannot talk about it until the next meeting. So it would be great to have whatever documentation might be available that doesn't exist right now for our next meeting when we talk about your report. This issue is also in Dylan's report, so it's not inappropriate to talk about it now. It's already, it's already reached everybody. And what's the harm of asking them to try to collect a more complete set of receipts or records, and then next time when we talk about your report, we'll have that data that we don't have now.
Chair?
Thank you.
Good point.
Yes, Jeffrey.
Yeah, the harm is that we're demanding that a measurement be used that is not a measurement that is used. And first off, if the Big Island is forced to do this, then this is taking away from the things that they legitimately need to do, want to do for their people. And if they can't come up with the precise receipts, which presumably they cannot, or they would have already provided that to Commissioner Kushner a long time ago, then that's going to feed more distrust in the system. And we're going to again hear about how the Big Island cannot prove that the 76,000 envelopes were received. When in fact, if we go back to the actual system that they use, they can. But then we're going to hear more from Commissioner Kushner that says, well, we haven't been provided with that information. And so we're going to be going around in circles.
No.
Yes, if we start with that process now, if we start demanding that the Big Island do this, we're granting legitimacy to something that is fundamentally illegitimate.
I am the Big Island
Ms.
representative.
Papalemo.
I am the Big Island representative. I represent the Big Island. We want to know. We want to know.
Thank you, Ralph.
Yes, Chair. So thanks for making our point. And the point is, any auditor would, the first thing you say is, give us all your receipts. And we're simply asking for the receipts. If not, the only other determination is because none of the underlying data in the statewide voter registration is being released to anyone, that these ballots are being created electronically without a paper audit trail. And so that's what we're going to resolve. They either came in the mail or they didn't. And that's what we want to know. And for you to balk at producing these invoices because you think they may not be there, just further bolsters our case and makes the argument that we should find out if they came through the post office or not.
Thank you, Dylan.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to state, Commissioner Osterkamp repeating that this is not the measurement that they use. They do use the post office. This is how we track our ballots. And so simply asking for receipts on those ballots received, I don't think is out of order. I think it's logical. I think it's an easy thing to ask for. And I don't know what else to say here, except I feel like this is an easy yes for all of our commissioners to vote to. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. McAdam.
Those receipts are not required records anywhere. There's no legal requirement for them to collect them. They haven't collected them. They have collected what they have. So arbitrarily imposing some standard upon them now is just absolutely incorrect. And basically what Dylan has just said is wrong.
Jeffrey.
Yeah, I mean, again, we're using measurements that have never been used in order to create mistrust in the system. And for whatever reason, we seem to be going down a path that is going to make this even worse. We have a chart in our report that shows each day for 14 days, 14 weekdays, there were what were called qualified BRM envelope receipts and high volume qualified BRM envelope receipts. Some days.
So you're talking about the report that we're about to receive?
I'm talking about information that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you.
And that everybody here should be aware of. Some days, such as October 23rd and November 4th, there were both qualified BRM and high volume qualified BRM totals provided by USPS. Some days, such as October 21st, there were only qualified BRM receipt totals. Other days, such as October 22nd, there were only high volume qualified BRM receipt totals. And then finally, other days, such as October 17th, there were neither qualified BRM nor high volume qualified BRM receipt totals. It's quite clear that there were, in fact, ballot envelopes delivered on October 17th and that there were high volume qualified BRM envelopes delivered on October 21st. So this fallacy that these incomplete totals represent the actual total is just plain silliness, especially if we look at what the total would be if only these 57,000 mail-in ballots counted. It would take the Big Island turnout to way less than it ever has been. Whereas if you count the number actually certified by the state, it's roughly in line with historic precedent as well as what the other counties voted at in 2024. Nothing about this is mysterious. the Big Island, as the county clerk stated, uses the system that is set up by law. And, you know, specifically, I mean, I can read his words. He says, our office was aware that concerns of discrepancies arose from an erroneous analysis using business reply mail statements to determine the amount of ballot packet envelopes received by the County of Hawaii via USPS. The county does not use BRM statements to reconcile ballot envelope counts. The process used to reconcile relies solely on cross-checks with the voter registration system and the ballot counting system.
Thank you.
So now we have an effort to go back and reconstruct the process that was used after the fact. And it's—
So let me, one more point.
In a
Chair,
minute,
and then I'll be
Ralph.
done.
In a minute, Ralph.
And
Go ahead.
as you know, as Mr. Nago stated, it's the SVRS system that that does all this for the counties and the state. And so again, I don't see what is to be gained by trying to create more uncertainty, having more people standing up here and saying that there's fraud and treason, and my vote doesn't count because we have these reports saying that there are these huge discrepancies. Why are we doing this? Why are we trying to create more problems?
Thank you, Ralph.
Yes, Chair. So just to summarize this, what I'm hearing is that we don't want to vote to get the invoices because the invoices won't back up how many envelopes were actually delivered. So by having invoices that don't match up with the results will create distrust by the public. So that's in the long and the short of it. So as commissioners, we want to convey the most trust to the public and be the most open. And I think if the invoices are received and they don't add up, then we should have a discussion of why they don't add up. But to vote against even getting the receipts is preposterous. So I'm done deliberating. Let's take the vote. Thank you.
Question.
Yes, Mr. Apana.
Yeah, I want to ask Ralph, you have a number from the post office. How did you get that number?
I did a records request and I submitted these records to the commission in August and I asked that it be shared to all the commissioners. It was not. And when it didn't make the agenda, I wrote another email and I asked that it be put on the meeting materials and it was not. And then I emailed Raymond and I asked him that if he could screen share that. So Raymond, if you're there, could you screen share the Big Island record?
I mean, that's not necessary. So this request you're asking is to just confirm your numbers.
Correct. Yes,
Okay.
exactly. They're saying the discrepancy is because the post office did not give them receipts.
Okay. So Jeffrey, you said your report is going to come up next month or next meeting.
At the
That
end of
would
this
add to
agenda.
his numbers. Is that what I'm hearing?
I submitted the report already. It should have been emailed to all of the commissioners. When you
I
say—
haven't read it. Give me the short version. His
No,
number.
no. We're talking about that report next meeting. We're
I know, I
receiving
just
it
wanna
this
know-
meeting. That's
You're asking me
requirement
to
of the
vote
pig.
for something that we might already have.
Nope.
That's right. That's right. So the motion on the floor is for the Office of Elections to ask Hawaii County to ask the post office for the invoices for the ballots received.
Would your numbers supplement the existing numbers he's referring to?
I'm not providing— the report that we drafted does not provide new numbers. What the report does is explain how the County of Hawaii actually tabulates its ballots and cross-checks those ballots. And it makes clear that the receipts that Mr. Cushney arranged for tabulations of don't total the state numbers because, again, it's not the way that Hawaii County does it. I don't have the USPS receipts myself. The County of Hawaii does not have the USPS receipts itself because it didn't deem them to be relevant to the process.
I bet you that.
So we can ask them for it and they can say, sorry, we don't have it.
Yeah.
If this motion passes.
Yeah, if the motion passes, and then Commissioner Cushing's going to be waving that around and again telling people your vote doesn't count.
Thank you, Jeffrey.
Last question.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Enough. Mr. Apana, you had something else?
Last question. Mr. Kushner, if I support you in your motion, how would you use this information similar to what your fellow commissioner is saying? You're going to wave it around and say the sky is falling, or you're just going to add it to the data to see if we can make the numbers match?
So I would like to, after this, get your email and send you the documentation that I've received from the Big Island, because it's purposely not being shared with you. But they have collections records, detailed collections records going to the drop boxes. They collected about 27,000 ballots from drop boxes, and they list each drop box across the island, what the date was, what the time was when they collected them.
Thank you.
The second record that I received, I'm answering the question. The second record that I received was 29,000 receipts for 29,000 mail ballots that came through the post office. But the problem is that they are short 19,000 mail receipts from the post office. And what we're trying to figure out is, are these ballots being inserted electronically, or did they actually come from the mail and the post office forgot to send receipts? So those receipts total about $13,000. So we're just trying to figure that out. I would think the post office would be interested to know that they forgot to invoice the Big Island for $13,000 worth of mail delivery. So that's all I'm asking for is
Thank you, Mr. Sabas. Mr. Sabas, you had something to say?
Yes. If Mr. Nago is still on, can we hear from him? I'd like to know, if he, why do we need a motion from the commission to ask for this information when we have a chief elections officer? Unless he's already asked it, and if he has, I'd like to hear what the response is. I'd like to hear from him as to what role he's played in this issue and how we can get him to get this information.
Scott Nago.
So the role that the roles and responsibilities are the county is responsible for receiving the ballots, which is the USPS receipts. Asking us to ask the county would be the same as what Commissioner Kushney did, was asking them for the receipts. So basically, I'm going to be doing the same thing he did and asking for the same thing.
Yes, and to this point, you haven't asked.
No.
We haven't asked you to ask them, and you haven't.
Yes.
So why can't we just have you ask for it?
You can, and I would just do this. You would probably get the same thing. My understanding is you get the same thing as Mr. Kushney asked for any receipt.
Right. So can we just delegate that to, without this, can that be a request of ours to our chief elections officer?
That would have
be
to
an
come
affirmative
from the commission.
vote.
Yes.
We can affirm the motion, and that would generate Scott's request to the county, request to the USPS. Dylan.
Oh, no, I was saying we should vote. I'm ready to vote, Chair.
Repeat the question.
Wait, Lindsay.
Isn't it possible that the post office could come up with their receipts even if the Hawaii clerk's office doesn't happen to have them?
It's possible.
They
That's
weren't making an effort to collect them. It didn't matter to them. As Mr. Osterkamp said, that's not the way they do things. So they don't have receipts for everything, and that to them that was fine. But if we go back and say, hey, post office, look again at your receipts from last election, can't you, collect them and send them to us? Why not that?
That's easy enough. Can we take the vote?
Can you repeat the vote, the question?
The motion is to ask the Office of Elections, to ask the Hawaii County Clerk to ask the post office for the receipts for the ballots that were received in the 2024 general election.
Can
So
we
Commissioner
amend that?
Sabah, exactly what you wanted.
Can we
Commissioner
amend
Sabah.
that so that the Scott Nago can just ask the post office for those receipts?
He has to go through the county, and that's how the motion's set up.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
Ready
I
for
would
roll
ask for a
call?
roll call.
Okay. Commissioner Andrian,
Yes.
Commissioner Apana,
Yes.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Cam,
Aye.
Commissioner McAdam,
No.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
Yes.
Chair Curtis.
No. Motion passes.
Motion passes.
So the next agenda item,
Yes, Chair, I'd like to make another motion.
on what agenda item?
The one we were just talking about.
What ones was that?
That was on our report.
On your report?
Yeah.
Okay, your pig report. Okay, what's your motion?
Okay, this is my last motion. So give me a second. Need to find it. So I move that we set up a pig to look into possible HAVA violations that have been happening in, I'm going to read it better. Sorry, I just got it. I move to form a pig to specifically look into HAVA violations and work with the federal government to identify and correct any and all HAVA violations by the state and all the counties.
I think you're out of order because that's beyond the purview of the pig.
Yeah.
And
No, I'm
it would be
making a
adding
motion
it would be
I'm
adding
making a-
substantial additions to the agenda. There would be a substantial change to the agenda.
I'm making a motion to, Chair, I'm making a motion to form a pig.
I know, and for HAVA, and that's not part of the agenda today.
Would you put it on the next agenda?
I'll see if we have room, but yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea, the HAVA. Now, let's move on with the agenda. Formal complaints, Anne Marie Hamilton. And I would ask for public comment on any of these formal complaints.
Okay. The first testifier is Tara Rojas, followed by Susan Strom.
Okay,
Tara Rojas. I
and
would
we're
like to
talking
say,
about the formal complaints that are here, including Anne Marie Hamilton's.
yes, the formal complaints. I'd like to say I'm very happy and very amazed, and I am glad that there are new commissioners to see this, that these complaints will be heard today, because in previous meetings, they've been just disregarded and just swept under the rug. So to really listen to these complaints, to realize what the public has been going through, and to take them seriously as they're discussed. Mahalo.
Thank you, Ms. Rojas.
The next testifier is Susan Strom, followed by Jennifer Hunt.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Whew, this has been a blockbuster meeting, to say the least. Many of us have sat through enough meeting here to fully get a grasp on what's going on here, and the resistance is absolutely something that you can't ignore. It's so glaring. I mean, come on. You know, we have serious election anomalies, and not just one and not just two. We've got, I could go down the list, but I think everyone should have a list in front of them by now. You know, so there is, you know, the only, I just, you know, only minuscule efforts up to now to speedily and openly remedies, and they keep getting pushed back, you know, so there's no expedience in this. You know, I just, yeah, it's very frustrating. You know, to me, it's like, if you have nothing to hide, why is it an issue to even ask for post office receipts? Why the pushback? You know, all it does is reflect on Mr. Osterkamp, Chair Curtis, Ms. McAdams, who just always seem to align against the will of the people. You know, and that talk about public distrust. You know, we can see you for what you're doing. We can see it, you know. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out the behavior here and the pushback and the friction. You know, I mean, there should be complete transparency. That should be something that should have been from the genesis of this. And also to bow to the will of the people. You know, and those who are not interested in aligning with the will of people, why are you here? Why are you there? You know, if you can't do that, if you can't, you know, transparency answers everything. And why we've had to go through meeting after meeting and pushback and postponement to get to a point where we can even just take a next step is, yeah, it's exhausting. And I'm sure maybe that's part of the agenda, just to wear people down so they fall off, you know, eventually, but that's not going to happen this time. This, you know, and the thing is, you know, if you cannot align to the will of the people here for full transparency, then step down and let someone come in who will align for full transparency. All this pushback, it's ridiculous. You know, Jeffrey Osterkamp, you're gaslighting, devaluing the pig because it obviously doesn't align with where you want things to steer. It goes for you too, Claire McAdams. You've only showed yourself to be consistent with your stance regardless of public concerns. You know, and going on about Scott Nago's opinions and Tyler's opinion. This isn't about opinion. This is about data. And there is missing data. There's inconsistent data. So, I mean, this chirping is just, you know, it's ridiculous. If you're not here for the will of the people and for full transparency, then step down. Chair Curtis, I mean, you have been really difficult as far as censoring, you know, Ralph Kushney on certain things, you know, and, you know, also it just seems really apparent that you guys are set up to just protect the position. You're running interference for Scott Nago. I don't understand. You even spoke for him, you know, more than once. So, you know, in doing this, if we're going to come up with these anomalies, and maybe that's what the nervousness here is, you're going to be complicit in any potential malfeasance, you know. So, you know, in lieu of that, the only intermediate resolution I see is for Chair Curtis and Scott Nago to willingly step down, since we can't have it removed otherwise.
Thank you.
So we can get back to some full transparency and cooperation and working with the will of the people.
Thank
because
you,
you
Ms.
are
Brown.
public servants. You work for us. We don't work for you.
The
Thank you very much.
the next testifier is Jennifer Hunt, followed by Star Fernandez.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, so I was looking on the agenda and my formal complaint was not put there yet again. I submitted one and it is not there. Mr. Osterkamp mentioned something earlier when he was speaking about the records request and he doesn't know anything about it. Well, that was when I had a records request for the chain of custody documents. I submitted that back in January because I was getting nowhere trying to get these records, which now we know do not exist. But I was trying to find those records and was not being helped by the election office or the county. So that's where I, got the records request requested through the UIPA. What I submitted in that formal request back in for the March meeting was evidence that I submitted this request and was, whatever, these records, they were not forthcoming. So yet again, my formal request is not being shared with the commissions because clearly Mr. Osterkamp has no idea what's going on. In the letter on March 17th, Scott Nago says that there's human error involved with why Maui County does not have records of chain of custody. However, early in the election process, I asked for these records. As an official observer, I wanted to see the chain of custody documents. And all along, I was gaslit. The records, they should have known that that was part of the, the law that they have to keep these records. And so they pretended like they had them, but they didn't want to give them to me. So I just don't understand why, all of a sudden it's like human error. Well, wouldn't my request had reminded them that that's part of their duty under the law? These records are important. One of these commissioners, I believe it was Claire, says basically these records, I mean, she was talking about the post office ones, but basically these records are required because they're supposed to have a chain of custody with all the aspects of being given ballots, the ballots counted, and who signs off on them. We have had no observers signing off on any of these pickups or receipts from the post office or the ballot boxes. Again, this is multiple times that I requested these records and multiple times submitting a formal complaint. And yet again, my complaint did not make this meeting. So now nobody knows about it. And it's like, it just gets ignored. So this is really disgusting. I yield.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Star Fernandez, followed by Representative Garner Shimizu.
Ms. Fernandez, you need to unmute.
I don't know which one is that.
Ms. Fernandez, you need to unmute. Ms. Fernandez going once, twice. Sorry, cannot hear you.
The next testifier is Representative Garner Shimizu, followed by Jamie Detweiler.
Representative Shimizu.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for allowing me to testify. It's been a long meeting, and I've been on here for 6 hours of my really important time and schedule, but I prioritize the importance of the subject matter, which is paramount to election integrity in our democracy. So I am fully engaged in making sure that the discrepancies, the concerns are followed through. I would like to congratulate the commission on making some monumental motions that were approved. I echo many of the testifiers, and I do question some of the commissioners and their almost lack of interest in pursuing questions that are legitimate without providing substantial answers that would put these concerns aside, because there are no substantial answers, the questions keep coming up, and to dismiss them is very concerning. I'd like to really welcome the two new commissioners, Mr. Apana and Mr. Sabas, and really appreciate your willingness to serve, your willingness to listen and to consider the questions that are being raised. So I'd like to see the motions carried forward. And again, I am very, very concerned why some commissioners and maybe even the CEO and Chair Curtis, you give the public and dissenting voices a lot of pushback, and that's why the meeting takes so long. That's why we just keep going over the same thing, because instead of just welcoming the question and going through a deliberate process that can answer these concerns, it's like it's being avoided. So why we keep going in a circle is because of this avoidance, and I'd like to see this circle and this cycle end. And again, I'm committed to making sure that I insert myself and advocate for truth and getting answers. So if people need to step down, if people need to be removed, so be it. But again, we serve the public, as it was, even myself. I'm not elected to serve myself. I'm here to serve the public's best interest. And if the public is concerned about something, as Commissioner Papalimou said, she represents the Big Island, and her people are saying they want answers. And if going through the process of asking the post office for information is part of the getting answers, why wouldn't you do that?
Thank
What
you,
is the
Mr.
big deal?
Shimizu.
I don't see the relevance in that. And I haven't heard any substantial answer of why we wouldn't want to ask for that, and
Thank you, Mr. Shimizu.
why is there no answer except avoidance? So
Thank you.
thank you for the opportunity.
The next testifier is Jamie Detweiler, followed by Jarek Medeiros.
Hi, Jamie.
Aloha, Chair Curtis. Sarah, may I address you on a couple of things?
As long as it's relevant to the 3 complaints that are on the agenda.
Yes, sir. One thing that, to me, after listening to hours of testimony, I would like you to enforce decorum amongst your commissioners. You know, when a commissioner gaslights other commissioners, demeans their fact-finding facts with receipts to back it up, and accuses a fellow commissioner of conspiracies, as the chair, to maintain decorum, we must put a stop to that, sir. And if we're going to get the work that needs to be done. So that's all I want to say on decorum. With regards to BRM reports, let me give you a real world experience on this. Small business owners who deal primarily in mail orders, you know, such as on Etsy, and people are selling, let's say, Hawaiian jewelry. They can ask for BRM reports from the post office if there are some discrepancies. Let's say some items are missing. So it is not out of line to request for a BRM report, as implied by one of the commissioners. To gaslight us constantly on issues of facts just to make their point more important or appear to be more important is not acceptable. The USPS has a delivery service. It's called informed delivery. Many of us on this call have that. We do in our home, where we have their scanned pieces of mails coming into the home that show what we can anticipate for the day. And this was significant during the election. My husband and I both saw our mail-in ballots that we were anticipating arriving on that specific day, and we both did not receive our ballots. Now, I received mine like a week later. To this day, my husband never received his ballot. We went out to one of the voter service centers and ended up voting there. But where is his ballot? I went to the post office with my scanned informed delivery, the picture of my husband's ballot. They did their best to track it down, but they said once it leaves their facility, they have no way of tracking it down. So these are all valid concerns that many testifiers have brought up. And all we want at the end of the day, we the people want accountability and transparency. And when there are motions made to achieve those goals, and you have commissioners voting against that, that raises a red flag for all of us.
Thank you.
Next
Thank you.
testifier is Jarek Medeiros, followed by Doug Pasnick.
Mr. Medeiros. Mr. Medeiros needs to unmute. Mr. Medeiros, we have 1, 2. Can't hear you. Sorry.
The next testifier is Doug Pasnick, followed by Rob Burns.
Same guys.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, Chair and Commissioners. I'm here again today to put on the record the plain facts about the 2022 election. And
We're
Mr.
talking about the complaints that are on the agenda.
Yes, sir. And the complaint which I filed on September 24th and again on September 26th.
There's 3 complaints on the agenda. That's what we're addressing right now.
Has been ignored by your process. Would you allow me to proceed?
No, it's not on the agenda. The three complaints on the agenda are the discussion items right now.
So you should, Mr. Apana and Mr. Sabas, you should know what you're stepping into. There's blatant fraud that's been going on that I've brought to this commission multiple times that has continued to be ignored. And you're hearing the chair not allow me speak. He won't allow me to present this information. And I've presented petitions in July of 2024, in August of 2024, in October of 2024, and again in September 24th and 26th
I'm
of this
allowed to
year.
take
And they're all
comments
being
on
suppressed.
agenda items.
They're all being
There-
suppressed.
There are 3 complaints that are on this agenda item. If there's anything in those 3 complaints you'd want to comment on, you're welcome to.
I would like to comment on my complaint, which you have ignored, which I
It's not,
filed
it's
in
not on
accordance
the
with
agenda.
your
You can
procedure.
talk when it comes on the agenda in the near future.
Thank you. You're very kind to ignore, again, my testimony.
Next, please.
The next testifier is Rob Burns, followed by Anne Marie Hamilton.
Hello.
Aloha.
Aloha. Hey, I just want to tell you a little bit about myself. I've been here my whole life. I've been here 72 years, and I've never seen so much problems as when we got this mail-in ballot stuff.
Which complaint are you addressing, sir?
I don't know, ECC-25-00123. Which one should I address?
There are 3 complaints on the agenda
Well, what are the complaints?
that we're talking about now. They're on the
Well,
agenda.
I don't know
You're welcome to look at them. Then
Okay.
I welcome comments on any of the 3 complaints that are on the agenda.
One means. Would you quit talking? You know,
No.
you've been over talking
You're not-
people
you're not-
all day
you're-
long and letting what's his
You're out of
name?
order. We're
Osterkamp been
taking
talking all
comments
day
on
and
agenda items.
I'm asking for a
Next,
simple
please.
answer. I'm asking for a simple answer. What is ECC?
The next testifier is Anne Marie Hamilton, followed by Karina Gowan.
You'll get a chance when we talk about your complaint as well, Anne Marie.
I was going to talk about it right now. Is this not
Okay,
appropriate?
go for it. Yep, you're on the
Okay.
agenda.
Okay, thank you. I guess that's kind of a miracle, actually. So if you haven't read my complaint, it's the first one, and there's a link, so please read it. If you haven't read it, it's very interesting. There's a lot of good information there. I'm not going to reiterate my complaint. I'm going to talk about the response I got from Mr. Nago on my complaint. So my name is Anne Marie Hamilton. I filed the agenda complaint against Mike Curtis. It's a complaint accusing him of collaboration and collusion with Scott Nago. Interestingly, I received a response back a few days from none other than Scott Nago himself about my complaint. I was very surprised. Apparently, it is the standard procedure for the Elections Commission chair to forward all complaints to the Chief Elections Officer, Mr. Nago, for his response. I find this practice to be a serious conflict of interest when you allow the Chief Elections Officer, who is supposed to be supervised by the Election Commission, to determine if an elections complaint is valid or not. Yet this appears to be what is happening. In his response to me, not surprisingly, Mr. Nago stated that he found no problems whatsoever with Mr. Curtis soliciting his coaching and advice on how to respond to the serious election concerns that were raised by Mr. Kushny and Ms. Hunt that I highlight in the FOIA emails that are on my complaint. To paraphrase Mr. Nago's response letter to me, he stated, quote, the enclosure to your August 20th correspondence of communication involving Chair Curtis does not reflect anything improper. Specifically, interacting with administrative support staff is necessary for purposes of accomplishing the duties and responsibilities of a chairperson of a board or commission, unquote. So thank you for the gaslighting explanation, Mr. Nago. You have made my case for me, it appears. Due to the complaint protocol that is being administered by Mr. Curtis, Mr. Nago is very well protected from any complaints or election concerns from an increasingly disheartened Hawaiian public. In my opinion, doing a real investigation of Mr. Nago is probably never going to happen because it does not appear to me that the Elections Commission chair does not have an effective working protocol, much less a desire for investigating the Chief Elections Officer or his job performance in any way, shape, or form. Let me ask you, who benefits from a process like this where public complaints are not investigated? Do the people of Hawaii benefit? No, they don't. Does a process like this build trust in our elections that complaints will be investigated and changes will be made to ensure our elections are done according to the election laws? No, it does not. This Office of Elections, in my opinion, is under the fake supervision of the Election Commission and is completely corrupt and self-serving. It appears that the chair and the majority of commissioners, with the exception of about 4 of them, do not want to do any investigations, and they do not want to get to the bottom of any of our elections concerns. What Chair Curtis and the 4 or 5 commissioners who vote in lockstep with him want to do in reality is to protect the status quo and especially protect Scott Nago from any serious investigations into his job performance. They appear to could care less if our election laws like chain of custody are being followed. I implore the Elections Commission members to vote out Mike Curtis today. We need someone in this position that cares about Hawaii's elections and the state of our vote. And Mr. Curtis is not the man for the job. And frankly, neither is Scott Nago. They both need to go, and they need to go now. This concludes my testimony.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Corina Gowan, followed by Andrew Aker.
Thank you guys again for, oh man, this is so interesting. You know, listening to all this, it's like a circus. It's in my car. Sorry. But anyway, the reason why I'm sticking around is because, like I said, it's interesting. You know, I'm a kiddo from Waianae all my life. Grew up. I was a Democratic. I was a Democrat. My parents were Democrat. My whole entire family, dad side, mom side. And the only reason why I'm saying this is because, Mr. Apana, thank you for sharing. You know, I have children and grandchildren, you know, and the heck if I'm going to let you guys ruin the chances for my children. You know, I hear so much things is going on, and I've seen so many things about integrity. There's nothing. There's no integrity, no transparent whatsoever in Hawaii, you know. And like they said, Hawaii is always going to be Democratic. Well, you know what? There's so much people that's praying that Hawaii is going to change for the best, because it's all about our freedom and it's all about our rights. And it's all about transparency, integrity, and all of that. And I'm sorry, you know, that if I'm stepping on some feet, I mean, so many. Thank you for the gentleman, you know, that he talks 72 years old. I'm 62 years old, you know. And like I said, I'd probably stick around and just do this thing, you know, because I've been standing for Trump for a long time. And it's about time we start changing our value and our system here, you know. It's all about changing for our generation to come, our children, okay? Thank you for letting me talk. And one more thing I want to address. I work this program. It's about anonymity. But I come here and I don't see no faces. Less than 10 people on, you know, the screen. And you talk about integrity, transparent, nothing whatsoever. Show your faces. And I heard somebody mention that today. You know, when I came on, I got on late and I said, yeah, I don't even see, most times I don't even see the most important people that was supposed to be on this call, this Zoom. You know, and I do run Zoom meetings. I really do. And like I said, it's all about transparent. Show your faces so we can see who is talking. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gowan.
The next testifier is Andrew Aker, followed by Mary Healy.
Aloha kako, Andrew Aker here, Maui Freedom TV. What I'm about to say underpins all 3 of these formal complaints. It underpins all of the complaints. The more that you censor people and stop them from complaining, then it's like stretching out a rubber band, and eventually it's going to snap back and hit you in the eyeball. So to avoid that, maybe you can have a lightning round where Scott Nago, Mike Curtis answer questions, Q&A. Very quickly, each of us can ask you a question. I'd love to put that into a motion. I yield my time.
Thank you, Andrew.
The next testifier is Mary Healy, followed by Michelle Stefanik.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for hearing my testimony. Mary Healy. Just going to speak on the formal complaint A. I just want to say, you know, to highlight what Ms. Hamilton said, Mr. Nago is an at-will employee of this election commission. And I will tell you that the new commissioners on here, you should go back for about a year and rewatch all of these meetings to fully understand the position that you're in right now and why maybe the other commissioners left. Because at the end of the day, we have a serious problem with this universal mail-in ballot system that has been installed for 5 years and 4 months, starting on August 8th of 2020. All right. And we have a problem with the Election Commission playing defense for Scott Nago, the most protected chief election officer in the history of the United States of America. And that is not a gross overestimation. He has been protected through multiple election commissions, okay, for other problems with him. But the state and the election commission, how the commissioners get into these roles, they've even, the legislation has tried to eliminate that the minority can really pick their election commissioners. They don't want people like they want Mike Curtis. They don't want Ralph Cushney on here. They don't want me on here. They want to fatigue the Hawaiian people. They want Papalimo to have to remove her name from the pig because she's not even being communicated with from Osterkamp and Osterkamp, Esquire. I would just like to say, for you to come on here and defend yourself, fully knowing.
Personal. Talk about.
Excuse me. I'm not making it personal. I'm addressing what he came out and said. Oh, these people are conspiracy theorists. These people, these are falsities. They're not falsities. Okay, you're a lawyer. You know that the evidence is pointing somewhere, and you're using your legalese to try and make yourself sound like you're in this position of like protecting this false system that's been installed. This system is full of fraud, and this is why the rest of the world doesn't use it. And I know why Hawaii is using it, because there's going to be no gerrymandering. There's going to be all these different things going on that are going to keep accountability from happening here. And it's really sad. So I just want to see Scott Nago be held accountable, and I do want to see the chair removed. And so that's why I'm speaking on this formal complaint. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
The next testifier is Michelle Stefanik, followed by Michael Koliak Jr.
No, you're still muted. There you go.
Now?
Yeah.
Okay. My name is Michelle Stefanik again. I'm from the Big Island, and I am talking about these 3 complaints, and I want to formally say I recommend and support the relief requested for all 3 of them. One of them from the first complaint A was that the commission committee, y'all, vote to dismiss the chair Curtis position immediately. Evidently, we do not have full transparency in like this whole meeting. We've been on this meeting for how many hours today, and this isn't the only one. It's been going on months and months from this, and there's things that are being like denied to be shown. The very first part of this meeting was things were being withheld from the meeting minutes. That's not transparency. Anyway, let me just go over these recommendations real quick. That Curtis chair should be voted to be dismissed from his position, and then direct the chief elections officer to prescribe and require counties to maintain their own independent chain of custody records separate from the SVRS. I talked personally about how the chain of custody, like from what I saw as an observer, is not transparent. So we need some transparency with that. Require immediate disclosure of all county level forms, document ballots, ballot issuance, receipt, spoilage, and transfer of the 2024 general election. mandate corrective measures to restore checks and balances by ensuring counties, not the state alone, maintain legally required ballot accountability records. And then the other one was accept and docket the complaints that were filed as formal matter before the commissioner. Oh, and let me also just say, I would like, because we have 2 new chair members on there, I would like Scott Nago's position be brought back up again during the next meeting to give those 2 new chair members ample time to go look back through the prior meetings to see that it's warranted that he be dismissed from his position as well. So my time is up. So I thank you for letting me talk.
Thank you, Michelle.
The next testifier is Michael Goliak Jr., followed by Lori.
Good afternoon again, Michael Goliak Jr., he, him pronouns. My testimony now is in my personal capacity. It does not reflect any of the organizations I belong to. It's quite clear today that we have seen a full-fledged attack on our elections process to undermine the public's trust in the elections office. And this is directly out of the playbook of 2025. It is really sad to see so many people being to fall into that what's the best word without to fall into that trap that the election system, is it perfect? No. Are there ways to make it better? Yes. Are we ever going to get there? Not with these complaints being filed time after time, not with people trying to push their agenda, which is very clear what they were prior to becoming commissioners. We don't really know you commissioners because none of you actually had to go through a confirmation process, unlike all the other commissions where they actually have to be reviewed, voted on at the Senate and advising consent to the Senate. So that is... Yeah, so some of you think you're experts in the field, which is, it's been shown time and time again, you have no idea what you're talking about. You get latched onto a fun word here or there, calling for transparency when there's nothing that this body could do to actually make it transparent enough for you. And as we see that that certain commissioners have gone out and gotten their little buddies together that show up to testify here. And just so they know, just because they show up here, they are not the will of the people. Just because a handful of people show up here, it's not the will of the people. The will of the people, if you want to know what the will of the people is, do a study. Get out there and talk to them. The people that are able to make it here during the middle of a workday to be able to testify in front of you does not say that they're the will of the people. So when it comes to these complaints, I hope that you stop filing them just because somebody was mean to you or you didn't get exactly what you wanted. And that a reminder that Scott Nago is your employee. You have a fiduciary responsibility, commissioners, to make sure he has a safe work environment. You're not protecting him. You're doing your fiduciary responsibility to Scott Nago, to us, the taxpayers, to making sure that staffers are treated with dignity and respect. And that is far from what I've been hearing from commissioners today and testifiers from the public. So I hope we can find some civility in this. I hope people will just move forward and actually really want to do the work of the people, making sure our elections are safe. And understand that just because you think something's there doesn't mean it's there. And if you put people in charge of pigs that already know what they want to find, they're going to find the evidence even though none exists. So I encourage you, let's move these complaints out, get done with them, and get back to the work that this commission is supposed to be doing. Mahalo.
Thank you.
The next
Chair, can I
testifier.
ask the testifier a question?
No. You can ask what during.
I'd just like to know which of the complaints that he was.
No, thank you. Next testifier.
The next testifier is Lori, followed by Terry Wilkin.
Lori, mute. Lori, unmute. Lori going once, twice, 3 times. Next.
The next testifier is Terry Wilkin, followed by Junia Nakoa.
Hello.
Aloha.
Hi. I'm a concerned citizen, and I'm sent to your site says that you have 2 days to submit written testimony to be placed on the agenda for the next meeting. I sent my appointment in on September 23rd, urgently requesting the commission to investigate a potential conflict of interest involving Commissioner Claire McAdams, because I just found out that she's also an internal auditor for the Hawaii County Mayor's Office.
That complaint was referred to the Ethics Commission. It's not part of our agenda. Is there something else you'd like to talk about?
I received a response from you saying that you referred it to Scott Nago, which has nothing to do with him.
I referred it to the Ethics Commission. That's not on today's agenda. You have something on today's agenda to talk about.
Pointed to the pig for Hawaii County, and she's an auditor for Hawaii County.
Thank you. The next speaker.
The next testifier is Junya Nakoa, followed by Tara Malia Gregory.
Mr. Nakoa.
Yes, can you hear me again?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, like I said earlier, I don't meet Scott Nago, and personally, I know the guy. But I'm involved. I'm politically involved. When one of your commissioners was mayor, you go ask him. I was involved. I call him up. I take action. I see what's up. I know what's up, and I see the thing. Mr. Nago so far has not impressed me at all. He disappointed me at all. And like the other testifier was saying, I'm not coming over here because somebody told me to come. Yeah, I don't follow nobody. I do things on my own. Yeah, I take action on my own. I speak and you know what? You know how he was saying about we don't speak for the general population? Here in Lahaina, I talk for a lot of them. Okay? I'm blessed because of the job I get paid to do. I can do this. I can testify. I can be here. Yeah? So that's why I have meetings. I've been coaching canoe paddling for how long? I coached Little League for 30 years. I talk to people. I'm involved. Okay? And a lot of them is telling me things, and then what I'm doing is relating it to you guys. That we frustrated. If this guy makes I'm a coach, I just told you. If this guy makes an error, okay, it's all good. Maintain the kind. He learned from his errors. But if he keep making one error, keep making an error, I bench the bugger. I put in somebody new. And that's pretty much what we are saying here today. Sorry about it, Scott Nago. You're making too much damn errors. Me as a coach is telling you, sit down, brother. Maybe you gotta go learn how to play the position. How to paddle in that seat in that canoe. So that way the canoe can start going forward. And we can go and be successful and make the community. And I know Apano and say this, we get the trust from the community. That's where we go. That's the number one thing we're trying to get in this whole election. Okay? My number one thing from now to next election is to build the confidence in the young voters. Okay? Even my generation voters that say sick and tired because of the process. To have them confidence to come out and vote. But right now, you guys are screwing that up wide. Peace out.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Tara Malia Gregory, followed by Lori.
Tara Malia Gregory.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yep.
All right, mahalo for the time to speak again. I just want to jump specifically on the complaint regarding Anne Marie Hamilton. And I just wanted to add to what she was saying. You know, currently, and I love what was just spoken about from the gentleman in Lahaina, we're all here because we do speak for the people. There is a reason why we're here. We're not just sitting behind the computers. We are out. I'm personally a small business owner and a coach, okay, and a mentor, and I'm in my church. And I know people on here are out in the community. So these character assassinations and the personifications that are happening on this call are just showing that there's a lot of straw man, invalid arguments happening here, and it is a red flag to the public. You know, but what is real and what is true is right now there's actually a federal litigation pending against Mr. Nago as we speak under the National Voter Registration Act of 1993. There's going to be a federal hearing on Monday. These are facts. These are not things that you can say that are a discrepancy that is invalidated. They are validated. And it's in public interest of Legal Foundation versus Nago. It was filed with the U.S. District Court. He is accused of the following. And that means there is evidence behind it when there's an accusation at the federal level. Unlawfully denying public access to the statewide voter registration file. Court filings confirm that Hawaii has a centralized voter file, which Mr. Nago himself has admitted in legislative reports. Yet he has refused to provide it as required under federal law. For that reason, I believe that we do need to go back to the root of the issue. I do not know Mr. Nago personally, but from the history from 2020 till now, there are many reports that have been filed, and now there's a huge resistance on this call from even just getting simple USPS receipts, and there's a pressure against that. Why? Because there's something behind it. And everyone knows on the call, and that's why we're here. And I'm so glad that we were able to testify and give facts. And the facts you can find on the federal level, UIPA, and if there's resistance at the USPS level, I'm sure we could find that too. But thank you so much for allowing us to speak on what is true, because on the federal level, if they don't have evidence, they're not going to waste their time filing things here in court. Mahalo for the time to speak.
Thank you, Tara.
Next testifier is Lori.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I submitted my written testimony to the commissioners before today's meeting. I pray each of the commissioners have had a chance to read my written testimony. The legal responsibility of the elections commissioners is not only required to enforce legal elections, but they also have a right to terminate Scott Nago for failure to enforce state statutes, or if it is determined he is unable to perform his duties, or if he has committed fraud. For next month's meeting, I would ask that you please add to the agenda the termination of Scott Nago as the Chief Elections Officer and termination of Michael Curtis as the Chair. The purpose of my testimony is to encourage the elections commissioners to enforce an accurate accounting of the votes and enforce fair and legal elections so that no particular party can illegally infiltrate Hawaii's government. My written testimony proved that illegal elections allowed the current Democrat government to be in place, the DOJ, FBI, governor, courts, and state agencies to control Hawaii, even if their actions are determined to be illegal and not in compliance with state or federal laws. I filed a lawsuit against the Hawaii Public Housing Authority, which proves fraudulent behavior by state employees. And I believe the only way to change this is to enforce legal elections. Fraud scheme number 1, attached to my written testimony, I provided documents to prove the Hawaii Public Housing Authority allegedly stole $117 million from the Section 8 Housing Choice Voucher Program. Currently, 3 of 5 of Hawaii's PHAs have stolen over $500 million from the Section 8 program since January 2015 and continue to steal over $17 million every year. Fraud scheme number 2. This fraud scheme pertains to Hawaii state employees enforcing illegal policies.
How about elections?
It's coming to use low comparables against the contract rent and all rent reasonableness determinations, which allows the state employees to divert federal funds from each and every voucher. I filed a lawsuit against the Hawaii Public Housing Authority, Haki Moensafi, Executive Director, Ryan Akamina, Chief Compliance Officer, and Lyle Matsuura, Supervisor, and I attempted to amend my complaint to add Bennett Liu, Chief Financial Officer, as a defendant. However, the Democrat judge on my case, Judge Micah Smith, a Biden appointee, dismissed my case by granting the state employees immunity, despite the fact that the Executive Director of HPHA admitted in his declaration to the illegal policies. He admitted to fraud but imputed liability to his staff and to the board of directors, and which the court ignored.
Thank you, Ms. Healy. We're the Elections Commission.
It's coming up. You're interrupting my time. I only have a few seconds left. It is my opinion that the Democrat judges that exhibited a pattern of behavior in consistently dismissing my lawsuit against the state employees are that for committing fraud and government corruption.
Thank you, Mary.
No, it's Lori.
Lori.
But you're not letting me finish. You
Sorry.
interrupted me though,
You're
and you
right.
didn't let
No,
me
you're
finish.
not talking about elections in our agenda.
I am because
You're-
this
you're
all
off
proves that the
topic.
government, the elections is
Next,
what
if we
is,
have one.
the elections is what's controlling us.
Chair, there are no further testifiers. The remaining raised hands are repeat testifiers.
Thank you. Anne Marie Hamilton, what would you like done with your complaint?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Well, it's pretty self-explanatory with that complaint. I'm asking that you be removed as the chair. That's what I'm asking for.
Okay.
And the reason for that is the whole, I mean, everybody's read my complaint, hopefully, but you're colluding with Scott Nago on these complaints. And I just don't think that's any way to run an organization that's supposed to be policing the Office of Elections. The whole system is corrupt. And we need somebody that can see that and work for the people.
Thank you. Ralph, yours was the next complaint.
Yes, Chair. I move that all communication between the chair and the Office of Elections and the Elections Commission be provided to the full commission and the public unredacted. We have a second?
No.
Second that motion.
For discussion, Dylan. Yeah.
The chair, last year, this commission, with you yourself, voted that all correspondence with the Office of Elections must be shared with the commissioners and the public. So I've been requesting the monthly communications, and that's being redacted. We are oversight of Scott Nago and the Office of Elections, and you are having privileged conversations. And I think those conversations are going to show, to Anne Marie's point, how you are colluding with the Office of Elections and the Attorney General's office in suppressing these complaints. And what I'm asking, and the public is asking for, is we want full transparency. There's no legal basis for your email conversations with conducting Office of Elections Commission business should be redacted. So I'm asking that the conversations that I have requested be unredacted, and then they'll be laid bare for everybody to see whether or not you guys were acting with integrity, or maybe possibly you were breaking the law or doing things that were unethical. But the only reason to redact your conversation is that you're not proud of what you guys are doing behind closed doors and orchestrating how these commission meetings will be run and how you will handle complaints. And I've submitted complaints. I had a investigation into signature verification on my third request. I sent that in to the secretary, and I see the email that says, Chair Curtis, this is Commissioner Cushnie's third request to put this on the agenda. And then everything's redacted. You talk to the Attorney General, it's redacted. You talk to the staff, it's redacted. You talk to Scott Nago, it's redacted. And then my report on signature verification never showed up on the agenda. So obviously you guys are doing something that's malfeasant. So I'm asking the rest of the commissioners, and you sat here and listened to the public for, what time is it, 4:43? We're going on 7 hours. And we want to have a glass box. So everything that you're doing should be public. There is no communication that is going on that's private. I'm not asking to disclose personal information. I just want the conversation to be unredacted. So that's my motion. Thank you.
I haven't redacted anything. I would ask the Attorney General to respond to that.
Interesting.
Yes,
So
all
I'd
I'm
like to
gonna
make
do
one
is-
more comment. Who is asserting attorney-client privilege because the client of the Attorney General?
Ralph, we'll
is
listen to the
Elections
Attorney
Commission.
General and why the documents were redacted. Mr. Ching.
I can only speak to documents that were redacted for attorney-client privilege. And what I'll say is that I believe that many of Mr. Cushney's requests were for email communications between the chair and the Office of Elections, as well as the Attorney General's office. Now, the chair has distinct legal responsibilities and as his role as a chair that and thus the advice that we give to him regarding those distinct responsibilities are subject to attorney-client privilege should he elect to carry that. And so because of that, there is a legal basis to redact attorney-client privilege information, given that it constitutes legal advice.
So who is your client?
I'm sorry, you broke up a little. What was the question?
Who is your client? Isn't the Elections Commission your client? And
The Elections Commission is my client as well as the chair. The chair
So
has
the-
distinct legal responsibilities, and to the extent that he asks for legal advice regarding those responsibilities, it's subject to attorney-client privilege if he chooses to exercise that. So then
Okay, so-
under the UIPA, there's a basis to withhold certain public records, and that includes attorney-client privilege information. So my understanding is that those redactions were pursuant to attorney-client privilege.
Okay, so when you give him attorney-client privilege, how can the secretary for the Office of Elections and Scott Nago be also in those conversations with the same privilege communication? I think that's a violation. You can maybe have one-on-one privileged conversation, but you can't include the staff of the Office of Elections and Scott Nago when you're referring to how to comply with OIP complaints. And you guys are hiding stuff, and that should be unredacted. There should be no legal recommendation or advice that you're giving that's contrary to law. There should be nothing private about that. It should be open for everybody to see. And the Elections Commission has not asserted attorney-client privilege for any of that communication.
Again, this is relating to the attorney-client privilege asserted by the chair in relating to these communications. And attorney-client
So
privilege.
the chair just said he did not. The chair just said he did not ask anything to be redacted.
The chair was consulted and asked in our UIP responses of whether or not he would waive these privileges, which he said he did not waive these privileges. That's my understanding.
But what is it, Chair? Did you have those redacted?
I told you it wasn't mine. It was, I didn't, just like you refused to have executive session. That's part of my.
Yeah, so
executive
everything
session.
can be in the open. That's fine.
I'm not hiding anything. I've got more on your agendas than you've ever had before I was chair. So let's go from there. And your motion is to share unredacted communications that are privileged.
No,
that's what you're asking.
No, I disagree with the privilege. You can't have the Office of Elections staff and Scott Nago on privileged communications with the attorney. The attorney is not working for Mr. Nago, and that's the problem. If you had one-on-one conversation, I wouldn't be pursuing this. But you guys are talking about how you're going to deal. Raymond asked you how to deal with the OIP requests, and then the Deputy Attorney General makes a comment about how to deal with it. And then we never see these complaints and how you're going to deal with the OIP complaints, as well as other complaints. So there's definitely collusion going on, and you cannot have privileged conversations with that group. And that's what I'm asking to be unredacted, is the communications with the Office of Elections. And if you look at my FOIA request, it says specifically with the Office of Elections. We are the supervisors of the Office of Elections, And you just can't have redacted conversations. You can't have privileged conversations with Scott Nago.
Comments from other commissioners? Then your motion is
I have
to.
a comment. I'm sorry. I had to unmute.
Oh, please.
Excuse me?
Please.
I agree that once someone else is included in the conversation outside of your attorney, that is no longer considered privileged. If you're sitting in an office with an attorney and the secretary walks in and sits down, but she's not his secretary, she's the secretary from across the street that just walked in. Once that happens, there is no privilege there. So when you're sharing a conversation with Raymond, the Attorney General, Scott Nago, and all of these people, there is no privilege in that. Privilege means everything is between you and your attorney only. Once you break that, there is no privilege assigned to that anymore.
Thank you. Other comments?
I'm sorry, I had another one. That was my first point.
Okay. All right, you're gonna have to log back in, Ms. Papalimo. All right, anyone else have comments while we're waiting for Ms. Yes, Mr. Apana.
Yeah, is the AG still on?
Yep, he's still here.
I assume the state is same as the county. I had private meetings with my corp counsel as well as my police chief as we discuss police issues that was private. I mean, we did have a director or police chief in the office. It wasn't just me and my attorney, because it was a matter of fact I needed information from that particular person. Is it the same on the state level?
So we're viewing this within the confines of specifically UIPA requests, and under the UIPA, certain communications, so long as there's a lawful basis, can be withheld, and that's including communications that are protected by law. And pursuant to our law, attorney-client privilege information is protected from being having to be produced as long as it's being exercised. So the communications, I believe, that are in question were attorney-client privilege communications between Mr. Curtis and the Office of Elections and our office. And only, I would say this, only the basis for that would only be communications. I mean, this is based off of the rule of it, as this Rule 503 of evidence would include communications made for the purpose of facilitating the rendition of professional legal services to the client. And that's between the client or the client's representative and the lawyer or the lawyer's representative. So that includes representatives, including commission staff.
Yeah, and you guys would advise the client that this is something that they can do behind closed doors for that purpose. Otherwise, you'd say you need to do this in open session, right? That's how the county runs.
That is correct. And again, this is in regards to a UIPA request. So because it's a UIPA request, and it does fall within attorney-client communications, there's a basis to withhold under this privilege, and it was exercised. So that's why these communications were redacted in that manner.
Did you ever advise the chair that he should discuss this in open session, or it was okay to do it behind closed doors?
I don't think it was applicable to the Sunshine meeting because this was in the context of a response to a UIPA response for his communications.
So you guys are okay with it then?
With this being redacted, so long as attorney-client privilege is being exercised, yes.
Okay, that's all.
Dylan? You got
Thank
it?
you, Chair. It just sounds like there was a misunderstanding as far as you exercising your privilege. And couldn't we just ask, I mean, if you're open to it being unredacted, you could just waive that privilege now, right? And we could just receive that particular email without the redactions?
I could.
So if that's the case, will you do that, Chair, so that we don't even need to take this motion? Doesn't sound like.
No, I'll trust the Attorney General's opinion and his recommendation.
Yes, Chair, I'd like to be recognized.
Yes, Ralph.
Okay, so what the attorney is saying is you can give Chair Curtis private advice, even though the commission, you represent the body. And so I would like in writing that you can give him advice on the side without informing the commission. So if this is so special that you can't share it with the public, then unredact it and we'll come in and we'll read your communication. But I don't feel you can keep this from the commission. If you want to go to an executive session or somehow share this out so that it's secure, I'm okay with that. That you're saying this is so sensitive that the public can't see it. But what we're talking about is normal conversation and conducting business. And when I get your email correspondence, you're redacting quite a bit of what the conversation is, and it's just the everyday business. You're disingenuous at best by hiding that from the public. And again, after 7 hours of this, I would think that people would start to see that you guys aren't being honest with the public, and this would be a great start. So thank you.
Other discussion? So there was a motion on the floor to produce unredacted communications between myself and the AG and the CEO.
And the staff.
The Chief Elections Officer, yeah.
And the staff.
Is there any other discussion?
Chair, I'll just make one final remark.
Please.
I've been on several other boards and commissions. I've chaired a couple, and this has never come up. This has never come up where, you know, the chair of that commission or that board has attorney-client privilege separate from the body itself. So this is very new to me. I've never been told that. So I'm a little conflicted because on principle, I want to vote yes to see the communication, especially if it's just, you know, everyday communication. There should be no reason to redact that. But also I'm conflicted to compel the commission to do something that's also not legal per se, if the AG is saying that you have attorney-client privilege. So I'm not sure about this vote, but I want public to know that, yes, I want communications like that to be unredacted so we can have that full transparency. And I'd love to get more information on exactly who has attorney-client privilege.
Thank you. Could we have a roll call, please?
Yes. Commissioner Andrian?
Same.
Did you, sorry, what was that?
I was abstaining from the vote.
Oh, yes. Okay, got you. Commissioner Apana?
No.
Commissioner Kushney?
Yes.
Commissioner Cam?
Yes.
Commissioner McAdam?
No.
Commissioner Alsterkamp?
No.
Commissioner Papalimou?
I don't think she's back on
Oh,
yet.
she's not here with us. Commissioner Sabas?
Abstain.
Chair Curtis?
No. So you had a second complaint.
Motion does not pass.
On the agenda, Ralph.
Yes, Chair, I'm going to wait for the commissioners to get up to speed before I make motions on these.
Okay, then we'll go on to the final item, which is.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion on Anne Marie Hamilton's complaint.
Okay.
I move that the Elections Commission remove Mike Curtis as chair and that the commission immediately proceed with the process of electing a new chair. The current chair shall retain office until a successor is duly elected.
There a second?
Second.
Discussion?
Yes,
Yeah,
Chair.
I'll discuss. Go ahead.
Okay, Ralph?
Well, it's pretty obvious. The public is extremely frustrated with your so-called leadership of the commission. The new commissioners just got a taste of how you run these meetings. And it's not professional. And I think we need to move on and get somebody who can conduct meetings professionally.
Thank you. Other comments from the commissioners? Take a roll call, please. I'm sorry,
Me.
Mr. Apana.
Yeah, this is my first meeting. Kind of wild meeting. You try to run a tight ship, try to squeeze as much as you can. Sometimes even cutting people off when they're not talking about the agenda item, which is legal. But, for the public, sometimes they don't know how Robert's rules and things works. And they get frustrated. We want them to participate, but we don't want to scare them away. But the part I not totally happy with your style is the way at times you treat fellow commissioners. We are of your equal. You do have the authority to be the chair. You were elected to that position. You do have the authority to meet with the attorneys to talk on behalf of the commission, to speed and expedite things. I have mixed review on you. I'd like to see a little more of your true style. So I'll be retaining you on a very short leash.
Thank you.
That's all.
Other comments? Take a roll call on kicking the chair out.
Okay. Commissioner Andrion,
Yes.
Commissioner Apana,
No.
Commissioner Kushner,
Yes.
Commissioner Cam,
Abstain.
Commissioner McAdam,
No.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu.
On.
Now
Oh
back
yeah,
on
she's
you.
not here. I forgot. Excused. Commissioner Savas,
No.
Chair Curtis.
No. So the next item on the
The motion
agenda
does not pass.
is item 8, receipt and presentation of PIG report from Commissioner Osterkamp on election result discrepancies on the Big Island. The PIG report was attached, I believe, and discussion and decision-making on the report will be scheduled for a subsequent meeting. In the past, I've allowed PIG chairs to present their report for discussion at the discussion and decision-making at the next meeting. If Mr. Osterkamp would be interested in presenting it, otherwise we'll just receive the PIG report to be discussed at the next meeting. Let's see. And I figure the next meeting would be October 29th.
So I would ask that people read the report. They read the appendices. Given that it's 5 o'clock, I'm not gonna, with the chair's permission, I'm not planning to go through it line by line or even section by section, particularly because, it's already been discussed quite a bit anyway. And I think there are probably a few of us who need to use the facilities, eat dinner with their families, and do other things.
So we'll entertain a motion to receive the report to be discussed and decided on at the next meeting.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion. Ralph, you have your hands up.
All right. We're going to discuss this
And
the next
decide
meeting?
at the next meeting, as per PIG rules. All in
I have
favor?
a question.
Yeah.
Have the public already been able to receive this report? Was this a part of their meeting minutes or packet?
No. It was received a day or two ago, and it'll be published with the meeting packet for discussion and decision-making at the next meeting.
But it's part of the supplemental materials as well.
It's being circulated.
Okay,
It's
so-
available now.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
So with nothing further on the agenda,
There is, you have a number 9.
what's number 9? What do we see there?
Discussion on civility.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, that was yours, Jeffrey.
There was. So I can't say I'm all that optimistic about this leading anywhere. I will go through it quickly because I do still think that this is very important. Obviously, anybody who's observed our meetings, even briefly, has seen an enormous amount of rancor. And, frankly, to a large extent, that's fine. We do need to speak our minds on important issues. And I think we all have, as commissioners, we all have important things to say. But, I also think that part of speaking our minds involves being able to speak freely. And more importantly, being able to vote freely. And that, whether it's a member of the public voting in a general election or a member of the Elections Commission voting in one of these meetings, it's really pretty basic that the vote must be allowed to be cast in accordance with that person's conscience without outside threats or coercion. And so, Commissioner Kushner wants to vote one way and I want to vote the other way. That's, totally fine. And neither of us should be interfering with the other one's vote. Other people should not be interfering with our votes. But I do feel like we've seen an increasing amount of threatening behavior from people in responsible positions in ways to compel us to vote in ways that we might otherwise not. Last meeting, August 27th meeting, it opened with the Hawaii Republican National Committeeman telling the Elections Commission that he'd requested a thorough investigation into the Elections Commission. And the implication of that was clear. Was followed a few minutes later by threats from the head of a smaller party who told us that we needed to, quote, do the right thing. In other words, vote the way he was demanding before the hammer comes down. That's a quote. And perhaps even more disturbingly, our own Commissioner Kushner, because he was upset that Commissioner McAdam didn't vote in favor of an audit, has urged his followers on Instagram to file, and this is a quote, a whole bunch of ethics complaints that Claire will not audit her employer. That may have been what led to some of what we heard a few minutes ago. So, this is just a very unfortunate pattern. It's not just one person, certainly, but the totality of the message is really clear. Vote the way we want, or we'll have you investigated, or we'll file harassing complaints against you, or perhaps worse than that. And, I'm not going to make a motion. I think that'd be pointless, but I would urge everyone here today, particularly the commissioners, and really anyone who believes in the right to vote, which should be everyone, to call out threats of this sort, even if they're your own supporters. If you think I'm wrong about something or that any commissioner is wrong about something, then, by all means, speak your mind. Call me stupid, whatever. But please remember that, we're here because, at least presumably, we all want to protect the right to vote, whether it's in these meetings or otherwise. And please don't try to subvert that right. So anyway, that's it. Like I say, no motion for now, but I appreciate people indulging me on this.
Thank you. Ralph, you had your hand up?
Yes, Chair. I don't have a motion, but I have a discussion item. So this agenda item on civility and avoiding coercion of commissioners' votes may sound harmless, but it risks reframing accountability as hostility. Civility is important, but it must never be used as a shield against scrutiny or as a tool to silence dissent. Hawaii law requires oversight, not conformity. True civility is fulfilled through integrity and accountability under the law. Instead, what we see is the chair, the attorney general, and the Office of Elections inverting the Sunshine Law. HRS Chapter 92 is clear. The people hold ultimate decision-making power and the government must be open to scrutiny. Yet complaints and records are being withheld. Formal complaints under HAR 3-170 are not being shared with commissioners or the public. Records of ballot discrepancies and communications with the Office of Elections are withheld or redacted by the Deputy AG. The commission already voted to have complaints and responses posted online, but that still hasn't happened. Why is this information being hidden? Lawsuits against the Office of Elections are being concealed from the commission and the public. How many unanswered records requests are there? In December, the commission rescinded motions asking for the chain of custody documentation, and even withdrew the question of whether it was lawful to inaugurate the governor before certification. When I made a motion to subpoena chain of custody records, the chair had me removed by undercover officers. My microphone was muted on a regular basis, and meeting links changed at the last minute. If that isn't coercion, I don't know what is. When commissioners are forced to deliberate without access to complaints and records, that is coercion by omission. It forces us to vote in the dark with only filtered information. Real civility begins with honesty, transparency, and respect for the public's right to know. Anything less undermines both the law and the very purpose of this commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other commissioners' hands up and ending the agenda, I'll adjourn the meeting. Aloha.
Yay.
Hello.